So I think they want me out, is what I'm getting from that. I like how it trails off at the end, and they get kind of lazy, and then they just, at first it's, what do we want? Walsh out. When do we want it now? And then that's too much effort. So then at the end, it just turns into now. It's a subtle message anyway, but I think I picked up what they were trying to say. I think I did. Soon there were various speakers who arrived with bullhorns to fire up the crowd and lay out their indictments against me. Here's one who describes all the many ways that I have invited violence against the trans community.
Started last week organizing a peaceful protest to get back Walsh's hateful, transphobic rhetoric, and I am proud to see how far this has grown in this short time. For those who are not aware, some of the things that Walsh has said to invite violence and hatred against the trans community include calling his supporters to action against Boston Children's Hospital, resulting in supporters threatening a children's hospital with a bomb. This was coupled with threats against individual providers of gender-affirming care. He used similar inflammatory language against Vanderbilt University Medical Center, resulting in the hospital suspending gender-affirming care. Because of this and other comments, it's important that us as Cougars show up and say loud and proud that we as students do not support this!
It was my inflammatory language that resulted in Vanderbilt suspending their child mutilation program. Evidently, my words are so scary that the hospital simply bent to my will out of sheer terror and fear. Now, I would like to think that I am that intimidating and powerful. I wish that was the case. But in fact, that's not the case. They suspended their gender-affirming care, quote-unquote, program because they could not defend or justify mutilating children after those practices had been exposed. So that's actually how bad this stuff is, that all we had to do was point it out and say, look at what these people are doing. And within a few weeks, they just stopped doing it. You know, that's like a pretty good indication that someone is doing something wrong, where, if they're doing it and all you have to do is point to the fact that they're doing it and they stop doing it, pretty good indication that it's wrong. Indeed, the fact that they stopped doing it actually proves that I was not using inflammatory language. They admit in their letter to lawmakers announcing that they're pausing the procedures that my report was correct. And they, in effect, admit it because they say they had to have been performing gender transitions on minors in order to pause them, it would seem. There was also this speech that I enjoyed from another protester, though I feel a little bad that Stephen Crowder and Andrew Tate catch some strays here for no reason, but here's what she says.
It's not hyperbolic to say that our kids are facing more sources of addiction and the mental health challenges that come with them than ever before. Opioids like fentanyl are ravaging families and communities all across the country. Most of us know people who've suffered from addiction to drugs or alcohol. But today's kids face a whole new challenge: addiction to their screens and social media feeds. Bloomberg recently published an article about over 70 lawsuits that parents have filed against social media companies just this year. It's chock full of horror stories of anxiety, depression, eating disorders, addiction, and even suicide. So what is this ever-expanding metaverse of addictive activity doing to our kids? And what do we as parents do about it? Today's guest, Dr. Drew Pinsky, co-authored the book The Mirror Effect, which takes a deep dive into the intersection of addiction and media mania and its implications for our kids' lives. Dr. Drew is an accomplished, practicing doctor of internal medicine and an addiction specialist with multiple board certifications, who's most well known for his media career.
What we were seeing in the media was a mirror of what was going on in so much of this country, and it was amplifying the issues. If I were creating the mirror effect today, I would focus it on social media, and I would say, it's categorically happening. And it's not even so much mirroring so much as inciting. It's stimulating in ways that are just not healthy. Now we have the data. It's associated with adverse mental health outcomes, period, end.
Dr. Drew's expertise arms us with the information we need as parents to guide our kids through this increasingly addictive world. Dr. Drew, welcome to Dad Saves America.
Such a privilege.
I'm really excited to have you on because, well, first of all, I love doctors. My dad's a doctor. And so I wanted to start with...
You love them, or you just like tolerate them? Because usually people grow up in medical families, it's like, it's a thing.
Oh, I mean,
having a dad who's a doctor, I had one too, and it's a thing.
Oh, what was your dad?
He was a family practitioner.
So you went basically into the same line then.
not basically, explicitly into the same line of business. And I went into it. I couldn't figure it out when I was going from, rotation to rotation, from specialty to specialty. I was like, I want to be that. I want to be a neurosurgeon. I want to be a gynecologist. Then my last rotation was general medicine. I thought, that's why I wanted to be a doctor. I wanted to be just have as broad an experience as possible.
Tell me about that, because I think for so much of us, I'm going to be 45. Like, I grew up watching and listening to your shows. And so most people know you as somebody who's in the media, but you're a real doctor. So tell me about your actual medical background.
Oh, no.
How did, was it just that your relationship with your dad that got you into medicine? What started it?
How much time do you have?
We got lots of time.
All right. So if you need to interrupt me, please do, because these are long stories, and hopefully I get to all the different parts. So of course I grew up with, I want to be like Dad, and my uncle was a psychiatrist, and actually my dad and uncle practiced for a little while together, then my uncle went off to become a psychiatrist. I just always thought I would do what he does. It's sort of a normal kind of son.
Yeah.
Particularly immigrant families. My father's parents were running away from the Holodomor in Ukraine.
Oh, wow.
And they lived in a ghetto in Chicago, and my dad was the one that got them up out of that, right?
Oh, that's especially true then. And to be doctors.
Jewish, Ukrainian, those accountant. You could be an accountant or a violinist. You could be a famous violinist. Might be okay, but you better be famous, or else medical school. So I did feel a lot of that pressure when I went to a fancy college in New England, and first year I killed it, but it was anguishing. It was hard for me. I just thought, these people are way smarter than me. I'm not up for this. I can't do it. And so for about a year, I drifted, and I did theater and music, all kinds of crazy stuff, and thought for a minute about becoming an opera singer, because I was a pretty good singer. And I thought, that could be a legitimate thing. Thank God I didn't do that.
Were you more of a baritone or
lyric baritone? Yeah. I wanted to be a dramatic baritone. I just didn't have and as a shitty musician. I was a terrible musician. So it's a good thing I didn't do it. But I enjoyed it. I loved it, and I still do love it. So it's a fun thing to have. And my mom was an opera singer too, so I was exposed to that stuff through her, I guess. And I always hated it until I found my way to it, and all of a sudden I liked it. So
you really are then kind of a merge of your mom and your dad.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I have a son that's kind of very similarly inclined between me and my wife. It's kind of wild to watch. Didn't know it. I was not consciously aware of any of this. Anyway, I became very, very unhappy in college after about a year. I was drifting. I got very depressed. I started having panic attacks. I was mishandled in terms of how I was treated, and I vowed never let that happen to another adolescent again. Yeah. It should not happen.
And do you mean mishandled medically? Or
medically, just terrible management. It's just, I'm having disabling panic attacks, and the mental health services at Amherst College was in the bell tower. Like in the belfry. And I went up there thinking I couldn't tell if I was having a seizure or a mental health problem, but I at least knew enough to go up there and ask for help. And they go, well, first, let's make sure it's not a medical problem. Right thing to do.
Yep.
And the medical doctor looked at me like, hey, you need to get your act together. Just start taking long walks in the woods. And I was like, I've tried everything. Of course, it was just terribly mismanaged. So that's one of the reasons I got interested in adolescent health and mental health, because I had a major issue, and it was the suffering that I had was unnecessary and prolonged. Anyway, as a result of it, I became very unhappy and contemplated maybe those science courses were really what I'm meant for. And literally the second I just allowed that thought to enter my mind, I felt better. Literally just with that thought. And so I went back now as a junior in college, and I had to hit the ground running.
Well, right, because you're not set up with any of the prerequisites.
I'd done a couple, but not the way I needed to be. And, I was at a school where they were like, don't do more than 2 sciences. You can't. And I was like, I'm going to have to. And I could do it. Just 2 years of maturation, I think, was a big part of it. And I could do it well. And I was into it. And I never looked back. And enjoyed it, loved it. And I just remember first year medical school, after anatomy lab, I'd always park on this parking structure. And I'd go up there in the evening, and I would just go, oh, I'm so glad I'm doing this. It's so interesting. And it's so important. And this was sort of a theme for much of my clinical career was I thought what we were doing was so important. And this was an important job, and you sacrifice for it, and that's the way you do it. And it's no longer that way in medicine, I've noticed, and it's a little disconcerting.
Yeah.
But let me tell you the rest of the story.
Yeah.
Lest we digress on that. I went through my training, then went into an internal medicine residency, then became a chief resident, and then started teaching internal medicine. Along the way there as a resident, someone asked for some help at a psychiatric hospital down the road. I was on the road to be a cardiologist. That's sort of the direction I was going. And I started moonlighting at this psychiatric hospital, and it just was very interesting to me. I always was kind of interested in mental health. As I said, I had my own stuff, and I just got into it and became an expert in the medical care of psychiatric patients, ended up becoming their director of medicine. All the while, though, teaching and doing general medicine. And back that was in a day when you could do, a generalist like me could do ICU medicine. So I spent a lot of my day in the ICU.
Yep.
I was very good at that stuff. I'd go outpatient. And then about 3 in the afternoon, I'd hit the psychiatric hospital and stay there till 10 o'clock at night. Along the way, a lot of the medical problems were down in the drug unit down there, like the patients down there. And I became an expert in drug withdrawal. And the director asked me to be the assistant director, saying, no big deal, just you'll cover me once in a while. And then he quit. And then I moved into the director's position.
No big deal. You're going to have my job.
Yeah, and I had to then really take that very seriously and get board certification. So now I'm board certified in addiction medicine. I'm board certified in general internal medicine. I'm a fellow at the American College of Physicians. I'm a fellow at the American Board of Addiction Medicine. The American College of Physicians, where I have my fellowship. And I've taught as an assistant clinical professor in medicine, psychiatry, and adolescent medicine. So I've done a lot of medicine.
Reason I wanted to lay that out for the viewer and the listener is I think that we live in this era where there's all these experts out there opining about medical issues, about mental health issues. I have to imagine it has challenged some of your goals of being a public voice for these issues.
Now I've taken the position, along the way, it would drive me insane, frankly, because I'm like, why is that person, why are they listening? They don't know more well-trained physicians have climbed into the media a little bit. So there's more people that know what they're talking about than there used to be, which is a great, there's not one person
is
like
it because
me.
of hyper-specialization?
It's hyper-specialization. It's nobody's a workaholic like I was anymore. Or if they are, they don't do all this. And it was weird for an internist to have the jobs I had. Like you won't find it, or it's hard to find an internist in a psychiatric hospital running an addiction service. That's a rare, the reason I moved into that position, they kept me in it, is there was a lot of jealousy amongst the psychiatrists. They were fear that the patient went on the addiction unit, the director would steal their patient. I didn't want any of that, so I solved their problem. I was like this neutral figure, and I clung to the job because I knew it was a rare thing. I knew this is very rare for an internist to do this stuff while practicing general medicine. And I had this incredible experience. I just want to give it back. I just want to use it wherever I can now. So that's kind of my current. How media happened was just
that's the next question.
Total accident, no intention in that direction. I was a third-year medical student. I can barely remember the stories now. And we were living about a block away from a radio station that overnight became this dominant radio station in Los Angeles. Los Angeles was a ossified large radio environment where KLOS and KMET and KLAC or something.
K something.
They just dominated. There was just nothing else. And all of a sudden, K-Rock, which was right in the street, came out of nowhere. Yeah. And people I knew people at the station because we were in the neighborhood. And one day they called me and they went, well, they have this show in the middle of the night and the program director wants it to be a community service show and they need some help. And I said, you're in medical school. Maybe you could come on and do a segment called Ask a Surgeon. You'll use big words. It'll be funny. Don't. I'm like, what the
And technically, you're not a surgeon, right?
I'm not. I wasn't even a doctor yet. I was in medical school, but I was intrigued.
Yeah.
And I was up to my eyeballs in AIDS patients. I mean, that's mostly what I did.
So what year is this?
This is 83.
Okay.
And a lot of the first, through 88, 89, a lot of what I did was HIV and AIDS. And in 1983, we were just starting to call it AIDS. We'd been calling it GRIDS. A few months into me doing radio, we had a causative agent we called HTLV3, if you remember that. We were just defining the epidemiology. Wow. It was this mysterious thing.
Right at the front lines.
With a 100% fatality rate. I, as a third-year medical student, every day was telling somebody they had 6 months to live, and I was never wrong. It was a dark period that very few people remember because most people died, or they were like me, they were sort of early in their career, and we were deep in it. And it was just a horrible thing. Anyway, I had this opportunity to go on the radio, and I thought, I'll go see what it is. And I brought my textbooks with me, my infectious disease and gynecology textbooks. I had no idea.
Did you have Grey's Anatomy? Did you have that?
I know these were because I moved on beyond that to clinical now. And here were these questions that were just so important, and they were asking them in the middle of the night to FM disc jock, and nobody was talking to young people about AIDS. Nobody. They'd never heard of it. And I thought, oh my God, I have to come back. And I just said, hey, can I come back it was once a week at midnight. Yeah. And I just kind of came back every week, thought I was doing community service. And I did that once a week for like 10 years. And if I was on call or something, I just didn't go. And it became a bigger part of my life than I ever expected it to.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it went to 5 nights a week. And by that point I was deep in my workaholism clinically. And I was like, how do I'll never go home, I guess. Right. But it forced me to go home for dinner. So when I started doing that 5 nights a week, I'd go home at 6 o'clock and I'd go back out at 9:30 to do the radio show at 10 o'clock.
Did you have a private practice early on?
Still do. I still do now. No, I had a general medical practice that was hospital-based and outpatient-based, which you could do in those days, and intensive care medicine too, which I did. I volunteered. I put myself as a volunteer to New York for the darkest hours of COVID, and I said I'll come and I'll do whatever you guys want me to do. They had a call for volunteers. As part of that, I went through an interview process. And they were shocked that I knew how to do all the things I know from working years and years in an ICU, because internists just don't do that anymore. So anyway, I had a large general practice, and then I would do this psychiatric thing, which was initially sort of medical care of psychiatric patients, and then finally running the addiction program.
So you're in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
You've got this unique blend for an internist of psychiatric experience and dealing with all these people. I want to read a quote from The Mirror Effect, which is a great way to tee up, I think, a lot of things that I want to talk about. Right. So it said, you said in that book, the very wealthy and the very famous have a much closer affinity with the indigent street person than with the rest of us. There's the narcissism, the addiction, even the outlandish dress. Often they don't put great value in relationships.
And the bipolar disorder. I should add that. That's the other thing you see in both populations.
So I know you spent, and maybe continue to spend time, and obviously have shows about this, dealing with people who are famous, celebrities, and the book talks a lot about that. This book's not new, but it's incredibly relevant.
Yeah, and what's a shame is that they wouldn't let me put this one chapter I wanted to put in there about other periods of history where there's been this much narcissism and childhood trauma. And I wanted to write about pre-revolutionary France and the probability of mob action and scapegoating and guillotines.
Really?
Here we are.
That tragically feels way more relevant than it even did probably 10 years ago.
Oh, the people thought I was nuts. How do you can't say that. I'm just looking at the patterns. It's inevitable.
How did you end up in this celebrity situation? Was it because of the radio combined with the medicine that you ended up treating celebrities as much as you have?
Okay, so the psychiatric hospital I worked at was called Los Encinas Hospital. It was the template for every Happy Acres hospital you ever see in the movie industry through the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. It was fashioned after Los Encinas Hospital because that's where they all went to dry out and deal with their depressions and their suicidality. This was a hospital that specialized in treating the Los Angeles world, which was largely a lot of Hollywood. Yeah, a lot of Hollywood types. And it was a private hospital. It was a for-cash only thing back in the day. Not when I was there, but back in the day, it was this very exclusive thing. And they did a shitty job of some of the stuff they were doing. But whatever. I mean, when I got there, it was like a museum of psychiatry. It was incredible to be able to see and to talk to some of the psychiatrists. They became friends of mine who were there during all that. I really got exposed to the history of all this. So I was seeing them in the hospital. I was talking to them on the radio because we'd have celebrity guests every night. Without exception, they'd pull me aside and tell me their and it was always around trauma and narcissism and substances. And I got to the point where I was running a program, I'd refer them over to my program. Okay, you want treatment? We have a good team.
What is narcissism? Because it's this word that I think we all know colloquially. Oh, that person's a narcissist. And we just mean maybe they're self-absorbed or they...
It isn't that. But it's not egotistic. It is self-absorbed, but it's self-absorbed because of the deep pain they carry around. I mean, try to smash your finger with a hammer and try not to think about yourself, right? When you're in pain, you tend to focus on self. These are people that oftentimes were injured during childhood. It's called a narcissistic injury, and they don't develop normally. They exit the frame of relating that we need to develop an emotional landscape. They just pull out because of the trauma, and then they start trying to get from the world what they need to feel better. And that feeling better often involves feeling bigger and feeling more powerful. And it's literally, I heard a psychiatrist define it just a couple of days ago. I have a show Wednesdays, if I don't mention this, my wife will kill me, at 3 o'clock, where we've been talking to lots of the silenced people from the COVID epidemic.
Yeah.
And this was Mark McDonald, who's been highly marginalized. But he said, it all leads to narcissism right now. And he said it's essentially just a baby. Imagine something that does not develop into a full adult and then gets from the environment what they need to satisfy their whims.
That sense of arrested development, I think, is an interesting way to think about it.
It's a little just so to say arrested development. It's really a deeply wounded core. And that core is something that the narcissist is not necessarily in touch with at all. What they're in touch with is what they need from the world and how it makes them feel. And they need to feel powerful and big in order to protect themselves against this weak, painful, and often empty feeling inside.
Why did you compare these celebrities and what they're going through to
the poor?
To the poor, to the indigent. I mean, we met because we worked on this homelessness documentary together, Beyond Homeless. And so that context is lying in the background, and you're in LA, and homelessness there is a disaster.
Disaster.
But this is, you wrote this 10 years ago. This is before this was all at the forefront.
Yeah, I was just reporting what I saw. So here I am. I thought I had some psychiatric knowledge, and I arrive at this hospital in 1985, and I start digging in and really working there regularly, like I was there all the time. And this is what I saw. Now, at that point, it was no longer this place that was, cash only for the exclusive. It was a general psychiatric hospital. And so, Medicaid, Medicare, Medi-Cal, insurances, and wealthy, all mixed together. That's who was there. The very rich and the very poor. And it struck me, it was so striking that the conditions that these two populations were suffering from it would manifest differently, but it was the same. It was very much the same. A lot of trauma.
Yeah.
And that's what makes people drive to be so successful. And also it's what drives people to be non-functional. A lot of childhood trauma, a lot of addiction, a lot of bipolar disorder, a lot of personality disorder in the narcissistic spectrum. A lot of it, just everybody. Now, not to say there weren't anybody from the middle. Of course there were, but boy, I was struck by how true it was that it was mostly the ends of that. How really it wasn't so much that it was exclusively those people in the hospital. It was that they were so similar, and that was really striking to me. That the psychiatric problems of the very rich and the very poor were the same.
Could it be partly also a sort of selection bias? So, like you said, an extreme personality. I mean, to go into entertainment, to get to end up being like Tom Cruise.
Right. It can go one of two ways.
You kind of need to be a little bit of a crazy person, because how else are you going to survive that gauntlet?
Right. That's right. And same thing on the business side. I mean, hypomania is a very common thing. Look at former President Trump. That's hypomania, that not sleeping and be able to work. I'm not saying he's bipolar. I'm saying business people frequently have hypomanic types of symptoms where they don't sleep and they work excessively. Sometimes that slips into bipolar disorder. And there it is. And now if you have bipolar disorder, you also can, do all kinds of extreme behaviors, spend your money, gamble, and you end up over here now. You're on the street. So there's a lot going on between these two populations that are of the same source.
What is the mirror effect?
I'll be honest, I didn't like the construct fully. It was made up. Dr. Young, who I wrote the book with, really liked it. And I kind of went with it because it had relevance, which is that what we were seeing in the media was a mirror of what was going on in so much of this country, and it was amplifying the issues. Now, if I were creating the mirror effect today, I would focus it on social media, and I would say it's categorically happening.
Yes.
Back then, I wasn't sure it was happening. Now I'm sure it's happening, and it's not even so much mirroring so much as inciting. It's just stimulating.
One's life, thankfully not with him, but with his peers. Levels of anxiety, and disordered behavior
Oh, yeah.
that were hard to understand. I mean, it's obviously people are talking about it now in a big way.
Yes.
It just seems very connected to everything you're talking about.
Yes, the data is clear. Now we have the data. It's associated with adverse mental health outcomes. Period. End. It's not open for debate anymore. The question is, is there an intermediate zone we can get into? Because how do you live without social media in today's world? Which is what parents always ask. How can I? My friends that are mental health professionals. That's it. Period. End of story. So when you really know something about it, it motivates you to really restrict all that access.
How should parents think about what their kids are confronting in this, not just about social media, but the mental health sort of landscape? Because the other thing that seems like is happening is there's almost like rewards for having trouble, not just online, but in school.
Oh, yeah. It's you develop status. Status is enhanced by having a mental health issue, really, quite literally. But I don't know how to deal with that, frankly. We'll think about it.
Yeah.
But let me just answer your question about what's going on. So two simple things. One is humans can be very happy until they compare themselves to someone else that has something more, and then we become unhappy. That's a universal human principle. So Instagram is where people are presenting these pseudo selves and these highly glamorized versions of themselves that makes everybody else feel bad. So that's guaranteed. You're going to feel less than. Your worth is going to be diminished. It's going to be a problem. On the other side, sort of on the text, sort of Twitter sort of area, go spend a little time there. See how you feel. See how you feel about things. An adult with a regulatory system that can regulate our emotions, you feel terrible. You feel like very quickly. I'm beginning to the algorithms and addict you. Every bit of it. They know what they're doing, and they've done it. Well done. Congratulations. Addiction is never a great state for a human to be in.
What is addiction? Like, how should I think about what addiction actually is?
All right. So there's dependency, which is, you start something and you get tolerant to it and you can't stop. That's any human can become tolerant to just about anything, to benzodiazepines, to opiates, to Twitter. So I really think of it more as a dependency than addiction, because addiction is a separate category. It's a genetic disorder. It activates a certain region of the brain that causes us to be unable to stop, even when we don't like it anymore, even when it doesn't work, even when it destroys us, we still can't stop. It's about the not stopping. With dependency, we can stop, we just tend not to.
And why is that? I mean, obviously dependency.
You have to go cold turkey. You have to withdraw. You have to be off of it, and you have to stay off it. And maybe you can go back in some sort of limited way. Because again, you don't necessarily. If you have addiction, you can't go back at all. Addiction, if you massage that part of your brain, the whole thing reawakens, and off you go. With dependency, which we're all prone to, it just sort of sneaks back. It's like a diet or anything else we try to do. People are hard to change, and when these things are so stimulating, it's very hard.
I mean, I know for myself, I work with my best friend since 5th grade, Josh. He's our head of post-production. And he's like my guardian angel, because he will sometimes put me aside and be like, you're getting too,
Stop
you're not
it.
getting good on Facebook.
Yes.
And it is. I know it firsthand, like the worst angel of the nature. I don't entirely know why.
Why you get there.
But some of it's the feedback loop.
Yes.
Because it's like, if you just are reasonable or measured, or the kind of thing that I try to do in these conversations.
People will understand me, and they'll support what I'm saying.
There's a little bit of this,
Yeah.
but it's also, this is the other side of the story. That doesn't get any traction. But if you're like, everything's going to hell and the communists are taking over the country, like, boom, there you go, you're in.
Well, there's a reason the algorithms are secret, because they don't want you to know what they're doing, right? They just really don't want you to know. And they know what they're doing. They are hooking you, and they're hooking everybody else. They're siloing the information, and they don't give a because they just need to sell ads and get your information. It's really pathetic, but that's where we are. When I think about Twitter, I just think about it as it's the worst angels of our nature. It's the non-angels of our nature. The fact that people get off on outrage and harming other people or criticizing other people, it's never good for humans to be in a scapegoating mode or to be all negative. That's not how we achieve health.
Yeah.
So it's not just on that basis. It's not good for us.
You were sounding the alarm with this book.
Yeah. It's a long time ago.
Before,
15 years ago.
Yeah. It was interesting because I was like, I know this is an older book, but man, there's so much in
there.
it.
Yeah, I know it's all there. This was the setup. As we say, all roads lead to narcissism. This is still all a function of narcissism. It's just a new, way of acting it out and accelerating the effects of it.
Now you actually can become a celebrity as an individual.
Yeah.
Without, you say this in the book in many different cases, without necessarily having any particular skill.
Right.
Like you're not necessarily a great actor.
Right.
Or great at anything else other than maybe having a boisterous personality or or being interested in a niche, whether it's video games and streaming or whatever, or makeup.
Well, let me tell you, in this book, we did research, right? We have the only research on celebrities. No one could get access to enough celebrities to do research. I had someone come in the radio studio every night. So we would do these narcissistic inventories on them.
And can I stop you and just ask, narcissistic inventory? What is that?
It's an old test. It's a forced choice, yes, no kind of question, or pick one of these two, and you're forced to pick one. There's like 30 questions or 35 questions. And how you answer, a way of diagnosing it is narcissism.
A movie star comes into the show
Yeah.
and you're like, before we start the conversation, please fill out this form.
Well, and sign a release and whatever. And they would all go, oh my God, this is great. I know I'm f***ed up. I can't wait to be a part of this. And tell me what happens. Tell me what you find out, because I know I'm a mess. Every single person said that. They were all interested in knowing why they're such a mess. Now, here's what we found, to your point about not having a skill set and being in media.
Yeah. The Tila Tequila explosion.
We found there.
This is now old news for like my son probably doesn't even know who Tila Tequila is.
He has no idea, trust me.
Some Gen X stuff going on.
Yes, that's Gen X stuff. We found that people who went on reality shows, which was a new thing then, right? It was just, season 2 of Survivor when we were doing this, had by far the highest probability of narcissistic issues, particularly the women. I don't know if that'll hold up today, but back then it was female.
So Omarosa on The Apprentice is worse than the biggest starlet in Hollywood.
Well, the real differentiation was as opposed to people who had a skill set that maybe drove them to media, and there was sort of narcissism in that, but having a skill set like I'm a journalist, I'm a news broadcaster, I'm a cellist, I'm a violinist. Those people had the lowest narcissism as compared to the reality show participants who were coming on because, hey, it's me. Of course you're going to want to watch me. It's me. And think about it, back then, that's all reality was, right?
Right.
People who were kind of, I have certain, having been involved with these shows since, they were selecting for that. And they continue to do so, by the way. They select for personality disorders because they are dramatic. I mean, what is human drama? What is human drama? What was Shakespeare? What were the Greeks looking at? Sick people acting sick. Healthy people are not very interesting. Was it Tolstoy that said that? Healthy families are all the same, and sick families are all different in their own way. And it's true. We're not interested in healthy people. We're interested in sick people. That's why I spent all these years in a psychiatric hospital. I am fascinated by the human experience when it goes off the rails.
I'm going to ask you an uncomfortable question.
Yeah.
Did you take the test yourself, and how did it score?
I had the exact same reaction that Howard Stern did. I scored rather low, but I thought. But that was after 10 years of therapy. I bet I would have scored quite a bit higher. Howard said the exact same thing. He said, if I hadn't had therapy, it would not have been the same score. And I think that's right. And by the way, too low is not good either. You need there's such a thing as healthy narcissism. You want to have a certain amount of concern about yourself and your well-being and getting things out of the environment. I mean, it's a normal human thing.
Well, right, because you don't want people to be able to walk all over you and take advantage of you, for sure.
Exactly. But that's more dependency. And this isn't, low on that scale isn't so much about dependency so much as it's just good to have a little bit of some primary narcissism. Yeah.
Well, isn't this kind of self-help gone wrong?
Yeah.
You were coming into your early practice in the early 80s. You had this self-help movement in the 70s.
Yeah.
And so all we are constantly talking about is what's good for me.
Yeah.
I need to love myself.
Yeah. Well, let me stop.
How do you think about that?
Well, I have a lot of thoughts about it because I got to see the historical sweep on this. And I remember the 70s, and there was just one news broadcast and news story after another about the me generation. Remember the me generation? This was all about me. And I will never forget, I saw a therapist. I don't even know what show it was. God, it's funny. I hadn't thought about this image in a long time, but this woman was saying, they're going out and they're doing LifeSpring and EST and all these different programs, and they're coming out of these things like, me is all that matters. And they're doing untold harm to many other people, particularly people they're supposed to care about. They would destroy families. They would neglect their children. And it's me, man. It's all me. And what I saw in the late 80s was there was a more sinister part of that too, which it's whatever you're into, man. The kids, they're just like little sexual beings. You see some of that again lately here too. 90s, that's almost all we were talking to was 25-year-olds who'd been the subject of that in childhood. And and then when I was in the psych hospital, if you had bad enough addiction that you need to see me, there was a 100% probability you had childhood physical and sexual abuse, or at least one.
So you had said earlier that this adult manifestation of narcissism is this interruption of the developmental process.
And so all that trauma, then those traumatized people traumatized their kids and screwed up their relationships. And so it's a very hard cycle to get out of, right? Once you get into this hurt people hurting people, as we say, hurt people, it's hard to pull out of it. It's hard. In fact, one of the most inspiring ways people come out of it is actually 12-step recovery, that kind of thing. That's where people really do come out of this stuff and can make a difference and have an impact on people that they're around. Look, what makes life meaningful is our relationships, not me, it's us. It's really where all meaning comes from. It's having, at the end of life, when people are trying to make meaning, and I've been here with many people, it's always about the important relationships that gave life its meaning, what they were able to do to contribute to other people's well-being, maybe not just their family, and then gratitude for that. So it's service and gratitude are huge. And if you're only worried about yourself and not thinking about other people, you're going to miss what makes life meaningful.
How should I think about, especially like as a parent, what is happening that I need to protect to allow to happen developmentally? So if an abusive circumstance interrupts a process and prevents this process of maturation from happening, what is that maturation process? What has been lost?
Let's take, for instance, my drug addict patients. Why did they do drugs, right? Why did they start in the first place, right? People understand that addiction is a biological thing, but then they'll very often resentfully say, but why'd they start? Well, they start because they can't regulate their emotions. Emotions are too prolonged, too intense, and too negative, which begs the question, how do people develop a flexible regulatory system normally, right? Yeah. That's an abnormal system.
Yeah, how do you do it that's the question.
So normally, it's a little bit involved. I would refer people to a guy named Stephen Porges and Alan Shore, where this biology has been worked out, and Peter Fonagy. It's essentially a socio-emotional exchange system that is embedded in our face and our body. We neglect the fact that feelings come out of the body. We had the decade of the brain, and the brain was looked at separate from the body. No. The brain is embedded in a body. The body is where feelings come from. And those feelings are affected by this socio-emotional exchange system, which starts at infancy, and it's essentially me having emotions that wash over me that I can't identify, you reflecting them back to me, appreciating them, like not catching them, but understanding them, relating to them, feeling them to some extent, and reflecting back on your face that understanding. I get felt, I feel felt, and I have a second order representation of those feelings, and that's the exchange unit that has to happen millions of times. Right. If we get traumatized, it's a very tender, trusting, close place to be with another human. And when we're traumatized, we exit that frame and will not go back. So what
does that mean when you say exit that frame? Does it mean that I can't bring myself to have that in the
closeness?
I'm keeping you at arm's length.
You will, if you come into closeness after trauma, you will be like, you will not open yourself to it. You'll be on guard. You'll be manipulating. You'll be checking. You'll be developing all these strategies. Imagine mom is an alcoholic, okay, and mom traumatized me and drunk. And now when I come back in, I'm going to be like, okay, let's make sure she doesn't drink. She seems a little angry. What's going to happen next? I got to keep her kind of. Everything is about denying my feelings and affecting yours. That's codependency. I'm going to regulate your feelings and not worry about mine.
So basically, it's like the guards go up. And
you literally, because you haven't developed a firm connection with all these feeling states in terms of regulating them and understanding them and naming them even, you just disconnect from them to some extent. And there's many different kinds of disconnecting. You can actually disconnect from your body as part of this too. So it's called dissociation, essentially. There's a somatoform dissociation, there's psychological dissociation. You just distance yourself from everything and focus on what's going on out here so I don't get hurt again.
The other thing that I'm curious what your understanding and your experiences of is the extent to which some of these things that hurt people and that impact them are contagious socially. So my understanding is it's been established that bulimia and anorexia are actually contagious disorders,
Yes.
that they can be socially transmitted
Yes.
through some peer process.
Yes.
It seems like that's happening with gender dysphoria too. There's a lot of stuff going on, and now it's happening on a mass scale because of the technology.
Yeah.
What's your experience with this just
Well, there's
trauma and mental illness?
There's sort of several sort of topics to cover. One is actual contagion is caught by you, and that happens. I mean, because like I said, hurt people. We will act out in ways and make other people feel our pain, project. There's something called projective identification even, where I'll push feelings into you subconsciously. It's a whole thing that cluster B personalities do. It's in the book. And so there is actually a contagion. And by the way, there's a contagion that we all understand when we watch a movie or we see a newsreel. It's like we catch the feelings we're seeing,
Right.
That's a normal human thing. So there is a contagion phenomenon. The primary sort of defense against contagion is boundaries, okay? If you've been the subject of trauma, your boundaries are no good. Somebody violated those boundaries, and so you don't have the establishment over time of good boundaries. So we're prone to catch things. So already somebody that is struggling with emotional regulation will be prone to content or contagion of a behavioral content, right? So suicide, contagion. Means of suicide, contagion. Cutting, contagion. Eating disorders, contagion. So these things all have some element. You could frame it differently and say it's a socio-historical context, but it's still kind of a contagion either way.
Yeah, there's these words. Context is like one of these words that we have now that has become like, well, wait, what do you mean by context?
No,
what exactly
I know, it's
is that?
very hard to know what people mean. I mean, that's our infecting agent. It's not even the other person so much as the electronics.
One of the other things that seems like it's a magnifier, you talk about a lot in the book, you've dealt with a lot in your professional life, and that is, we're talking about these companies and their algorithms, but it does seem like maybe their algorithm is really just trying to supercharge human nature.
If it benefits them, if it gets them where they want to go, yeah, sure.
Well, and
I think more of it's like a taking advantage of human nature. We get supercharged emotional problems from it, but it's taking advantage of how we are. Look, I have a positive bias. People have cognitive biases.
Yeah.
Mine is a positive bias. I think the best. I expect the best outcomes. I think the best of people. So because of my positive bias, my assumption is these people don't mean ill.
Right.
They are probably trying to figure out how to make it good all the time, but ultimately they're responding to these measurements and their profits and whatnot that are the immediate feedback to the choices they make. So while they're telling themselves they're trying to do good, they are not. Now, even I with a positive bias can say that about them. I would like to see them actually do good. And it's getting worse and worse all the time. And now we have the government involving themselves with the social media platforms. It's just truly unbelievable to me.
Well, and it's part of, I have this little phrase I like to use, which you have a similar one. You call it the celebrity industrial complex.
Yeah.
And I see a lot of what's happening, not just social media. Social media is a part of it, but the news media, which you talk about a lot,
yeah, traditional media,
is the fear industrial complex.
Oh, I like that.
Which
I
is
dig that.
How
I dig that.
like that fear center is so primordial.
Yes.
It's so it activates us. I am now, if I'm comfortable,
right,
I'm not animated to action. But if you get me on alert because I should be worried, the world's going to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah.
We're on the verge
Tell
of
me some
civil
more.
war.
Tell me more. Oh,
and
yeah.
so the doom scrolling.
Yeah. So this was, we make a point here that a lot of the celebrity industrial complex was because the news media was not spending money on news collection anymore, and an easy way to get news was through celebrity news, and they would consolidate all of their journalistic sort of efforts, close down all their shops, and just report on what's on TMZ and what the news, what the latest celebrity news is, and get more eyes. And that's the really important thing, is that they are, I remember when I was a kid, I saw must have been a 60 Minutes report or something. You're making me think about all these things from the distant past. And it was interviewing a Russian journalist. And this 60 Minutes journalist was just railing on the guy about the propaganda and that the fact that the state had control of what they were doing. And finally he goes, look, media is a political enterprise. In your world, it's a commercial enterprise. Trust me, the distortions will be just as bad or the same. I'll never forget that.
We've clearly
and now
seen that.
we've actually come all the way together with political and commercial in this world, and it's maybe worse than what they were doing in Russia at the time. At least everyone knew what they were doing. Now it's obscure to us. Well, there's a new part of our world, which is silence everybody else, which is a weird instinct in America.
And I want to get to that for sure. There was a quote, you were talking about that you're willing to go and talk to any outlet except the LA Times. And you said they distort and they mislead.
Yeah.
And they take things out of context. Yep. I'm really stunned at how shoddy their journalism is, so I stopped talking to them.
Yes.
Now, I want to hear why the LA Times warranted this. I'm surprised that this quote isn't just simply applied to virtually all of them.
Oh, it is now. 100%. I do not do print interviews, period.
So why?
And when I have broken that rule, I did so about a year ago, and let me tell you what happened. And I vowed again, I will never do this. The LA Times, one of the LA County Board of Supervisors begged me to come on the LASA committee, which is the committee that allocates resources for the homeless in LA County. And I was like, oh, it sounds insufferable. I don't want to do this. And she really came at me, and I said, okay, I should really be open to this. I should go learn what they're doing. I should just sit quietly and come in with an open mind and an open heart. And she said, would you please talk to this one reporter? She's great. She's not a problem. Jackie, I should remember her name because she is just a disgusting wretch. So she writes an article, and I said exactly what I just said to you. I'm going with an open heart, open mind, and she had no questions about my training or my expertise or where I came from. She writes an article.
Help me understand. So this is a commission for Los Angeles County or for
LA
the state?
County, LA County, or hospital, but okay. So I thought, wow, that'll be interesting. So I'll just keep my mouth shut. And I said, I was going with open heart, open mind. I want to learn, which is absolutely the reason I did it. She writes an article where she says, this is outrageous. The homeless advocates are beside themselves. She found some homeless advocate who didn't even live in Los Angeles and got all these, saying these horrible things about me. And she then had the temerity to say, well, I checked with the state and he does have a license in the state of California. And I was like, I was so stunned. I was like, why didn't you ask me what my training is? I ran an addiction. I worked in psychiatric health for 35 years. What the is the matter with you? What kind of journalist do you call yourself to be? Why didn't you ask me what my training is? Why didn't you check with the American College of Physicians? What is in the hell is wrong with you? It was just disgusting and shocking. And I thought, this is Gelman amnesia, everybody. This is Gelman amnesia. Do you know what Gelman amnesia is?
I don't.
Famous physicist named Dr. Gelman. It's fashioned after him. He would look at the paper regularly, read it all the way through, and he noticed that whenever it was an article about his area of physics, it was a million miles from the truth. It was wrong. It was inaccurate. It was all, and yet he'd forget when he'd read about complex international affairs. He assumed they reported that accurately. Just physics they didn't get right. No, they get it all wrong. All you need to do is have them write an article about you, and you will understand how wrong it was. They did some horrible stuff on me early on that had unbelievable consequences. They published an article where it looked like I owned Los Encinas Hospital, which I never really made any money there because it was just a labor of love. I just loved working with my team there and stuff. Yeah. And that we were taking advantage of people and people were dying there. It was so far from the truth. I couldn't believe they were allowed to do it. But that's why the LA Times. And now it's everybody. I will not. They've all done the same thing. They don't care. They're there to do something outrageous, and they see themselves as putting forth a narrative. You never know what that narrative is. Truth begs no alternative. It's disgusting. It is disgusting to me.
It's very difficult, I think, to try to be open-hearted about some of what we see today in the way people are treated and covered, right? And I think, you've encountered this, so you've encountered it with your homeless advocacy, which is really outrageous because it's like you're trying to help people who are at the margins of our society.
I know how to treat these people. They're my patients. And I know what's going to happen if they don't treat them. They're going to die. That's what happens. It's a progressive disease. It ends in death. And I know what to do. I know how we could treat them. I know exactly what to do. It's not that hard. You leave them as they are. They're not. You're going to have thousands and hundreds of thousands of deaths.
I want to stay in that space and shift gears for a little bit and talk about like tap into that experience, because those people, even if it's Lindsay Lohan, they are someone's child.
Yeah.
And help me understand as a parent what is at my disposal if my child succumbs to this. If they start going down this destructive road with drugs and mental illness and the feedback loops.
Once they are an adult, literally nothing. Literally nothing. I spent...
Oh, that's painful to hear.
Well, hold on, I'll qualify it. I spent God knows how many hours trying to help a state senator reopen the Lanterman Petra Short Act. We brought families up there. We had parents who had resources, doctors, a bed, a place to, their loved one had schizophrenia out on the streets. We had hundreds of families like this. They were told, get out of here, scram. Who do you think you are telling your son how to live his or her life? Your daughter. Who do you think you are?
Wait, who is saying this?
That the entire state representative, the Congress, the state and the House in the state of California takes this attitude. It's a religion for them. The religion is they're free to do whatever they want. They deny the existence of brain diseases, except dementia. If you don't treat dementia, you're guilty of elder abuse. So somebody with dementia, with confusion and psychosis and disorganization, you don't treat that person, by the way, you've done something bad to a patient. Mind you, you cannot change the course of dementia, no matter what you do. Schizophrenia, you treat it early, they can have vastly improved outcomes, vastly. You let it go, used to be called dementia precox, because over periods of time, they start to look like demented patients. And that's their great idea there in Sacramento.
So I want to make sure I'm hearing what you're saying, which is that it sounds so that
families have been begging for help.
Yes, but our city council fashions itself as being like, wannabe San Franciscans.
Yes.
Those are people's sons and daughters under the bridge, under the overpass. Yeah. And the official position in at least California, but probably elsewhere, is they're adults, they're living a lifestyle.
Yeah,
that's a lifestyle choice.
It's a choice, yeah. I have noticed that most of the serious mental illness seems to be off the street here. This is mostly addiction. And to be fair, most of what's on the streets of Los Angeles is addiction too, but there's a little more of a mix there. So let's talk about addiction. So what if the part that all these do-gooders refuse to acknowledge is that addiction is a progressive illness. It progresses. Even if a nurse or a doctor is administering the opiate, it's a progressive illness, ends in death. They refuse to acknowledge it. Refuse. Why? I have 40 years of experience treating this thing. You'd think they'd want to hear from me. No, don't want to hear. So it's a religion. It's not something based in anything meaningful. So there you go. So they allow these people to die. They're not in their right mind. When they get better, all of them are pissed at people that left them out there. But there is a part of this that's a little more challenging, which is it's very hard to get people to get well that don't want to get well, right? Okay, having said that, I sort of specialized in that. I found ways to motivate people and to get through to them. That you give them enough time, at least for their brain to clear, where they're not on the meth and the opiates all the time. Give them a 30 days where they're like thinking again. You'd be surprised how much progress you can make if you understand motivational enhancement and you get people around them who have success in recovery. You can really get them better. It's not a problem. I know exactly how to do it, but you need them to stop. It's not legal.
I know I've heard this from family members and friends who have dealt with this either directly or with their loved ones. Yeah. It's very hard to know when you have crossed over into being an enabler with your compassion.
You got to go to Al-Anon or a therapist. You have to look, the disease of addiction, okay? Did you ever see The Little Shop of Horrors?
Oh, yeah.
The Audrey 2, those of you that have never seen Little Shop of Horrors, it's about a plant that eats blood and then eventually eats people. And the unique thing about that plant is if you go near it, it eats you.
Right.
Unless somebody's pulling you out. It's a perfect model for addiction. That is how addiction works. It's a relational disease. And if you are next to somebody with addiction, you become part of the disease, including myself. So whenever I would see an addict, I always have somebody next to me holding what I call Ariadne's cord, which is the cord for the Ariadne, I guess, what's his name that went after the Minotaur? Mm-hmm. And he had to pull him out of the maze using a cord. He holds the cord as he goes in. That's what you have to do with addiction. That's what the sponsor is with Al-Anon. That's what your therapist would be. Every interaction you have with an addict you love will not suit the addict. It will go the wrong direction. You'll be a part of the system. Even me, with all my years of experience, I have to have somebody there checking me because you get sucked, you go into the plant. It's just what happens, how it works.
What's happening there? Because I do feel like a lot of people who have loved ones going through this experience this thing where they get sucked into like this
The vortex.
This like it's
the
like
vortex.
For Steve Jobs was famed for creating like a reality distortion field.
Yeah.
And it sounds like that's what happens.
Yeah, they're in survival mode. They're responding to a part of their brain that has been usurped. And all the higher functions, reasoning, interpersonal functioning, emotions, all that serve this broken motivation. And part of that is relating to other people and getting from them what they need to serve that broken motivation. So you just become a source for gratifying the addiction. Period. It's hard to believe that. It's hard for people to get that. It's not a normal state. They're not in their usual state. That's not the person you know and love. They're in a broken state. They can get better, but in that state, unless you have somebody, I had a nurse who would kick my chair every time I'd start going in. And it happened a lot because
And how did she know? How did she know that was happening?
The bigger question is, why didn't I know? And it's because when you're in that closeness and you're trying to help, they will just take full advantage of that.
I've always thought that empathy was one of the most essential human operations.
It is, and it is the highest order function. It's the last thing to develop. In that socio-emotional exchange thing I was telling you about, it's the thing that develops last, and it's what creates great meaning. So yes.
Well, and I know I've read that having your dad in your life is a huge driver of whether or not you develop empathy as an adult.
Yes.
But it sounds like empathy can be quite dangerous.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm hearing you say, is that you're in an empathetic
You have to have
connection. And it's like you're opening up the Ethernet cable for the virus to come into your system.
There's absolutely a great way to frame it. And again, this is in the disease of addiction, right? We're talking about strictly in the disease of addiction. Closeness is really what allows for it, just closeness. And then if you also open yourself in an empathetic way, prepare for stuff. The only defense you have is very, very, very good boundaries. And I had to do lots of therapy to get those boundaries squared. See, because where you end and another person starts, and what are his feelings and what are my feelings, that can be very confusing to people. Particularly those that are getting under your skin and finding ways to stir your feelings. And again, that's why you sometimes need another person there that helps you sort of, if your boundaries get loose, she can kind of shake you out of it. I'm going somewhere bad. Well, I think empathy's had a little bit of a black eye lately. There's a Yale psychologist running around saying that empathy is unnecessary and not good and stuff. And whenever I hear somebody say that, I know they're a narcissist. That's a narcissist, humbly. Because narcissists, that's their main failing. They can't empathize. And when you don't empathize with other people, it's very hard to, a lot of richness of the emotional landscape of human relating is not available to you.
How does narcissism interact with the mental health and the addiction component here? How do those two things play? Because we are seeing, obviously your book and celebrity, those things are in this toxic stew together. Yeah. Are there specific feedback loops or things that make someone who's suffering with addiction, if they have narcissistic tendencies, it magnifies them, or does the narcissistic tendency magnify the addiction? How does that work?
So one of the reasons I was so clear about what was happening in this particular book is when I arrived at the psychiatric hospital in 1985, you have admitting diagnosis sheets, and Axis 2 was the personality disorders. And at the time, there were all A, B, and C, all the different personality disorders represented, OCD and dependency and paranoid, all kinds of stuff. I noticed about 1988, 89, it all started to congeal around cluster B. Everybody had a cluster B disorder, which are the narcissistic disorders. So it's borderline sociopath, narcissism, histrionic less so. By the mid-90s, only. That's it. That's all we ever saw. Period. That's it.
What does that mean? Where did the other people go?
It means everyone's being traumatized. That's what that means. And they all had childhood trauma. That's what that was. So as I've said before, you can get addiction without childhood trauma, but if your addiction gets so bad that you come to my program where I dealt with the sickest of the sick, 100% probability of childhood trauma, and thereby a lot of personality functioning problems. in the cluster B territory, particularly when you're using. Addicts always look like sociopaths and borderline. That's just how they function. Now, some of that goes away just with stopping doing drugs. And so there's A, what they look like when they're doing drugs, and then there's B, what is their chronic functioning in spite of or with trauma, which is often some of this stuff going on. And that's why, addiction recovery is so much about holding yourself accountable to everything you do. They have to really watch themselves. And honesty is the first move. They have to be super honest. And they can't even tell when they're lying or bullshitting or manipulating. So it's hard for them. One of my great skills was I could, for some reason, after years and years of dealing with these people, things would come out of my mouth without me thinking about it. And because I'd had such skill with this, I knew it would be right. But it was scary, some of the things I would say. And because
give me an example.
I had a patient sitting in front of me. He just had a third near-death experience, and he was sobbing, and he was like, "Oh my God, I'm going to die. I know it. I really want to get better." And he was really, he was in pain. I knew it. And it was hard for me to watch. And I wanted to believe him that he wanted to do well because he just nearly died. Of course he wanted to do better. And I'm just listening. All of a sudden, I go, "You're so full of shit. I don't even know what's going on anymore." And he stopped crying, and he looked at me, and he goes, "I know. I don't know either. What's real and what isn't? I don't know." And I go, "You're full of shit. I know that, and we can start right there." And that was deeply meaningful to him, being sort of, because they lose track of where they are and what they're doing because the disease takes over. And so being felt, understood, and being contained, that's a meaningful place to start with somebody.
An article just came out in Bloomberg about how there's over 70 lawsuits that are moving their way through the courts with parents, lawyers versus the big tech companies. I want to read, it's a little bit of a lengthy quote, but it captures, it's a snapshot of life for a lot of people's kids right now. A 16-year-old girl in Utah becomes so obsessed with her body image after getting hooked on Instagram that she develops anorexia and bulimia. A boy from Michigan goes from watching YouTube videos for several hours a day at age 9 to binging all night on TikTok and Snapchat, then ends up sharing a nude photo of himself on Snapchat that a stranger circulates online. A Connecticut girl struggles for more than 2 years with an extreme addiction to Instagram and Snapchat before she succumbs to severe sleep deprivation and depression and takes her own life at age 11.
You're leaving out pornography, which may figure into some of these stories, which these kids are being exposed to at average age 9. And that is affecting human brains in ways we don't even know. And so that's contributing to some of this compulsivity too.
I want to read this quote because this would have sounded like a description of the antics of like Paris Hilton types. But these are 8 and 9-year-old kids.
Yes.
So help me understand what we should do. I mean, obviously limit the use, but
unfortunately, that's all we can do. And then if you have a child, the other thing that I think I emphasize over and over again is know the difference between a parenting problem and a mental health problem. Parents
mean by that?
If a kid stays out too late, it's a parenting problem. Or if they talk back to you, it's a parenting problem. But if you find weed in their backpack, that's now a mental health problem. That's gotten so bad that they're using so much that you've detected it. It's way more than you. If you detect behaviors that you're worried about that are problematic, cutting, whatever you have access to, trust me, that is just the tip of the iceberg.
So they've been hiding it from you for a long time.
They always hide it. No kid is 15 totally forthcoming. It just isn't the way we're constructed. And so if you're seeing stuff that feels like a mood disorder, changes in their clothing, change in the fingernail color, change in the kids are hanging out, the sleep-wake cycles are off. This is a mental health issue. This is time to see a doctor about this. And the other thing you got to understand is that treatment works. Treatment really, really, really works. And the sooner you get it, and the more you get you got to get the kid to participate, which is really the challenging part of all this. But boy, you have a kid that health services count your blessings because they will get better. When they're engaged with the process. That drove me over here just today was from Nicaragua, and she was a sort of a mental health person, and she was saying how impossible it is to get Hispanic cultures to accept
you're a wimp,
services.
You're a girly man.
Just we handle it, the church handles it, the family handles it, that we don't share our problems, that kind of thing. And I think in America particularly, that is an immigrant issue. People that come here have a lot of trauma and are interested in getting ahead, and that's it. And so any signs of weakness or anything else, we just work harder, just forge on. So we generally in this country have a problem like that and have a history of that. Men, we hate asking for directions. Of course, we're going to hate asking for therapy. Of course, it's really hard for us to admit that we need help to anything.
So man to man, make the case. Make the case for therapy. What is it? How does it even work? What's it do?
It depends. Well, there's different kinds of therapy for different situations. I had very intensive, emotionally focused therapy, and it was the greatest thing I ever did. And it built an emotional landscape that allowed me to be present for other people in ways that was just so rewarding and so effective. I can't speak highly enough of the process. It's painless. It doesn't hurt. You only do what's tolerable in therapy. They don't force you into things that are miserable. That just re-traumatizes you, particularly if you have a trauma background like I do. It does, though, take usually our female partners. I'm guessing with gay men that male partners would have the same impact. You need your partner to get you in. I can only tell you that, when it comes to my medical practice, the wives are always dragging the men in. The men are not coming on their own, ever. Except when they're like over 75 years old and sort of used to it. They're much older and they have lots of problems.
My grandfather was a doctor and he didn't want to go get treated for things.
I will tell you my story. We have triplets, which was an incredible experience. And 1 year in, one of them had an arachnoid cyst that needed neurosurgery, a brain surgery. My anxiety went crazy. I was a workaholic. I had all this stuff. And I had my pre-existing mood stuff and my other generalized anxiety disorder. I was a mess. But I was succeeding at everything, but through sheer grit, And my wife called me at work, because, of course, I was never home. And she goes, you need to see a therapist. This is like 1993, something like that. And I was like, yeah, I've been working at the psych hospital for 8 years. Of course, I want to see a therapist. I'm ready to go. I've been thinking about that forever. I want to. And she went, no, like that. With the hair stood up in the back of she goes, right now. I'm serious. And literally, I've never had the hair stand up quite so intensely on the back of my neck as that moment. And I said, got it. I put the phone down. I called a friend. I said, need a referral right now. And that's when I went. And I'm not sure when I would have gotten. I would have gotten there eventually, but had she not, with that incredible, it takes my breath away now, the clarity when she approached me. I'm so grateful for it. I'm getting a little emotional because it was. I'm sure that wasn't easy for her, but I threw all my bullshit just to cut through it all and just go, I mean it.
Did you ask her what was it about that exact moment in time where she felt the clarion call to say, like, I knew
my anxiety around my son's brain surgery was out of control. I just knew it was terrible, and she's the kind of person that gets affected by the anxiety of people around her, and I got it. I knew it was affecting her, and I knew I was maniac. I was in denial about the effect I was having on everybody because I was so high functioning. I was running programs and really effective as a doctor. I was doing great. Not so much when I got home. If I ever got home, I'd struggle to get home at 10 o'clock at night. And she thought maybe that wasn't such a smart thing, too, with a bunch of kids at home.
Do you have any advice for how to make sure you have a good therapist? And how trustworthy at this point is the industry? Because there's some things going on in psychology that give me pause.
Oh, absolutely.
Jordan Peterson talks about some of this stuff, especially around the gender issues. But there is a little bit of am I getting a quack? Am I getting somebody who's not here for me, but they've got some other agenda? Right. They've got some constraints that prevent them from helping me.
Yeah.
How do I suss this out?
It kind of depends what you need, right? And cognitive behavioral therapy is very popular. To me, cognitive behavioral therapy is good, but it's a short-term solution. It's not a long-term. It doesn't really change who people are. They just assume that you're going to change what you're doing, and that will change who you are. And to some extent, that's true, but I'm a bigger fan of a deeper, longer process. I just think people really need that, particularly if they're trauma survivors. So here's the bottom line. It should be somebody with certain letters after their names. And if not them, somebody with those letters after their name should be referring you to the next person. So MD, PhD, PsyD, LCSW. Those are the letters. The MDs rarely do the work these days, so they'll usually be referring to you to a PhD, LCSW, or PsyD. But that's the level of training you should have to be able
What's
to
that L1? I don't know what that is.
It's a licensed clinical social worker. Generally, I find they have remarkable training and expertise as therapists. I wouldn't have predicted that, but that's been my experience, and I've hired many of them. And my own therapist was an LCSW. And I just think they just make excellent therapists for whatever it is about that training and who goes into that work Excellent. You should be comfortable, right? You should not feel in any way, that you're there to make the therapist happy or anything else. So because trauma is so common these days, oftentimes you need somebody with specific trauma experience, and there are trauma therapies. A way to look for that is EMDR is one of those trauma therapies, or trauma-focused care. You'll see that in the descriptions.
Is that the eye
That's
treatment?
one of the ways, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So
it seems crazy, but it works.
It works. It works, and it gets at it in a different. But again, it works in the right hands. I have certain EMDR therapists I use because they're also deeply empathic and can be with the patient as they go through a very intense process with this, and they're changed by it. The human brain is constructed in such a way that it defends against anything that would change our body, like the integrity of our body, and the same as it pertains to ourself. We don't like change. We fight it. And to get better in therapy, you want to change. You got to be ready to become whoever you need to be, and be open to that process and be completely honest. You got to make sure you're into it too. And by the way, there shouldn't be a lot of talking in the room by the therapist. If there's a lot of therapists doing a lot of talking, I'm suspect. I'm concerned. It should be you, that person, deeply attuning to what you're saying, and you get that you see on their face that they feel what you're experiencing. They reflect it back to you. And then they say something that moves it forward in a good direction.
So one of the reasons why I ask about, how should you go about
Time to go? Come on now.
It probably is. My wife has had lots of therapy, and she swears by it. I have never gone to therapy.
You're just better.
No, I'm sure I have all kinds of problems. In my dad's practice, he is a ear, nose, and throat surgeon. Down the hall was a psychiatric practice. And so I grew up hearing about people that needed a hall pass.
But
it's kind of like, some of this is bull. I was raised with a certain amount of some of this head talk is bull.
Well, there's two things. One is that psychiatric illness, psychiatrists deal with serious mental illness. And so that's not you. That's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
When you have serious mental illness, you need a doctor with expertise in serious mental illness, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, these sorts of things. Your dad's experience was at a time in psychiatry where psychoanalysis had taken over American psychiatry. And it was not good. It didn't have good outcomes. It didn't do a good job. There's actually a book called Shrink by a psychiatrist that chronicles this history. It was an unfortunate chapter where psychoanalysis just took over psychiatry.
What was the time frame that you're talking about here?
30s to 70s.
Okay.
Right when he was,
in medical school, yeah.
And so when I got to the psychiatric hospital, all the psychiatrists that were there that had been there for the previous 20, 30 years were psychoanalysts. And only the newcomers, like my age, people in their 30s, were actually trained in psychiatric illness and in modern psychiatry, and still were doctors. A young man I know went into psychiatry, and I just warned him of this one thing. I said, don't forget you're a doctor. You're a physician. These are brain illnesses. Focus from that perspective. With psychoanalysis, they lost that all completely. They were more philosophers, and they had hubris that was just terrible. They had all the solutions to all the world's ills. What they did, one of the reason we have the homeless problem is 3 psychoanalysts in sequence took over the National Institute of Mental Health and systematically dismantled the state healthcare system that we had for dealing with serious mental illness.
There isn't really a system anymore. There isn't really there were these state hospitals that maybe were kind of a disaster. And before that, my understanding is that they kind of crowded out a lot of private hospitals. I don't know what I hear all kinds of weird stuff like, Reagan kicked everybody out of the mental hospitals, but I think it was actually JFK. What happened?
JFK, his last signature before he went to Dallas, he signed the Community Mental Health Act, which was the brainchild of these psychoanalysts I was telling you about, who were going to do away with hospitals because their position was that hospitals caused mental illness. Think about that. None of them had ever been in a chronic psychiatric hospital, none of these guys. And they were going to dismantle the entire system with no plan for what to do with the people that came out of the hospitals, none. And of course, they went to the streets, the jails, and the nursing homes.
Yeah.
And these community mental health centers were going to be built throughout the country to prevent mental illness, something we don't know how to do to this day. And it was they were preventative organizations. They were abject failures, and that is what Reagan finally closed mercifully were the community outpatient centers.
But the narrative that you hear in large is, oh, well, Reagan, the reason why we have all this homelessness is because Reagan closed all the mental health.
Absolutely wrong. Categorically wrong. You read the history, read your history. It was complicated. It was a complicated deterioration, but it was systematically carried out by the National Institute of Mental Health, or, the leaders at that time. And it was well-meaning. It wasn't that they didn't, because some of the hospitals were a disaster. So as opposed to modernizing them and doing a better job and making them what they needed to be, they just cast out people with serious mental illness, and that was that. And then we now put a whole series of laws on top of that let those patients do whatever they want to do because they're leading their best life.
They're leading their best life under the 290 expressway.
The idea that somebody needs custodial care, which is common, is anathema to this philosophy, this theology that they're in.
One of the pathways that seems to be a big part of homelessness, but also of the traumas that we've been talking about, is family breakdown. And I know you voiced a documentary about the divorce sort of industrial complex.
Correct.
Divorce Corp. It was called like Divorce Corp.
Correct.
Why did you voice that documentary?
Sitting in these family courts, and I was persuaded his project was good and that what he was telling, the story he was telling, was a problem. And I wanted to raise awareness about it.
So what is the problem? I haven't experienced divorce.
The fundamental problem, there's lots of problems. But the fundamental problem is family court is separate from any of your other constitutional privileges. You lose your constitutional privileges when you go to family court. And once you're in family court, the judges, the attorneys, the psychologists are in an extraordinarily chummy situation. And the secondary gains for those folks to just keep churning through the system, doing more psychological testing, demand more things from the spouse, it benefits the system, not the individuals involved. To be fair, they're trying to do much more mediation and that kind of thing to get away from that, but the system itself is still deeply problematic.
One of the first times I've encountered how big of an issue this is, it's like this giant issue that nobody seems to talk about, was another guest, and friend, Warren Farrell.
As it was, and they're really encouraged to manipulate the system on their own behalf. And men are just completely marginalized. Hey, you want to blame Reagan for something? When it was governor in California, he passed no-fault divorce. That's what the rest of the states followed with. That was his thing when he was governor. No-fault divorce is really how things got out of hand.
How many of the people you've dealt with have divorce in their past as part of the trauma?
I mean, I wish it were just divorce. It's usually some parent abandoned, using in the home, multiple people coming in and out, chaos, abandonment, neglect, all the above.
So the family breakdown's almost always present?
Almost always, yeah. I mean, it's not a universal feature. Of course, you can come from a decent family and still get serious mental illness, you can get addiction. The family unit, this idea that the family is just another way to do things is absolutely wrong. The reason all cultures throughout history have a nuclear family unit is because it serves the need of children. That's how you raise healthy children in a stable, sustained environment. Children perceive families. When families break, they feel broken. They feel abandoned. They feel responsible. That is just a universal feature. Not 100%. I mean, some make it through divorce and are fine. But generally speaking, stable, sustained relationships, the only way you get that time and the sort of socio-emotional exchange and intimacy that you need to then go translate that out to the world. Without it, you're in big trouble.
It's a daunting problem to think about. It's one of these things where it's like, well, if you don't have it as a problem, there's nothing you need to do about it. And if you're in the problem, then you're in the problem. Meaning like, I'm in a healthy marriage. My parents are still married. What can I do for anyone else to help them not experience family breakdown?
One is to, talk about how to have a good relationship and model it and, what it means to live up to a commitment, number one. And number two, don't accept the bullshit that people are trying to foist on everybody.
How do you mean? There's a lot of it out there.
There's a lot of it. It's all around sort of, hey, families are just one way. It takes a village. Families are just one way of doing it. Yeah, but no. In terms of why it's been the way it is throughout whenever somebody says, we have now figured it out, we now know what humans need, stop listening immediately. Stop listening. But you're better to go back to the Bible and read that and see what they were doing then. And that's probably a better rendition of what humans do and need and what makes them better and healthy. It's just a bunch of wisdom. Use that. Ask grandma. She had it. In terms of figuring out the new way to do things, God, I lived through that in the 60s and the 70s. It was not good. It was not good.
Do you feel like this time we're in right now, you've been subjected to this cancer culture along several dimensions. This is part of that, right?
Along several dimensions.
Right?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I mean,
in many different ways.
There's this it's hard to escape.
It's scapegoating. It's mob. It's scapegoating. Until we acknowledge what it is, people are going to keep doing it. And you have to understand, just like when the Jacobins put people on the guillotine, eventually the sans-culottes put the Jacobins on the guillotine. Everybody goes on the guillotine eventually. That's in the nature of mob behavior and scapegoating. Doesn't spare anyone. No one's pure enough. No one is, sanctified properly. And everyone gets, until people get just tired of it. And please, let's get tired of this.
It feels very closely connected to the conversation we've had overall, because it feels like I've come across this term, dark triad, which is narcissism,
Machiavellianism,
and
psychopathy. Yeah.
What is that?
It's a scale much like my narcissism scale.
Yeah.
And people that rank high on that dark triad, I'm going to do that. Envy is, you. I'm going to destroy you because you make me feel bad because you have something I don't have. I need to take from you what you have. That's envy. Every religious text out there is just filled with caution about envy. It is a horrible human emotion, and narcissism is what sets up envy.
Well, and the feedback loops that we're experiencing now, like you said earlier, it's like it kind of goes without saying. It's like the envy, this thing.
Yeah.
Is like, here's all the stuff that you should be angry about, and all the stuff you don't have, that why don't you have it, you suck.
Right. So Twitter, Instagram and TikTok are really that's the envy zone, because you're seeing all this stuff and it makes you feel bad. And if you're prone to envy, feeling bad makes you want to tear down.
What have you done with your own, you have triplets. Mm-hmm. So that's interesting too, because you got 3 fundamentally different people, and yet there's the genetic stuff that maybe makes them more similar than they otherwise would have been.
No, they're fraternal.
Oh, they're fraternal triplets.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they're very different.
Oh, so they're very different.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
How have what you've learned in your professional life, what did it do for you as a parent? How have you parented? Because you've also got the weird thing of you're a celebrity.
Yeah.
People know your name.
Which has been sort of...
So that's weird.
Yeah, it is weird, and it's weird for my kids too. And I didn't realize it impacted them quite the way it did. They didn't like it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think about this because, I'm not a celebrity, but if we succeed with our show and people watch it, it's like, what am I getting myself into?
It felt, I think, I'd have to see what they have to say about it, but my sense is it felt like an intrusion to them, and it affected how they felt about me, but I'm not quite sure in what ways.
How have you parented? How's your parenting been impacted by your experience with all of this trauma, addiction, and recovery, and seeing what works? What have you done?
So a couple of caveats. Lots of mental health services when we needed it. We use therapists. We use neurobehaviorists. We've used people along the way, and it paid dividends always, including myself, right? So using mental health services, it was, for me, numero uno, where we needed it. Just the way we have pediatricians and doctors and other things to maintain the kids' health. The other thing I did, which I'm still pretty clear about, because I was super clear about substance use during adolescence. No illegal activities, period. And if you engage in illegal activities, I'll make sure the law comes after you, period. That's it. Now, if you go to a party where another parent thinks it's a good idea to serve alcohol and you're not 21, first of all, what illegal activities do I allow? None. Okay.
Yeah.
Number 2, that parent, you should know, is now taking all the responsibility for anything that happens of an adverse outcome at that party. And when it comes to adolescent health, alcohol is always a feature of bad outcome, whether it is fighting, accidents, unwanted pregnancies, STDs, inappropriate sexual contact, always find alcohol. So that parent is opening themselves up to that liability. But I want you to know, and I said this very clearly to them, if that happens and somebody's serving you beer and you drink, I want you to know I'm going to show up with the sheriffs and I'm going to have their ass called out of the house, and I'm going to be standing on the lawn laughing my ass off. I want you to know that's what's going to happen. And they were like, okay. They didn't get invited to any parties. But I was very clear about it, because I was telling parents of adolescents all the time to be very, no. Just say no and drop the axe. Not get angry. It's not about you. Your job is just to drop the axe. And they wouldn't do it, and these kids would die. I would see it a lot. And it informed me. It made me very clear about what my job was. Now, once they were adults, on them. Turned out my daughter developed a cannabis addiction. Now, she heard me talk about recovery. She and I wrote a book about all this stuff, and it doesn't come so clearly into the book, but we talk a little bit about it here. Now she knows more what I was meaning. She heard me talk a lot about recovery, and of course, when you're in recovery or you talk a lot of recovery, kids push back on it. No, I've got it. She hit a bottom. She immediately got into recovery and is now a really wonderfully recovering person and is just fully into it, which is just a joy to see at this proximity.
I consider myself to be a classical liberal or libertarian. And one of the things that informed that was when I got out of school, I met people who were like highly functioning people who talked about how they'd done like cocaine in high school. And I said, how did you even get it? I was like a nerd. I didn't get anything. I didn't drink in school. I didn't do anything. So they said, oh, it was way easier to get coke than to get alcohol. It opened the door to, wait a second, maybe the drug prohibition isn't doing the thing that is being claimed. My dad, when I went to college, used to say, he'd call me and he'd only say 3 things. Don't do drugs, don't get AIDS, don't get anybody pregnant. I'm not worried about anything else. Things, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
How do you think about the liberalizing drug world and where we're heading with this and how to communicate this as a parent? Because like you said, like, oh, California, you can do whatever you want.
Right.
Even if it's not technically legal, it's basically de facto legal.
It's legal, operationally legal.
The other layer here is the rise of, especially among kind of like the intelligentsia of like, psilocybin and all these other drugs, basically. They're plant-based drugs, but it's all plants.
It's all drug.
How do you think about this landscape?
It's hard. You can only take care of your own family and be as clear as you can possibly be. If you're going to sort of, don't say stupid like, hey, if you're going to do it in our house. That is a full, adolescent brains can't do that. Adolescent brains will then do it in your house and do it in somebody else's house and do whatever the hell they want. That's how adolescent brains work. When you say you can do this here but not here, they just hear you can do this. That's what they hear. So no, do not have them using anything in your house. Number one, do not allow anything illegal. Even if it's just sort of quasi-illegal, it's always illegal under the age of 21. There's always consequences for that for all these substances. Everyone at least understands that developing brains should not be being exposed to these things. In terms of, how stringent should these laws be and whatnot, all I know is that when the laws are there, they help me get people sober and keep people sober. When they're not there, it's harder. It's harder to do because there's no people learn from consequences when it comes to doing drugs. And if the legal system precipitates consequences, you can really help them. But if you don't have those consequences, it's not my job to determine what the law should be. That's the position I'm taking. That no one wants to hear from me. They want to determine their own relationship with substances and the legal
reality of that.
The reality with cannabis is that some people can smoke it and are fine, and some people get into real trouble with it. And the fact that it is so potent, and people are doing dabbing now, which is like meth cannabis and lighting wax on fire, that we're seeing really serious brain stuff. We're seeing psychotic episodes and things like that. I mean, stuff's happening now, and people are seeing that and learning from that, I think. And some people are getting severely addicted. Not everybody. Some people, they can keep using whatever. I mean, it's just like with alcohol. There's not a lot different, except it's different. Except it's different, and people should understand that different. Whether or not it's legal, it's going to hurt a lot of people as we go through this learning process, unfortunately. But if that's what the people want, just be careful with kids. It profoundly affects development. If they're smoking a lot of weed, and I always just keep telling parents this, if you find weed in their backpack, it's way more of a problem than you know. Get a mental health professional involved because it does affect development quite substantially.
As we wrap up, you've been talking about the value of relationships through this entire conversation. Yes. What's changed? Because I think there's something that's changed fundamentally with the technology. But how are you thinking about the like we live in this reality where we have these screens, we have this connectivity. So how are you navigating it? What's your advice for me and for parents who want to set their kids up to build rich, full, healthy relationships in 2022 and beyond?
The key is spending enough time with that kid face to face, having emotions, exchanging emotions, letting them go out in the world, explore, come back and tell you about it. It's called rapprochement. And then you share their delight, you amplify their positive affects. You've got to spend thousands and thousands of hours doing that for every child. And to deny that or let somebody else do that will not do the same thing. And to not deny the kids need that. I'm not saying it has to be mom. It has to be somebody from the gene pool. I mean, ideally mom, dad second, grandma third. I would say that would be sort of the order of who needs to spend that time, spending, just so much time amplifying and regulating affect in the presence of that child, helping them deal with negative affects, amplifying positive affects, naming them, understanding them. And the important thing to really just remember is that they feel like they're having relationships online with their friends and peers. This is a pseudo relationship. Human relationships are primarily, at least when they're rich and meaningful, and when they contribute to our mental health, they're bodies in space. It's two bodies relating. We're too much with the brain. Exchanges going back and forth between two bodies is what a relationship is. Now we can kind of, we can keep it along with voice and phone, and we can do FaceTime, and we can do some sort of quasi maneuvers, but we're really not developing that landscape without the time of spending time in the presence of another person. And you're absolutely correct. It's where everything comes from. It's where all meaning comes from. I do lots, death and dying is part of being an internist, and people always come to the same conclusion. It was the important relationships that give life its meaning. And if you're extra lucky, it's also what you're able to do for them and contribute and be grateful for all that. Then you're really in a good place.
You early in the conversation said you have a cognitive bias towards optimism.
I do.
And I know that in a recent conversation, I think it was with Tim Pool, perhaps, you were confronted with, he's got this sense of we're on the verge of civil war in this country.
It's bothered me. It stayed with me since he said that.
Are you an optimist? And are you optimist about the country, about the human condition?
I don't understand anyone who isn't completely fascinated by the human experience. I don't understand it. It's everything to the human. It's other people in our history and our literature and our experiences together. I mean, it's everything. And people that don't like people or can't be close to people or don't appreciate the human experience, I'm really confused by it. So I naturally love this thing we call humanity. I'm cognitively biased. It's a distortion, right? I'm biased in a positive direction. There is such a thing as a negative bias, and I need those people around. As a cognitive psychologist explained to me, people with the cognitive bias would go out and kill the mammoth, and people with a negative bias would stay back at the fire and keep everything safe at the hearth. And we need both. We need both. And I try to pay attention to my cognitive bias. I get into trouble because my cognitive bias is too positive. So I miss things, and I that's one thing that I think COVID taught me. I really got to pay attention to hubris, which is never a good thing, and this business encourages hubris, and our biases. Just pay attention to cognitive dissonance, positive, negative biases, reasoning from conclusion, all these things, that we have in our systems that are not just glitches, they're features of our cognitive system. Be aware of them.
You've been telling your story for decades. How do you think about your role in the American story? This is Dad Saves America, and the reason why it's called that is because I believe the dads and that we all have a role to play in making the country better. We're part of it. How do you think of your story in that context of being an American?
I feel sort of overwhelmed when you ask that. I don't know. I feel too humble to say that I've had an effect on the American system. I've tried to take care of my family, help people that are my patients and people that, call me on the radio, whatever it is. I guess I have a low self-esteem, as Adam and I always talk about. Low self-esteem is not as bad. By the way, the whole esteem movement was a disaster. Don't worry about high self-esteem. Low self-esteem is a good thing. It makes you do better, makes you check yourself all the time. It doesn't feel bad to have a low self-esteem if you also have a regulatory system that's working and you have good relationships. Low self-esteem just keeps you honest and humble. So I don't know that I even feel up to that question, except to say that I am in awe of the American experience. And if I can have contributed to it in the slightest way, I'm fascinated by a federal government. I'm fascinated by the men and women that established this country, worried about the present moment, both in terms of who our politicians are and what's happening to our kids because of these very powerful algorithms and mediums that we're being exposed to. But I remain positive. I think the genius of what this was will prevail. And so if I can contribute to that in any small way, I am grateful.
It's a great place to stop. Drew, thanks for
Thank you.
being on Dad Saves America.
I hope we do.
I hope you enjoyed this conversation with Dr. Drew Pinsky. My main takeaway was the importance of knowing when to get help. The distinction between a parenting problem and a mental health problem is an important one, and we as parents need to be fully engaged in the healing process when our kids are struggling. And we need to know when we're doing more harm than good. If you enjoyed this video, please share it with your friends and family. And be sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. At Dad Saves America, we believe that dads are heroes that play an essential role in overcoming the challenges we all face together. And now we leave you with a dad doing something awesome.
Ready to see? Yeah, all right. You want to look at the pictures of your little brother or sister? Are you ready? Yeah. All right. Here we go. Ready? Baby A. Are you kidding me?
Just wait.
No. Baby B? No. 4?
3.
Holy oh my god! Oh, oh no! Oh no! Oh! Oh! Oh!
Here's all 3 of them.
No! 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 What the? Oh my god! Oh Ryan, you have 3! 3 babies! What? 3 babies! You're gonna be the oldest of 4! What the?
Find it, try it, paint it, love it. 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 Find it, try it, paint it, love it, love it, love it.
Walsh, Steven Crowder, Andrew Tate. Like cockroaches, they crawl out of the dirt of society and subject us to their fate. And like cockroaches, we by family and their weak enthusiasm is sad when we see them. That Walsh thought he could get away with coming to the most diverse university in Texas, spreading transphobic propaganda, and get away with it because what? We're Texas?
Yeah, but I did get away with it. I mean, I thought I could get away with it, and I did. I got away with it, and it was great. I not only did exactly what you didn't want me to do, but I had fun while doing it. It was a lot of fun. Yet still, really think about the phrasing here. And I'm gonna just skip over the part where I'm a cockroach. The cockroaches that have, she was attempting a metaphor there. She's trying to get poetic, but cockroaches that have crawled out of the dirt of hate to spread their, let's put that aside. The phrasing that actually disturbs me a little bit more is he thinks he can get away with this. I mean, get away with what exactly? Existing? Speaking? Saying things? Expressing a point of view? Much is revealed about the leftist mindset just from that one statement, I would say. Anyway, the crowd outside grew more and more rowdy as the night went on. Police had to arrest I think at least one person, as far as I know. When the speech concluded, the mob stood outside, cussing at and harassing the audience as they left the building. And there's a lot of videos there that are a lot of fun that you can go watch because, my audience, I'm very proud of them, the way they handled it. They started chanting, "Let's go Brandon" back, so that was great. There are also some earlier on, before the speech, there were some counter demonstrations of people standing and praying, saying the rosary, while these satanic lunatics scream at them. As always, you see the contrast there, and you can kind of decide whose side you want to be on. But they then, the protesters stood around for a while longer, even after all the crowds had cleared out. I was gone, and they stood around for a while longer, chanting various slogans, including this one. Yeah, they ran out of slogans by the end of the night. They had nothing left, and so they were left with that. For some reason, I got to tell you that I derive a lot of pleasure from the fact that at this point, when the crowds were screaming F Matt Walsh over and over again, I was already back at my hotel sitting at the bar with a glass of whiskey. So there could not be anything more impotent than crowds screaming. Weeks. Fittingly, our final stop on this portion of the trip was the most eventful, I would say. As I had previously reported on this show, the Antifa cell in Houston had promised to show up and shut the event down, which is at the University of Houston. Meanwhile, far left activists on campus had been working on the university, within the university, to cancel the event before it even began. But the event happened anyway, with hundreds of students waiting in line, a line stretching around the block to get into the screening of our film. We packed an auditorium, which unfortunately could only hold a fraction of the people who wanted to get in. I'm not going to say that What Is a Woman is the first or only documentary to sell out college auditoriums across the country, but it is certainly in a small club, I think. But while large crowds gathered inside, there were large, though still significantly smaller, but crowds of protesters outside who came together to voice their strident objections to truth and reality. They attempted several different tactics to, I guess, scare me away. Earlier in the evening, they stood in a line and in a very direct sort of way, they chanted about what they want. Let's listen to that.
Walls out! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Walls out! When do we want it? Now! What do we want?
Walls out!
When do we want it?
Now!
What do we want?
Walls out!
When do we want it?
Now!
What do we want?
Walls out!
When do we want it?
Now!
What do we want?
Walls out!
When do we want it? Now!
Walls out!
When do we want it?
Now!
What do we want?
Walls out!
When do we want it?
Now!
When do we want it? No! 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 No!
So I think they want me out, is what I'm getting from that. I like how it trails off at the end, and they get kind of lazy, and then they just, at first, is what do we want? Walsh out. When do we want it? Now. And then that's too much effort. So then at the end, it just turns into now, now, now. It's a subtle message anyway, but I think I picked up what they were trying to say. I think I did. Soon there were various speakers who arrived with bullhorns to fire up the crowd and lay out their indictments against me. Here's one who describes all the many ways that I have invited violence against the trans community.
Started last week organizing a peaceful protest to get back Walsh's hateful, transphobic rhetoric, and I am proud to see how far this has grown in this short time. For those who are not aware, some of the things that Walsh has said to invite violence and hatred against the trans community include calling his supporters to action against Boston Children's Hospital, resulting in supporters threatening a children's hospital with a bomb. This was coupled with threats against individual providers of gender-affirming care. He used similar inflammatory language against Vanderbilt University Medical Center, resulting in the hospital suspending gender-affirming care. Because of this and other comments, it's important that us as Cougars show up and say loud and proud that we as students do not support this!
It was my inflammatory language that resulted in Vanderbilt suspending their child mutilation program. Evidently, my words are so scary that the hospital simply bent to my will out of sheer terror and fear. Now, I would like to think that I am that intimidating and powerful. I wish that was the case. But in fact, that's not the case. They suspended their gender-affirming care, quote-unquote, program because they could not defend or justify mutilating children after those practices had been exposed. So that's actually how bad this stuff is, that all we had to do was point it out and say, look at what these people are doing, and within a few weeks, they just stopped doing it. You know, that's like a pretty good indication that someone is doing something wrong, where, you know, if they're doing it and all you have to do is point to the fact that they're doing it and they stop doing it, pretty good indication that it's wrong. Indeed, the fact that they stopped doing it actually proves that I was not using inflammatory language. They admit in their letter to lawmakers announcing that they're pausing the procedures that my report was correct. And they, in effect, admit it because they say they had to have been performing gender transitions on minors in order to pause them, it would seem. There was also this speech that I enjoyed from another protester, though I feel a little bad that Steven Crowder and Andrew Tate catch some strays here for no reason, but here's what she says.
Matt Walsh, Steven Crowder, Andrew Tate. Like cockroaches, they crawl out of the dirt of society and subject us to their fate. And like cockroaches, we by standing there and their weak is bad when we see them. Matt Walsh thought he could get away with coming to the most diverse university in Texas, spreading transphobic propaganda, and get away with it because what? We're Texas?
Yeah, but I did get away with it. I mean, I thought I could get away with it, and I did. I got away with it, and it was great. I not only did exactly what you didn't want me to do, but I had fun while doing it. It was a lot of fun. Yet still, really think about the phrasing here. And I'm gonna just skip over the part where I'm a cockroach. The cockroaches that have, she was attempting a metaphor there. She's trying to get poetic, but cockroaches that have crawled out of the dirt of hate to spread their, let's put that aside. The phrasing that actually disturbs me a little bit more is he thinks he can get away with this. I mean, like, get away with what exactly? Existing? Speaking? Saying things? Expressing a point of view? Much is revealed about the leftist mindset just from that one statement, I would say. Anyway, the crowd outside grew more and more rowdy as the night went on. Police had to arrest I think at least one person, as far as I know. When the speech concluded, the mob stood outside, cussing at and harassing the audience as they left the building. And there's a lot of videos there that are a lot of fun that you can go watch because, my audience, I'm very proud of them, the way they handled it. They started chanting, "Let's go Brandon back." So that was great. There are also some earlier on, before the speech, there were some counter demonstrations of people standing and praying, saying the rosary, while these satanic lunatics scream at them. As always, you see the contrast there, and you can kind of decide whose side you want to be on. But they then, the protesters stood around for a while longer, even after all the crowds had cleared out. I was gone, and they stood around for a while longer, chanting various slogans, including this one. Yeah, they ran out of slogans by the end of the night. They had nothing left, and so they were left with that. For some reason, I got to tell you that I derive a lot of pleasure from the fact that at this point, when the crowds were screaming F Matt Walsh over and over again, I was already back at my hotel sitting at the bar with a glass of whiskey. So there could not be anything more impotent than crowds screaming in protest against an event that already happened while the guy they're protesting is relaxing at his hotel out of earshot. Though they did attempt to do more than simply scream outside, I should say. I'm told by YAF that leftist activists on campus had been sort of plotting to sabotage the event by infiltrating the audiovisual team that's running it behind the scenes. Doing something with the live stream or doing something with the audio in the auditorium. It seems that one of them actually tried to execute this plan. The Daily Wire reports this morning, quote, Those trying to watch the Young America's Foundation live stream of Matt Walsh's University of Houston speech Thursday night were met with an unavailable video, and leftist student employees are being blamed. YAF wrote following the event that it believes it is likely that student employees who opposed Walsh's speech disrupted the live stream. Part of the speech was seen on YAF's YouTube page, but poor audio made it impossible to hear what Walsh was saying. The live stream later became completely unavailable. Quote, one of the student workers, Kai Lai, was in communication with members of a leftist coalition called Stop Transphobia at UH and shared that she would be working behind the scenes. After YAF became aware of the student workers posting, she was removed from the event and a bomb sweep was conducted. This is according to Nick Baker, assistant editor for YAF's The New Guard. According to Baker, several student workers were required by the university to remain on site for the event and had access to YAF's streaming equipment in the hours before Walsh's speech. Earlier in the night, a person protesting the event was wrestled to the ground and handcuffed by police. Video of the incident showed the masked protester who had made it inside the event venue on the ground and surrounded by 5 police officers who were attempting to arrest him. The protester appeared to be carrying a small transgender flag that ended up on the ground beside him. So they couldn't get in the room, but it looks like they were able to mess with the live stream, and so they did that. No big deal, really. There are 3 other live streams from the What is a Woman tour available on YAF's YouTube page. There will soon be several more. Besides, the live stream is secondary. The most important thing is the event itself, like the physical event, which none of these screaming lunatics were able to prevent or derail, despite their many and varied attempts. They were, in the end, powerless. And this is something that I want the protesters at this and any forthcoming universities to understand. That, of course, I will do precisely what you don't want me to do and say what you don't want me to say, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. You are powerless. And that's something you just have to deal with. I know that you're accustomed to making demands and having your demands met, but that's not the way it's going to work this time. Okay, I want you to know how little your feelings mean to me. I want you to know that literally nothing you say has any effect or makes any impact. I want you to know all of that. So often in your life, you stomp your feet and you cry and you get results, and that's how you get the results. But I want you to know that it's not going to work that way here. And I want you to know all of that because it's a learning opportunity for you. It really is. It's character building, that people have ideas that differ from your own. You need to be able to make peace with that reality. Or don't make peace with it. Honestly, I don't give a damn. It's your problem either way. My only point is that it's good for you to encounter a situation every once in a while where your cry bully tactics just don't work. And that's especially the case here because it's not just that I have differing ideas from you. It's that the ideas I'm expressing are simply true, self-evident, obvious. Okay, you aren't just protesting different ideas. This is not, I'm not sitting here saying that you need to, diversity of viewpoints. You need to accept a diversity of viewpoints. I mean, you should be able to accept that, but that's not even what we're talking about here. You are protesting the truth. That's what makes this all so pathetic and disturbing. There have always been protests on college campuses. There have always been differences of opinion. But you're trying to protest and silence the truth. That's the issue. And to call for the suppression of truth is insane and tyrannical. You are tyrants. Pathetic, ineffectual, laughable tyrants, but tyrants all the same. And that'll do it for us today. Thanks for watching. Have a great weekend. Godspeed. as a married man, you know, I look at the modern dating scene like someone who ran out of a burning building seconds before it collapsed. Somebody on Twitter recently said that married people these days must feel like they caught the last chopper out of Nam. And perhaps that's the better analogy, whichever image you prefer. The point is that I wake up every day grateful to be married, mostly because, you know, I love my wife and my family, but also because I simply could not be a single man in this environment. I would have already become a monk or a hermit in the woods by now. I don't say this to rub it in the faces of people in the audience who are single. I say it more as encouragement, really, for any who are married. Because even if you're struggling in your marriage, even if you and your spouse have hit hard times, consider that the alternative is to wander alone in this barren wasteland. Realize that all you have is each other. Out there, it's dark and cold, and you'll likely die shivering and alone. So your marriage is your shelter. Be grateful for it. Stop screwing it up. Do you really want to start over again in this environment? Would you really prefer to be out there dating during the zombie apocalypse? Again, I'm not trying to make single people feel bad. It's more that I'm commiserating with you. Now, many of the problems with modern dating and with modern culture in general and dating in general were highlighted by a recent viral phenomenon, which began on TikTok, as they often do, and then spread like herpes to other social media platforms, which is where I became aware of it. From what I can tell, it began when a woman used her platform to vent her frustrations about a man that she'd recently met on a dating app called Hinge, which I didn't even know existed until I heard about this. The man, Caleb, took her out on one date and then never talked to her again, otherwise known as ghosting, as the kids call it now. Other women on TikTok then chimed in with their own horror stories about the man who had quickly been dubbed West Elm Caleb, a moniker based on where he works. And soon his name was trending nationwide. He had been doxxed all across the internet. So here's just to give you an idea of what this is. Here's a quick sample of one of the video testimonials. And there are like hundreds like this. But one of the video testimonials that you might find detailing the dastardly crimes of this Caleb character. Here it is.
I matched with Caleb on Hinge and we started talking. We talked for like 2-3 weeks, maybe, like nothing serious. I never met this man, like literally just texting, Snapchatting, whatever. Same thing happened that everyone's talking about. He was super weird, like started getting very cryptic and concerning and ghosted. So he ghosted me. We stopped talking. I went my separate way. Didn't think of this man, you know, was nothing really going on. And then, okay, so I go on with my life. I'm minding my own business until about a month ago, sometime during December, I see that I have an Instagram request, DM request or whatever. And who could it be? Who could it be? It's him on his new Instagram account, not Caleb Hunter. Okay.
Riveting. Like I told you, I'm so glad I'm not dating anymore with people like this. This is what you have to deal with. And I'm talking about the woman, not even the guy. Now, she went on in that video to post screenshots of the texts from Caleb where he tries to get back into her good graces after ignoring her for a year. She turns him down, and that's the end of it. So far as I can tell, all of the videos are like this. Caleb is guilty of being rude and tacky, and for that infraction, he apparently deserves to be doxxed and publicly shamed by women who are all almost certainly at least as shallow and selfish as he is. So there's a lot that can be said about the lack of proportionality when the internet mob sets its sights on someone. Local news stories become global concerns, and stories that wouldn't even be fit to air on the local news or to be written on a note card and tacked to a bulletin board somewhere still turn into national affairs. We could say plenty about that, but that's not what we're focused on today. Dating is the issue. And this story reveals its myriad pitfalls in our current climate. The whole scene is one big pit that so many millions fall into and never manage to escape. Marriage rates are plummeting rapidly and historically in this country, so that as of just 2 years ago, less than half of the households in the U.S. consisted of married couples and families. Now, to put that in perspective, in 1950, that number was 80%. So it used to be 80% of the households featured a married couple, was a family with a married couple. Now it's less than half. And the numbers are still trending downward. There are numerous reasons for this catastrophic shift, but certainly one of the most prominent reasons is that our social system for matching people up, pairing them off, and setting them on the path towards marriage and parenthood and real adult life is fundamentally broken. So for one thing, everyone, of course, is using dating apps now, which are different even from the dating sites of ancient times. Back in the early 2000s, when I was single, we had the dating websites, and back then you would fill out a lengthy profile, and you'd be given in return a comparatively small group of potential matches to contact. But now those old-fashioned websites have been replaced by apps, which are much easier to use and to peruse, and most people have more than one that they monitor at any given time. It doesn't require any effort or commitment to use the apps, and the user sort of swipes through it very quickly, casually discarding potential matches based on nothing but a cursory glance at their photograph. So all judgments are made visually, which already distorts the entire process because a woman's romantic attraction is not naturally as visually based as a man's. And that's how a slovenly ogre like myself ends up marrying a hot woman. Because a woman is attracted to personality, sense of humor, intelligence. But little of that translates through an app, which means that many quality mates are sent to the junk folder just because they're bad at taking selfies. Meanwhile, there are far too many choices. So the modern dating scene is what happens when every beggar becomes a chooser. Everyone is lonely and desperate for companionship, but the field is so flooded with options, there's such a surplus that you begin to feel kind of like I feel when I'm in the condiment aisle at Walmart trying to buy mustard. And there are 197 different types of mustard. And though all I want is just regular mustard, the overwhelming array of options paralyzes me. And I'm just standing there slack-jawed, questioning whether I should be settling for just regular mustard when I could be getting gourmet, Dijon, whole grain, honey French, yellow, spicy brown, white, yellow, German mustard instead. All of modern life is plagued by this problem. Everything is plentiful and can be obtained effortlessly and cheaply. But it's too plentiful and too effortless and too cheap. So you can turn on your TV and watch literally any movie that's ever been made, any TV show that's ever been produced, and yet how many nights have you wasted scrolling through the infinite catalog and then settling on reruns of, The Office because there's nothing else to watch? Well, there's plenty to watch. It's just that you can't settle on any one thing because your awareness that there are billions of other possibilities gives you anxiety. And it makes it so that you can never be sure that you're choosing the absolute best option, which means that often you don't choose anything at all. So dating is like this. Whereas before you had only the eligible single people in your town to choose from, now you have the entire internet. You're not confined by geographic boundaries or any other boundaries. The result, ironically, is paralysis. Now, on the complete opposite end of this spectrum are arranged marriages. Instead of a boundless, never-ending buffet of options, a young person in a culture that practices arranged marriages will be assigned just one, and they don't even make the choice. Their families just pair them up and say, here you go. There's far less freedom and far less autonomy in a system of that sort, but it is without a doubt superior to our system. We would be happier. Every person in the dating scene right now would be happier if they were just matched up with someone against their will, actually. Of course, even after you settle on a match and you meet them in person, a whole new set of problem arises. It would be impossible to review the whole list, but one of the big problems is that if you're in the younger generations, you're meeting someone who was raised on the internet, just like you. Having spent their formative years staring at screens, they oftentimes will not have developed the kind of interests and hobbies and rich interior life that could form the basis for conversation and for interpersonal bonding. You also don't know where to go on a date or what to do because nobody wants to do anything but stare at their phones. And as the relationship progresses, if it does, you'll find that the internet also interferes with emotional intimacy because there's nothing private or sacred between you. Private life doesn't exist anymore, especially for younger people. People live their whole lives in public, sharing everything with the world, and leaving no parts of themselves emotionally or very often physically that are special or exclusive for their significant other. And then there's the biggest hurdle of all, one which has been standing in the way ever since the modern concept of dating was first invented decades ago, but which has only grown larger and more insurmountable as the decades have gone by, and that is there's no goal with dating. There's no end point. There's no resolution. There's no logical progression. So those women complain about getting ghosted by Caleb, but what are they really complaining about? Did they see him as marriage material? Were they even looking for a man to marry? I'm guessing not. And if not, then their relationship with Caleb was doomed to fall apart anyway, sooner than later, just as all of their other relationships before and since have. What difference does it make if he disappears after one date or if he sticks around and the whole thing dissolves after 3 months? Who cares? You're just hopping into one car after another and each is going over a cliff. Does it really matter if it tumbles over the edge after 1 mile or 10? The whole enterprise is so fundamentally hopeless and pointless that, if anything, the Calebs of the world do you a favor by wasting less of your time. So here's the reality. There's no reason to be dating at all unless you're specifically looking for somebody to marry. If you have no interest in marriage, then all of your romantic relationships are doomed before they start. You're building sandcastles during high tide. It's all going to be washed away before it can be finished. You're making a series of bad emotional investments, pouring yourself into one leaky container after another. It's no wonder that marriage rates are plummeting. People are exhausted by romantic relationships and jaded by the whole enterprise before they even reach 25 years old, because they've been betrayed and heartbroken and dumped and humiliated enough for 50 lifetimes. That's what happens when you take the courtship out of dating. Only solution is to put it back in. I mean, really forget about dating completely, in fact. Replace dating with courting. Don't waste your time on people who have no goal for their relationship, because marriage should always be the desired endpoint. Courting is the trial period, the interview process that both partners are undergoing. You're interviewing each other for the job. If you approach dating that way, it will significantly reduce your options. That's for sure. But as we've seen, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Does it make sense that the same company who controls half of online retail also passively eavesdrops on your private conversations at home? Big tech is more powerful than most countries are, and they profit by exploiting your personal data. It's time to put a layer of protection between your online activity and big tech, and that's why I use ExpressVPN. Think about how much of your life is on the internet. Sadly, every site you visit, video you watch, message you send gets tracked and data mined, but when you run ExpressVPN on your device, the software hides your IP address, something big tech can use to personally identify you. So ExpressVPN makes your activity harder to trace and harder to sell to advertisers, therefore. ExpressVPN also encrypts 100% of your internet data to keep you safe from hackers and eavesdroppers that are on your network. What I like most about ExpressVPN is how easy it is to use. You can download the app on your phone or computer, tap one button, and that's it, you're protected. And ExpressVPN does all this without showing or slowing down your connection. That's why it's rated the #1 VPN service by TechRadar, The Verge, and countless others. So stop handing all of your personal data over to the big tech monopoly who mines your activity and sells your information. Protect yourself with the VPN that I trust to keep me safe online. Visit expressvpn.com/WalshYT to get 3 extra months free. There was a little bit of a delayed reaction, but finally yesterday, Tuesday, the usual suspects decided to be offended by my show on Monday, where we talked about, among other things, the perils of modern dating. And as you might recall, during the course of that conversation, I observed that one of the myriad problems with the dating scene is that there are far too many options, which are arranged far too conveniently and superficially on dating apps for you to scroll through like you're shopping for a mate on Amazon or something. We've talked about the familiar irony of modern life, where the surplus of choices tends to paralyze us. It breeds indecision and anxiety. You know, you're afraid to pick one thing because you're aware that there are a million other options. How can you know that this is the right one? Why not just hold out for the next one, and the one after that, and the one after that, forever? Now, I'm far from the first person to point this out. As much as I'd like to take credit for the insight, I certainly can't. The paradox of choice is something that many cultural critics and analysts have noticed over the years. In fact, one of them wrote a book called The Paradox of Choice about this very problem, specifically as it relates to consumers. Another book that touches on these themes, which I read a few months ago, is called The World Beyond Your Head by Matthew Crawford, which I highly recommend. And he talks about how craftsmen will use a strategy called jigging, which intentionally limits or constrains their environment so that they can work in a more focused and efficient way. So again, we see the paradox. Limitations can be freeing in that they enable you to accomplish one particular task, achieve one particular goal in an environment specifically and specially designed for it. What we find is that in a world without limitation, where everyone can do everything, nobody ends up doing anything. I think this is part of the story with dating. I also mentioned, as one brief aside, that arranged marriages, which is a system that has been in place historically in many cultures, that exists on the opposite end of this spectrum. They are the extreme antithesis of our current approach to dating. I said that, even arranged marriages, would be preferable to our current system. And not too surprisingly, that is the one single sentence in a 14-minute discussion of dating that the left has latched onto. So first, Media Matters published their urgent headline, Daily Wire host endorses arranged marriages. It is without a doubt superior to our system. That's quoting me. Then my good friend Jason Campbell over at Media Matters posted the clip to Twitter, and from there, some of the left-wing blogs and YouTube channels picked it up. And as a consequence of all of this, my inbox this morning was full of some very interesting commentary, much of it revolving around the theme that I am a horrible, backwards, archaic caveman, and I deserve to die a painful and humiliating death. So really just your average Wednesday, I suppose. Of course, contrary to the claims made by my critics here, I didn't say that arranged marriages are the best option, just that they're better than our current system, which I'll say again because it's true. I also think that literally anything would be better than our current system. A national lottery pulling names out of a hat and pairing couples up that way would be better. You could have someone, in fact, I'll volunteer for this job. You could have someone just walk down the street and point to random people like, you marry her, you two get married. And that would be better. Which speaks not to the wisdom of that alternative, but to the disastrous nature of our modern approach. Best system, the one that I actually do advocate for, is, as I said, courtship. You might call that dating with a purpose, goal-oriented dating, whatever label you want to put on it. The point is that couples begin dating with the goal of marriage in mind. Now, I've been criticized quite a bit for that suggestion as well, because it is, I'm told, old-fashioned, out of touch, reactionary, and I'll gladly embrace all those labels. But one of the great advantages of the courtship system is that at the moment that either member in this partnership realizes that they cannot or do not want to marry the other person, the relationship is broken off, the marital interview process is concluded, and both can now go and seek different applicants. They don't have to waste so much of their time because there is a determined endpoint, which is either marriage or not marriage. And once you realize you've gotten to that point, or there's going to be a marriage, or you know that there's not going to be any marriage, now you can move to the next phase, which would be marriage or just going your separate ways. Now, there's no guarantee that anybody who adopts this strategy will immediately find the love of their lives and live happily ever after, even if you get married, as we all know. That certainly is no guarantee that you'll live happily ever after, because you have to live day by day and moment by moment. We don't live in like chunks where you can just cross some kind of threshold and announce, well, I've done this, so now the next 50 years of my life will be happy and fulfilled. Doesn't work that way. If you want a happy and fulfilled life or a happy and fulfilled marriage, you have to make that choice every day and renew it the next day and the next day and the day after that, forever and ever. Love is an act of will. It's a choice. It's not merely an emotion. The emotional experience of love is, if anything, a byproduct. It's not the fuel that keeps your marriage running. The fuel is the choice you both make to serve each other, sacrifice for each other, and remain loyal and faithful. This is another problem, is this overemphasis on emotions, where our emotional fulfillment on purely an emotional level is the entire point for a lot of people. That's what they think. And the problem is that emotions come and go, they ebb and flow, emotions are fleeting. And so they go off and they get married, and they're feeling the emotional rush. The honeymoon, we talk about the honeymoon, and these days we say honeymoon, and we're talking about the week-long vacation that you take to Europe or a cruise or whatever. But traditionally, honeymoon is a phase of marriage early on. And that's when your emotions are kicked into high gear and all of those things, and there's this infatuation. And when that starts to settle down a little bit, people that are guided only by their emotions, they'll say, oh, well, I guess this wasn't the right one. In fact, I just read an article about Pamela Anderson, who unfortunately is just divorced. I think it's her 5th husband. And for some reason, I read the article, and it quotes her or someone familiar with her as saying that, oh, she realized that he's not the one. So she's like in her 60s now, and she just left her 5th guy. Oh, because he's not the one. She's still pursuing the one. What do you think you're looking for? Well, you're looking for someone who will give you that emotional satisfaction every second of the day forever. And the moment those emotions fade away for even a moment, then you say, well, this is not the one for me. Now, in order to even get in the door and have the chance to maintain a marriage or screw it up, you have to go into your dating quest with a sense of purpose. Life in America today is plagued by purposelessness. You've heard me talk about this many times because I think it's our central problem. This is related to the issue of there being too many choices. It makes that problem all the worse because how are you supposed to know how to navigate all the choices and select the right option if you don't know what you're looking for or why you're looking for it in the first place? Americans are experiencing record levels of despair and anxiety, not because there's some mysterious mental illness going around, but because many people have no sense of meaning or purpose in their lives. This attitude is brought into their relationships and their pursuit of relationships, and it's why the dating scene is so miserable and marriage rates are plummeting. I suggest that we restore our sense of meaning and purpose. And that's a suggestion that is treated as controversial by those who would prefer for everyone to remain mentally paralyzed and in despair. I also need to mention this as we continue along. I think I may have to return to my home state of Virginia based on this report anyway out of Virginia. Let's watch this.
Delegate is introducing a new bill centered around parents and how they handle their child's sexual orientation and gender identity.
7 News reporter Nick Minock explains why this is controversial.
Right now, parents' rights and LGBTQ protections are a big focus in Virginia. Thousands of students in Virginia have walked out of class protesting Governor Glenn Youngkin's newly proposed model policies on the treatment of transgender students at school.
Trans rights are human rights.
And Governor Youngkin argues schools shouldn't keep parents in the dark about their child's sexual orientation and gender identity.
These same progressives in Fairfax County actually believe that they should lock parents out of their children's lives. They think that parents have no right to know what your child is discussing with their teacher or their counselor.
Democratic Virginia delegate Elizabeth Guzman is a social worker, and she's planning on reintroducing a bill in Richmond that she says would help protect LGBTQ children from their parents and guardians who may not be affirming of their child's sexual orientation and gender identity.
This is how we're going to push back.
Her bill would expand the state's definition of child abuse and neglect to include parents who do not affirm their child's gender identity or sexual orientation.
There's an investigation also in place that is not only, from a social worker, but there's also a police investigation before we make the decision that there's going to be a CPS charge.
What could the penalties be if, the investigation concludes and it's concluded that a parent is not affirming of their LGBTQ child? What could the consequences be?
Well, we first have to have an investigation. It could be a felony, it could be a misdemeanor, but we know that a CPS charge could harm, your employment, could harm your education.
And Alexandria, Nick Minock, 7 News.
And Delegate Guzman tells 7 News that she is hoping
what
to
you
pass
have to
the bill.
Realize, of course, is that this is in Virginia, where, as we heard at the beginning there, obviously, Glenn Youngkin is the governor. So that means that this bill is not going to be signed into law right now in Virginia. But this is what they want to do. And this is what they will do, especially in blue states where they can get away with it. Make it it is child abuse to not so-called affirm your gender confused child. In 2020, there were over 1,000 significant online data breaches in the U.S., which left almost 156 million people's records exposed. That includes sensitive information related to children. Now, you wouldn't let your kids walk home from school without telling them not to talk to strangers or get into any windowless vans, or even vans with windows, actually. But you let them go online every day without a VPN? That doesn't make a lot of sense. To protect your family's privacy when they go online, you've got to use ExpressVPN. Internet service providers know every single website you visit. ISPs can sell this information to ad companies and tech giants who can then use your data to target you. Do you really want all these advertisers knowing who's in your household, what your kids like to watch, how to target them with whatever they're looking to sell? No, you probably don't. That's why ExpressVPN protects your privacy without showing your connection, no matter how many users are in your household. Unlike other VPNs, you won't even realize you have it on. It's so easy to use. Just download the app on your phone or computer, tap one button, and you're protected. No one in your family is too old or too young to figure out how to use it. Secure your family's online activity by visiting expressvpn.com/Matt Walsh Show today. Use my link and you can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/Matt Walsh Show. expressvpn.com/Matt Walsh Show. They're already doing this in Canada. It's a couple of years ago. They declared that it's in their anti-conversion therapy bill. I think it was Bill C4 in Canada, which forbids conversion therapy. But what is conversion therapy, according to them? It is conversion therapy if you do not affirm your child's confusion. So if you have a son who is a boy and says he's a girl, and you do not immediately accept him as a girl, then you are committing conversion therapy by trying to convince him that he is what he in fact is, which is a boy. So in other words, if you do not facilitate his attempted conversion into another sex, which is impossible, then you are guilty of conversion therapy. And that's child abuse. You could lose your kid. And parents in Canada have lost their kids because of that. Now the left wants to do the same thing here in the United States. I saw someone on Twitter, I don't remember who, but they referred to this as kind of, we know on the left they had their no-fault divorce policies and for married couples. And so now what they're working on basically is a no-fault divorce of children from parents. They're looking for every way that they can to sever that relationship, sever that bond. And in the schools, they do it. They sever the bond psychologically. They sever it emotionally. They turn the child against the parent. But now they're looking for ways to do it legally. Just tear the kids away from the parents and into the arms of the state, where the state can make of them whatever they want. That's what they're looking at doing. And that'll do it for us today. Thanks for watching. Have a great weekend. Godspeed.
Apparently, there are people who are suing. There are infertility treatments that are covered by healthcare in places like New York. And you now have gay couples that are suing for fertility, meaning they want the state to help pay for them to get a surrogate birth mom. Okay, there's a difference between a woman who is suffering from infertility as a medical condition and a man who cannot get pregnant saying, I can't get pregnant, so pay for me to take another woman's egg and inseminate her. We have moved beyond the range of rationality, but this is the world that Democrats would love to create, apparently. The Department of Energy says it will establish a new policy for gender identity and gender transition to support transgender and non-binary colleagues. The agency told Fox News Digital the policy is aimed at ensuring there is easier access at the department to already established federal coverage and support for transgender employees. A White House official emphasized that gender transition coverage for federal employees existed prior to the Biden administration and is similar to plans of prominent corporations. The Bible does not say to accept everyone for, quote unquote, who they are, if by who they are you mean the actions they do. In fact, the Bible says that you are to warn your fellow of sin. In fact, if you do not, this is called placing a stumbling block before a blind person. You are overtly enjoined in the Bible to try to warn people away from sinful activity. I was under the impression that the Bible is filled with talk about violations of codes of behavior. But the Bible has some pretty strong opinions on sexual behavior, for example. Meanwhile, the midterm elections are getting closer and closer for Democrats. 538 estimates that there's about a 2 in 3 chance that Democrats are going to hold the Senate, and there's a 70% chance that Republicans are going to take the House at this point. And Democrats are struggling because a lot of their candidates are deeply flawed. So in Pennsylvania, for example, John Fetterman, the Senate candidate in Pennsylvania, who is a lifelong career useless person, happened to have a debilitating stroke on the campaign trail, went completely absent for months, and now that he's back, he's slurring words in interviews. And this is a rather major issue. Like, if you're going to elect a senator who has a severe health problem that could impede his ability to do the job, why would that not be a major issue? I'm confused as to why that would not be something that we take stock of. I mean, I'm old enough to remember 2008 when John McCain, just having a tough time typing because he'd been tortured in Vietnam, was used as campaign fodder by his political opponents. And John McCain was still very much with it upstairs and ended up, of course, living for another 10 years after that. And I saw, maybe he'll die in office or all the rest. But then when it came to Joe Biden was slurring his words and walking into walls and talking to ghosts. And we're supposed to pretend that he has no conditions at all, or that it's some sort of evil to point out that he's got some problems over here. Same thing is now happening with John Fetterman. So there's an NBC News reporter named Dasha Burns, and she interviewed John Fetterman. And she pointed out that he had a difficult time engaging in small talk, that he had insisted on using some sort of closed captioning device because his auditory processing has been affected by his stroke. She in this interview, pressed Fetterman for a medical update, which he has not given. He hasn't given like a doctor's note giving his medical progress. Here's what that sounded like.
We've asked for your medical records. We've asked to have a conversation with someone from your medical team, to interview your physician. You've declined those requests. Why?
Well, I feel like we have been very transparent in a lot of different ways. When our doctor has already given a letter saying that I'm able to serve and to be running.
I mean, respectfully, that letter from your physician, that was 6 months ago. Don't voters deserve to know your status now?
Being in front of thousands and thousands of people and having interviews and getting around all across Pennsylvania, that gives everybody and the voters decide, if they think that it's really the issue.
Well, no, at a certain point, you should probably give a medical update, considering you had a debilitating stroke that took you off the campaign trail for a significant period of time. And you require, as a condition of interviews, a closed captioning device that allows you to read what people are saying to you. So the very next thing that happens here is what you would predict. So first, people say John Fetterman is fine. He's fine, right? The first narrative from the media, and it was every blue check you could imagine. How dare you suggest that there's something wrong with John Fetterman? You say that he can't engage in small talk. Well, I say that there are people in Silicon Valley who are bad at small talk and they own billion-dollar businesses. Well, that's not what we're talking about. Kara Swisher Kara Swisher literally tweeted that. She was like, there are a lot of socially awkward people in Silicon Valley. Oh, did they have debilitating strokes that make it difficult for them to process auditory information? Is that what happened to them? So they started with, he really doesn't have a problem. And if you notice his problem, it's a problem. Okay. And then they moved on to, you are terrible for noticing that he has a problem because it's ableism now. Well, first of all, it's not ableism to question whether the guy is medically sound to do the job. Is it ableism for a fire department to question whether a person with a significant back problem is capable of carrying another human being on their back out of a fire? Is that ableism? Is it ableism when the fire department is like, this guy in a wheelchair, he might have a real difficult time going into burning houses and dragging people out? Is that ableism, or is that just the description of the job? But according to the left, it's now ableism. This prompted Dasha Burns to have to tweet out, quote, "We are happy to accommodate closed captioning. Our reporting did not and should not comment on his fitness for office. That's for voters to decide. What we do push for as reporters is transparency. That's our job. Fetterman sat down and answered our questions. That's his job." But again, the idea here is that she's an ableist for even noticing that there is something wrong with John Fetterman. And there is something wrong with John Fetterman. Again, whether he's qualified for office or not is up to the voters of Pennsylvania. They will decide that question. But whether he is medically fully capable is something that he should speak to. And a reporter reporting on it, it just shows you the insane tilt of the media, that this is now considered verboten. So you can ask whether Donald Trump is legitimately an insane person, a mentally ill person, which was the talk of the day throughout 2016 and then again throughout 2020. That's totally fine. But it is not okay to ask whether John Fetterman actually is medically sound at this point. Again, a lot of this from the media is a desperation attempt to shore up Democratic hopes in the Senate. In Pennsylvania, by the way, another apparent Democratic attempt to shore up the problem. This is pretty amazing. Apparently, a top election official in Pennsylvania says that the state is going to disregard the Supreme Court's guidance on counting mail-in ballots arriving in envelopes with typos or incorrect dates, saying the state's Commonwealth Court has already established the practice as licit. The acting Secretary of State, a person named Leigh Chapman, announced Pennsylvania election officials should continue counting ballots that arrive with improperly filled out envelopes in accordance with the Commonwealth Court's previous ruling on the matter. Chapman wrote, quote, "Every county is expected to include undated ballots in their official returns for the November 8th election, consistent with the Department of State's guidance." So there were so many mail-in ballots during the last election cycle that the question was, you find an undated ballot, it's the day after the election, you're counting all the ballots. It's unclear whether it was sent post-election or whether it was sent pre-election. And apparently, this election official now just wants to count all of it. Which you want to shore up people's faith in the electoral system. This would not be the way to do this. A May 2022 decision in the Third U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled ballots in this type of undated envelopes must be counted regardless. The Supreme Court ruled Tuesday the prior decision is moot, returning to the established election laws. But Chapman says the Supreme Court ruling does not affect the state's current election protocol, which will continue accepting and counting the ballots in defective envelopes. She cited a separate Commonwealth Court of Pennsylvania ruling that said such ballots must be accepted. Again, this is pretty wild stuff. You want to shore up faith in the electoral system. That's not the way to do it. But it seems like for some of these election officials, this is true on both sides. It's not about shoring up faith. It's really about just who wins and who loses. Meanwhile, in Ohio, demonstrating the difficulties that the Biden White House is having, Tim Ryan, who is running a very hot race with J.D. Vance in Ohio, he was asked specifically if Biden should campaign with him. He's like, no, under no circumstances.
Do you want President Biden to come to Ohio and publicly campaign with you in this final lap?
No, I won't be asking the president to come in, or very, very few, if any, national people, to come in and actually campaign with us, because I want to be the main face, the main messenger of this campaign.
Keep that man as far away from me as humanly possible, apparently, is the mode here. Really, really strong stuff happening. Alrighty, we've reached the end of today's show. However, we still have to talk about the midterm elections and the attempt by Democrats to turn this into a referendum on our democracy itself, plus the latest in the Ukraine war. If you're not a member, you need to join over at dailywireplus.com. Click the link in the description and join us right now.
Are conservatives really happier than liberals?
A new study offers some intriguing clues about the underlying reasons for this persistent happiness gap.
I'm Georgia Howe with Daily Wire editor-in-chief John Bickley. It's October 15th, and this is your Saturday edition of Morning Wire. The once promising bullet train from Los Angeles to San Francisco has now languished in the planning stages for 14 years, costing billions before a single mile has been laid. What went wrong, and what's being done to move the project forward now?
And the NFL has made some big changes, and one doctor working for a team has been fired after a high-profile concussion case.
Nobody wants to see players get concussed, but it's a part of the game.
Thanks for waking up with Morning Wire. Stay tuned. We have the news you need to know.
If something were to happen to you tomorrow, how confident are you that your belongings will fall into the right hands? Have you determined where your finances will go? Who will take responsibility of raising your children or caring for your parent or grandparent? Without a will in place, the state will decide what happens to the things you hold most dear. Luckily, Epic Will makes writing a will extremely easy and affordable. Morning Wire listeners can go to epicwill.com and use promo code WIRE to save 10% on Epic Will's complete will package. It only costs $119 for a single person to create a will, and when you use promo code WIRE, you'll save 10%. Go to epicwill.com and use promo code WIRE to save 10% on Epic Will's complete will package. That's epicwill.com, promo code WIRE.
A new American Family Survey has some notable findings about the connection between political ideology and happiness. The study found that those who identify as liberal are about 15 points less likely to be completely satisfied with their lives than their conservative counterparts.
Daily Wire culture reporter Megan Basham is here to explore what's driving the political happiness gap. So, Megan, studies like these always seem to spark a lot of social media commentary, but there's some pretty fascinating breakout data in this particular study.
Hey, Georgia. Yeah, there is. So I think we need to start by adding the context that the fact that there is a happiness gap between left and right is actually not news. Polling companies first started surveying people about overall life satisfaction in 1972. And the results have consistently found that conservatives tend to be happier than liberals. Now, the thing that has changed is theories about why that is. So some sociologists have argued that it has to do with their views on meritocracy, whether or not you think someone gets ahead by working hard, which also ties in with feelings of agency. And then religious beliefs also seem to have a strong correlation to happiness, and conservatives tend to be more religious. In 2015, Science magazine ran a paper that essentially argued conservatives just think that they're happier. And finally, conservative commentator George Will once joked that maybe it's all this news about conservatives being happier that's depressing liberals. But the latest research has also shown some interesting dichotomies between men and women that offer some new clues about what's going on here. So both liberal men and women are less happy than their conservative counterparts, but liberal women are a lot less happy. On measures of mental health, for instance, they registered a full 20 points lower than women on the right. Now, I spoke to University of Virginia sociologist and American Enterprise Institute fellow Brad Wilcox about that huge disparity, and he said much of it comes down to two key areas.
When you do the statistics here behind these kinds of trends, what you see is that two family factors, being married and being satisfied with your family, help to explain the gap between liberals and conservatives on happiness and health. So we see that only 36% of liberal women say that they're completely satisfied with their families, compared to 61% of conservative women. And again, there's no gap as large in family satisfaction in the data as there is between liberal women and conservative women.
So Wilcox points out that conservatives are about 26% more likely to be married, and they're also more likely to have children. And the latest research shows that parents are happier than non-parents. Modern progressives are statistically less inclined toward traditional marriage and family. Now, he said the question of marriage and family impacted men's happiness and mental health as well, but not as much as women. So that's where that biggest disparity lies.
So left-leaning women are kind of dragging down the scores disproportionately.
Correct. That's right.
Now, you say they have 50 years worth of data. Has the happiness divide dovetailed with marriage rates during that whole time?
Loosely, yes, it has. As the gap in marriage has been growing, so has that happiness divide. And that does seem to suggest that the difference could be coming more from how our political outlook influences us to order our personal lives.
I think the problem for progressives is that they're not kind of partaking of the benefits of having a spouse, the benefits of living a family-centered lifestyle, because a lot of the values and virtues that they embrace don't point them directly in the direction of families.
Now, what about religiosity? I imagine that's pretty hard to disentangle from marriage rates, since religious people tend to get and stay married, correct?
Right, that's correct. And that's something that Wilcox and a fellow researcher have been looking at pretty closely. And it turns out those factors are tough to isolate because, as you mentioned, religious faith does tend to promote marriage and family, and religiosity correlates with happiness. And by the way, that holds whatever your religious faith, whether you're Protestant, Catholic, Jewish, Muslim, what have you. So maybe we need to spend more time talking about those factors being drivers of happiness than our political views.
Megan, thanks for reporting.
Anytime.
That was Daily Wire culture reporter Megan Basham.
Coming up, is political infighting to blame for California's languishing billion-dollar bullet train?
If you like this podcast, subscribe to our Morning Wire newsletter available exclusively to Daily Wire members. Get the Morning Wire newsletter delivered straight to your inbox when you join at dailywire.com/subscribe. Use code MorningWire to try a Reader's Pass membership and get your first month for only 99 cents.
California's bullet train has turned into a logistical and administrative disaster, leaving many wondering if it will ever see the light of day.
The project has been fraught with political dealings that have contributed to the issue. Here to give us the details is Daily Wire's Charlotte Pence-Bond. So, Charlotte, what can you tell us about the project? Will California ever actually see this train?
It's a good question, John. California's bullet train was supposed to shuttle passengers from Los Angeles to San Francisco by way of the Central Valley in around 2 hours and 40 minutes. You may have heard of the bridge to nowhere, but right now, this is potentially the train to nowhere. And the artifacts of that failure, massive cinder blocks, dot the Central Valley of California and are daily reminders of a project that might never be completed. The New York Times looked into the project and really found that politics is a huge reason for the train's failure.
So take us back. How did this all start?
In 2008, Californians voted in favor of an almost $10 billion bond for the rail line, and it was supposed to be done by 2020 and cost $33 billion. Now, it's obviously 2022, and not a single mile of this project is done. One of the main concerns is where construction was started, in the middle, right in the Central Valley. This was a political agreement. People in favor of operating it through Central Valley cities made some compelling arguments, such as the need for employment opportunities in the area, and because it's mainly agricultural land, so it'd be less difficult to construct it there.
But this led to even more complications, right?
Right. This shifted the route from the west to the east and would be expensive. It also would lead to more setbacks and issues over getting the land needed, as well as additional environmental concerns. Here's Governor Gavin Newsom in his first State of the State address in 2019.
The current project, as planned, would cost too much and respectfully take too long. There's been too little oversight and not enough transparency. Right now, there simply isn't a path to get from Sacramento to San Diego, let alone from San Francisco to LA.
This summer, a deal on California's state budget provided the last $4.2 billion of that bond funding for the project and established a new inspector general role to hopefully help move things along. That agreement allowed this 171-mile span of the railroad in the Central Valley to continue. The state's high-speed rail authority has spent over $1.4 billion purchasing land in the middle of the state, too, which has also been a main reason for the setbacks.
So some of it is being constructed now.
Yes, some of phase 1 is being built, linking some cities in the center of the state. That's supposed to be done by 2030, but there are a lot of doubts if that's possible. The final plan for the cost is now projected to be $113 billion, and no one knows where the money to connect the train to LA and San Francisco is going to come from.
Now, other countries have made bullet trains and been successful, so what's the main issue here?
It really looks like political infighting is to blame, since that led to changes that affected the long-term success. SNCF, which is the French government rail operator, wanted to help with the project, but when their recommendations were ignored, they pulled out of California in 2011 and began a project in North Africa. SNCF was able to build a fully operational bullet train in Morocco in 7 years. A career project manager told The Times that SNCF left California for North Africa because it was, quote, less politically dysfunctional.
Not exactly a ringing endorsement of California politics. Charlotte, thanks for reporting.
Thanks for having me.
That was Daily Wire's Charlotte Pitts-Bond.
The world's most lucrative sports league, the NFL, has suffered a series of PR hits over the issue of concussion protocols after an unsettling on-field collapse of a star quarterback.
The league has already made some major changes that could impact the sport, and one doctor has already been fired. Here to discuss is sports writer and Crane & Company co-host David Cohn. Hey, David.
Hi, John.
So for those who haven't followed this over the last couple of weeks, catch us up to speed here.
Sure. So this mainly revolves around Miami Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, who took a hit about 3 weeks ago during the team's matchup against the Buffalo Bills. He began stumbling while coming off the field, and everyone watching immediately knew something was wrong. Tua left the game after that play, but returned for the second half after medical evaluation and managed to lead the Dolphins to a win.
So despite what appeared to be clear signs of cognitive impairment, he was greenlit to go back into the game.
Correct. And he was cleared to play 4 days later, and that's where things get disturbing. He took the field against the Cincinnati Bengals in a primetime Thursday night football matchup, and during the first half of that contest, Tua was tackled and then immediately showed signs of head trauma when he raised his hands near his face mask, which is a reflex known as the fencing response. Following this scary scene, Tua was carted off the field, and he has not played since.
Yeah, that footage is pretty hard to watch.
Yep.
So it seems clear that Tua was not fully recovered from the hit on Sunday, yet still played Thursday night. I guess the big question here is, who's at fault?
Yeah, and that's the overarching question. The NFL and the NFL Players Association conducted an investigation and found that protocol was followed in evaluating Tagovailoa, but also acknowledged that the outcome in this case was not what was intended when the concussion protocol was drafted.
Okay.
The Players Association, which has long criticized these Thursday night games due to the quick turnaround, has the ability to terminate the consultant, which is called the unaffiliated neurotrauma consultant in these situations. And it exercised that right by firing the neurologist who initially cleared Tua.
Okay, so that move was made by the Players Association, not the league.
Both can do it. In this case, the NFLPA is the institution that made the decision. Okay. And in addition to this firing, the NFL made revisions to its concussion protocol writ large, specifically as it relates to ataxia, which is the medical term for the poor muscle control associated with concussions. This can manifest as unsteadiness or slurred speech or stumbling. So moving forward, any player who is diagnosed with ataxia will not be allowed to return to that football game.
All right, so changes made by the NFL. Have we seen any impact from these changes in games over the past few weeks?
Well, there were several roughing the passer penalties handed down this past weekend from fairly innocuous tackles. Some people around the league are calling this coincidence, but many others believe this is a direct result of the NFL attempting to fundamentally change the game. Now, we had sports science creator John Brinkus on our show Crane and Company, as well as former NFL quarterback Danny Cannell on this week, and both made the same statement. Physicality is a part of football.
That's why they're wearing helmets. It's why they're paid handsomely at the NFL level and now even at college to take on that risk. And every player who puts on the uniform and puts on a helmet is aware of that risk. I think the NFL would be far better served to just admit it, to be like, you know what? It's a risky game and we're trying to do our best to protect the players, but we can't protect them all the time. Deal with it.
So while the league will undoubtedly continue looking for ways to make the game safer, John, we must acknowledge that football is a contact sport. And if you take away the contact, it's no longer football.
Yeah, I guess there's just no way around it, and all involved know what they're getting into.
Yep.
David, thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
That was Crane and Company co-host David Cohn. Another story we're tracking this week. Tulsi Gabbard has officially begun campaigning for New Hampshire senatorial candidate Don Bolduc. Bolduc has received support from former President Trump and is challenging incumbent Democrat Senator Maggie Hassan.
Thanks for waking up with us. We'll be back tomorrow with the news you need to know.
New inflation numbers have stunned economists and sent shockwaves throughout the political world.
Why are some calling this a nightmare scenario? And where will Americans feel the price spikes most?
I'm Daily Wire Editor-in-Chief John Bickley with Georgia Howe. It's Friday, October 14th, and this is Morning Wire. An NBC reporter is facing backlash for raising questions about Democrat John Fetterman's mental fitness after the Senate candidate's first in-person interview since his stroke.
Because of his stroke, Fetterman's campaign required closed captioning technology for this interview to essentially read our questions as we asked them. And Lester, in small talk before the interview, without captioning, it wasn't clear he was understanding our conversation.
We have the details behind the debate over ableism versus journalistic integrity.
And the George Gascon Recall Committee has requested a formal review of the failed petition to remove the controversial district attorney. Why do they say the process was tainted?
Thanks for waking up with Morning Wire. Stay tuned. We have the news you need to know.
The American economy is still feeling the traumatic effects of a 2-year pandemic and lockdown-induced recession, which is why you should take action to hedge against inflation right now and solidify at least some of your investment portfolio with gold from Birch Gold. Text WIRE to 989898 and Birch Gold will send you a free information kit on how to diversify and protect your savings with precious metals. That's WIRE to 989898 to claim your free no-obligation information kit on how to protect your hard-earned savings with gold. Text WIRE to 989898 to claim your free, no-obligation information kit on how to protect your hard-earned savings with gold.
Yesterday, the Labor Department announced that a key inflation tracker had spiked to a 4-decade high, triggering a volatile market reaction and proving once again that inflation is not slowing down.
Here with the latest on where the price increases are being felt most and what it means for Americans is Daily Wire senior editor Cabot Phillips. So, Cabot, what's the latest on inflation?
Well, as Forbes put it, it is a, quote, nightmare scenario. The so-called core measure of the Consumer Price Index, which basically tracks the cost of the most basic goods, saw its largest spike since 1982. It was up 6.6% compared to this time last year. Now, economists are especially concerned by high inflation on this core measure because it signifies high prices on things like healthcare and housing, which usually take a lot longer to see any sort of decrease in pricing. To that point, housing costs also saw their highest increase since the early 1980s.
Now, which other products are seeing the high prices?
Well, take your pick. I mean, it's really across the board. Airline tickets are up 42% in the last year. Eggs are now up 30%, electricity 15%, bread 14%, furniture 10%, and used cars up 7%. And it gets even worse when you remember that the real hourly earnings rate, the metric which tracks wage growth compared to increases for cost of living, has been negative for 18 straight months now. It's also worth pointing out that inflation is hitting areas in the market that have typically been viewed as safe havens for more cautious investors. For example, bonds have had their worst year since, get this, 1931, aka the Great Depression. They've fallen 11% this year alone.
Now, just to clarify, this is year-on-year inflation from September of last year when we already started seeing spikes in inflation.
Exactly. So rates were already increasing as of 2021. If you look at the last 2 years, altogether, it's even worse than it sounds.
Now, what's been the latest response from the federal government to remedy this?
Well, for starters, the new figures almost guarantee that the Fed will implement another large interest rate hike at their meeting next month. The Social Security Administration announced Thursday that recipients would be receiving an 8.7% increase in their payments next year. That is the largest increase we've seen in more than 4 decades and follows the already massive 5.9% increase that they granted earlier this year. Keep in mind, 42% of elderly women and 37% of elderly men rely on Social Security for at least half of their income each month. And they say inflation is just rising quicker than their Social Security payments can keep up with.
Now, obviously, this is close to midterms and everything has a political tie-in right now. How does this factor in?
Yeah, you bring up a good point. This was the final inflation report before Election Day. So Democrats were hoping it would show some signs of things going in the right direction, but obviously it showed the opposite. There's just no denying it. This report comes at the worst possible time for Democrats, as early voting in some battleground states is just getting underway. Biden's chief economist, Brian Deese, appeared on CNN. Have a listen.
The United States is in a better and stronger position to take this challenge head on than virtually any other country in the world. That's in no small part because of the policies that we've put in place.
Brian, just telling Americans that things aren't as bad here as they are around the world really isn't a reassuring statement.
And how are Republicans responding to this news?
As you can imagine, they've been quick to point out that President Biden has been predicting for months now that inflation was going to go down, and we just have not seen it. And another message we've seen from the right has sort of been, I told you so. They say that they warned Democrats throughout the past 2 years that passing trillions of dollars worth of new spending bills would make inflation worse, and expect to hear more on that as Election Day approaches.
All right, Cabot, thanks for reporting.
Anytime.
That was Daily Wire senior editor Cabot Phillips.
Do you like to be the first to know about trending news and current events? If so, you gotta get the Daily Wire Plus app. Not only will you receive mobile notifications whenever something's happening, but you'll also have access to the best commentary to break it all down. Download the Daily Wire Plus app and keep up with the facts no matter where your day takes you.
NBC News reporter Dasha Burns is taking heat from left-leaning media for a description of her interview with Pennsylvania Senate candidate John Fetterman this week.
Fetterman is still recovering from a stroke he suffered just prior to the primary this year and is having issues with auditory processing. Here to talk about it is columnist David Marcus. So, Dave, what did Burns say and why are people so upset about it?
Good morning. Burns said on air that before the closed captioning got up and running, Fetterman had a hard time understanding the small talk they were engaged in. It comes at a time in his race against Republican Mehmet Oz when there's growing pressure for him to release more medical records about his current condition. Clearly, and I think responsibly, Burns thought it was newsworthy that the candidate had this difficulty. Many liberals and Fetterman allies took exception to this and openly attacked Burns. Even her own network questioned the reporter's segment.
Since then, other journalists who've also dealt with Fetterman came forward and said they had a different experience.
Yeah, and Savannah, that's completely fair that was their experience. We can only report our own. I will say it's important to note that according to the campaign itself, our team was the first to be in the room with Fetterman for an interview rather than via remote video conference. And myself, my producer, and our crew did find that small talk before that captioning was difficult because of those auditory processing issues I mentioned.
Who were some of the folks who were a part of this backlash? Did they think that Burns was not telling the truth or that she shouldn't have said anything about it?
There's a mix, actually. A few left-wing journalists like Molly Jong-Fast and Kara Swisher, who suffered a stroke herself in 2011, leapt onto Twitter to say they had recently interviewed Fetterman and he was fine. It's not clear how those interviews were conducted, but others, like the hosts of The View, who also chimed in on this, believed the incident occurred as Burns describes it, but that she broke protocol or ethics by disclosing something off the record, which is not how that works.
Right.
There are also claims of ableism, that any concern about his speech or comprehension is tantamount to anti-disabled bigotry. I mean, a lot of spaghetti got thrown against the wall, although basically all of it suggesting that Fetterman's condition is not a big deal.
The ableist argument is interesting, but this isn't a physical handicap we're talking about here. This is cognitive impairment, right?
Right. Fetterman's allies argue that this use of closed captioning devices is really no different than if a blind or deaf senator needed assistive technology. But a blind or deaf senator can still make unimpaired decisions.
How is that argument sitting with his opponent, Oz, and with voters?
I mean, it really circles back to the medical records question. Certainly Oz and Republicans and some independent voters have real questions about whether this is something that is purely mechanical or if there is a cognitive aspect to it. And without the records, it's mostly been guesswork. Meanwhile, Democrats, for the most part, have rallied round the flag and say this isn't a problem and that anyway, by January, when he would take office, he should be significantly better.
Well, it's hard to know how these kinds of conditions will advance. Is it unusual for the media to have to accommodate a candidate to this degree? It feels like we're maybe in uncharted territory here in terms of the debate setup.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels uncharted. Although questions of health and fitness are common in campaigns, I think the suddenness of the stroke and its effects has the news media on its heels, balancing, for example, as Burns did, respect and discretion with newsworthiness. And even opinion columnists, have had to blunt their elbows a bit because this kind of stroke is somber and it's a serious thing. But I think that unlike, say, the news media hiding FDR's wheelchair, you can't hide this. He's clearly reading and not engaged one-on-one. And look, it's a fair thing for voters to consider.
Now, this is one of a handful of toss-up states that could sway control of the Senate. The race, which Fetterman has led throughout, has tightened of late down to about 2 points in some polls. Do we have a sense of how this might impact the outcome?
We don't really know yet. We might soon. But as the election gets closer and closer, there's only going to be more attention on Fetterman's condition. Whether he chooses to release more records or not, it's up to him to convince the voters of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that he's fit to serve.
David, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
That was Daily Wire contributor David Marcus. The group that organized the recall effort against Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon announced this week that it plans on suing the county's registrar of voters, alleging that voter rolls were artificially inflated and some of the signatures were falsely invalidated, resulting in the recall being tossed out.
Joining us to discuss is Daily Wire reporter Brandon Dre. So, Brandon, we've covered this on the show that the recall effort against Gascon over his progressive or soft on crime policies was thrown out after a bunch of signatures were invalidated. What is the recall campaign arguing here exactly?
Hey, Georgia. So they're arguing two things, that the bar was set too high for the total of voters and too many of the signatures were invalidated. The campaigns committee said in a press release that independent and nonpartisan analysts estimated that LA County active voter rolls were overshot between at least 200,000 and 500,000 voters when county officials initially set the bar of valid signatures for the recall to qualify. Now, the committee officials say the registrar's counting process was, and I'm quoting here, seriously flawed, resulting in substantial errors, the wrongful invalidation of many valid signatures, and the disenfranchisement of thousands of Los Angeles County voters.
How did they come to that conclusion?
Well, last month, the committee began conducting a review of the invalidated signatures with volunteer attorneys. Now, if you remember, a huge percentage, about 28% of them, were thrown out. We've never seen that high a percentage before. It's usually more around 15%. So a couple things were discovered in the review process. First of all, they claim 39% of the signatures were improperly invalidated signatures. So, for example, some signatures collected were marked as non-matching, despite showing similarities to the signatures on file, whereas others were marked invalid due to more concerning things like duplicate signatures or the wrong address.
Now, the committee also pointed to what they're calling bloated voter rolls. They say that led to a threshold that was unfairly high to begin with. Unpack that for us.
So the original requirement was set at 566,857 signatures to qualify, which was 10% of all Los Angeles County active voters. But according to the campaign's initial review, the number of qualifying signatures should have been set anywhere from 515,000 to 546,000. Now, even with all those signatures thrown out, they still had 520,000 deemed valid. In other words, they may have had enough to meet the real threshold.
Now, the recall DA George Gascon committee, they said that they would file an injunctive relief as early as next week. If that happens, what do we expect the registrar's office to do?
So I reached out to them, and a spokesperson told me that they have not seen the petition for relief yet, but when and if it is received, they would respond accordingly. But officials from the recall have accused the registrar's office of placing, quote, arbitrary and capricious limitations on the review process, which limits the number of hours, workstations, and number of reviewers that would help them determine whether the invalid signatures are legitimate.
And what kind of timeline are we looking at here for any kind of real action?
Well, the recall committee said that with the current restrictions imposed by the registrar, the process would take more than a year to review the invalidated signatures. So Angelenos who want Gascon out of office are likely looking at a long time before any potential recourse against his policies. And critics continue to sound the alarm about his policies, making criminals feel emboldened and residents feel unsafe.
Brandon, thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
That was Daily Wire reporter Brandon Dray. Before we go, we want to let you know about a new show, Election Wire, that's airing on this feed on YouTube and dailywire.com this Sunday. Election Wire, which features John and Cabot Phillips, offers the latest election news and is going to air every week leading up to the election.
All right, well, thanks for waking up with us. We'll be back this afternoon with more of the news you need to know. With 3 weeks to go until Election Day, we turn our focus to the governor's races. Which states could flip, which are toss-ups, and what are the issues motivating voters?
Well, there's a lot of fentanyl that's coming over our borders right now.
Plus, who's really ahead in the Pennsylvania Senate race? We'll release Daily Wire's exclusive poll right here with our A-rated pollster. Hello and welcome to Election Wire. I'm John Bickley, Daily Wire editor-in-chief with senior editor Cabot Phillips. Hey, Cabot.
Hey, John.
The countdown continues. Last week, we focused on the Senate toss-ups. Today, we'll break down the most important gubernatorial contests. All right, Cabot, first, which states are in play with the governor's races?
Well, I'm very glad we're talking about these states because it's easy to only get caught up in the federal elections. But keep in mind, for a lot of voters at home, governor's elections end up impacting them throughout the year a lot more. Who's in office there impacts people a lot more.
True.
And so right now, it's important to kind of zoom out and look at the national stage first. Republicans currently hold 28 of 50 governor's mansions nationwide, but they're very optimistic that that number is going to be a lot higher come November. And frankly, they have good reason to feel that way. The map certainly favors them this year. Of the 36 total governor's races going on nationwide, if you look at the 10 closest races, the 10 toss-ups, get this, 9 of them are currently held by Democrats. So Democrats are really going to be on the defensive right now because they are in the most vulnerable states. And it's also worth pointing out, the only of those 10 toss-ups held by a Republican right now, it's Governor Doug Ducey in Arizona. And Arizona, Republicans there are pretty confident right now in Kerry Lake. That race is getting a lot of attention.
Good for them. Yeah, so Arizona, let's start there. Let's look at that governor's race. It's getting a lot of attention nationally. What's the latest on that?
Well, it's getting a lot of attention for good reason because this is probably the closest race that we've seen nationwide. Over the last month, for example, you've got 6 polls that show Kari Lake with the lead. You've got 5 that show her Democrat opponent, Katie Hobbs, with the lead. You've got 2 where they are in a complete tie. So everyone's looking at Arizona because this is a spot where Democrats are hoping to get one pickup. They don't have a ton of opportunities for picking up governor's offices. This is one of their chances. Hobbs is a former social worker. She's got a long history of experience in the state. She's been in local politics for about 20 years there. But the big hit from Democrats themselves, they're talking off the record now. They're starting to say, well, we wish she would campaign more. She's not exactly the most exciting speaker.
And then there's the independent vote, right?
That is going to be key in Arizona. It's important everywhere, but in a state like Arizona especially. That's because of voter registration, the breakdown between the two parties. Right now, there are 1.3 million registered Republicans, only 1.28 million registered Democrats. That means if a Democrat's going to win a statewide election, they're going to have to peel off a few Republicans. And if they can't do that, they're going to have to peel off a whole lot of independents. A third of the state is registered as independent. So you're going to have to win overwhelmingly as a Democrat. And Katie Hobbs, that's the big question for her. Can she go out and do that? She hasn't really been on the trail as much as Kari Lake has.
Now, one of the ways she could appeal to a broader voting base might be the debate, but there's actually been an issue there, right? She refuses to debate.
So she will not debate Kari Lake. Now, Kari Lake says it's because she doesn't want to talk about the issues. It's because she knows that in her words, she's going to get beaten in the debate. But Hobbs' team has said it's because Kari Lake would turn it into a spectacle, and they don't want to dignify her with a debate. But regardless of what her reasons are, the optics are not good for Hobbs. Not just that Lake's team can say, look, she doesn't want to defend herself in front of the voters, but also because there was a debate scheduled earlier. Hobbs did not show up. She refused. Lake went ahead and showed up, and they had the debate. They televised it throughout the state with 2 podiums. Kari Lake stood in front of her podium. She answered questions for the full hour. There was an empty podium there. This really highlighted the fact for a lot of voters that Hobbs didn't want to talk. And one more interesting nugget. During the primary, Hobbs also did not agree to a debate with her main primary opponent. So whatever her reasons are for not doing it, Lake's team is saying, look, she won't debate anybody. And that clearly seems to be having an impact, especially if you want to win over independents.
What are some of the key issues that are driving voters in Arizona?
The economy, obviously, is one of the key issues there, as it is everywhere. You're not going to find a state where that's not one of the top 1 or 2 issues. But in Arizona, as you might imagine, it's immigration. Because they are a border state, because they've particularly been overwhelmed by this migrant crisis, millions of people crossing the border, Kari Lake has made that a key issue for her campaign. And on that immigration point, we've reached out to both campaigns to get their take on what they would do if elected. Hobbs' team has not yet responded. Lake was more than willing to talk, and she actually spoke to us exclusively about her plans, what she would do on immigration if she took office.
We're taking the matter into our own hands. We are invoking our Article 1, Section 10 powers in the U.S. Constitution to do that starting on day 1. I'm declaring an invasion. I'm issuing a declaration of invasion on day 1. We're going to start sending troops to the border in key areas where people are coming across, and we're going to stop people from coming across.
Well, strong words from Kari Lake there and a very aggressive plan on immigration. So we want to get next to a race that no one thought would be a race at all. It's New York State's governor's race. We've got incumbent Kathy Hochul facing off against Lee Zeldin, the Republican. And it's a real contest now, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of people a year ago would be shocked to find out that we were even tracking this race. Zeldin is now within 2 points in the latest Trafalgar polling.
Wow.
In past elections, Democrats have won by 15, 20, even 25 points in statewide elections. But there are a few things really going in Republicans' favor. First off is disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo. When he stepped down, Kathy Hochul was in many ways sort of his number 2 in statewide politics for the Democrats. She has tried very hard to distance herself from Cuomo. The other main issue that's helping Republicans is crime. Lee Zeldin has completely honed in on that as his main issue, pointing out that crime is horrible in New York, not only in New York City, but throughout the rest of the state. He has pointed out that since Democrats took power, we've seen a clear rise in violent crime rates especially, and he's actually been the victim of some of that crime.
Yeah, the attack on his house, let's talk about that. That was a major moment that happened this last week. What happened there, and how does that impact the race?
Well, this is certainly something that can impact a race because it really highlights exactly what Lee Zeldin's talking about. So he and his wife were at a Columbus Day parade just earlier this month. His 2 16-year-old daughters were at home doing homework. They started hearing shooting outside. They ran, locked themselves in a bathroom, called 911. There were 2 young men that were shot on Zeldin's property that were hiding in some bushes under a deck trying to get away from the shooters. And Zeldin obviously rushed home. One of the bullets landed about 20 feet away from Zeldin's daughters. They both were okay. But again, this highlights exactly what Zeldin has been talking about. And it's not the only example of crime really touching Zeldin in a personal way. He was giving a campaign event over the summer. He's up on stage. A crazed man comes up on stage, tries to attack him. Watch the video of that moment. If you haven't, it's a very scary thing to see.
There's only one option. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. Whoa! Whoa! Got a gun. Got a gun. Get out.
Really disturbing footage there.
Very scary stuff. And one thing that was just as disturbing for Zeldin, especially, and a lot of people in New York, is that the assailant in this case was actually let out on bond later the next day. And this is something Republicans have consistently talked about. They've said, look, too many violent criminals are left out in the streets because of Democrat policies on criminal justice reform. And when you've got a candidate attacked, and then you see that policy taking place and the effect of it, it really does galvanize a lot of voters in the state and make this into a personal issue for people. And that does seem to have been sort of a turning point in the election in many ways.
All right, so let's shift south to Georgia, where we have another closely watched race that features incumbent Republican Governor Brian Kemp facing off against Democrat Stacey Abrams. What's the latest in this race?
Well, the Senate race, they're obviously getting an incredible amount of attention. The governor's race, not as much attention, even though you've got the narrative of this being a repeat of the 2018 race.
Right, the big rematch.
Their big rematch where Kemp won back in 2018. This time, he's opened up a serious lead. Republicans are very confident he's going to win there. And this is an example of different strategies from Democrats. So in the Senate race, Raphael Warnock, he's trying to galvanize a lot of independent support. He's very open about the fact that he wants moderate Republicans to vote for him. He hasn't exactly tried to court the far left progressive base in Georgia. Abrams, on the other hand, she has made this all about progressivism and far left policies. She has really dove in, trying to galvanize, in her words, the progressive base. The problem in a state like Georgia that's been purple recently and deep red even as recently as 10 years ago, there's not a huge progressive base there. And so that seems to be one reason that Kemp has opened up such a wide lead over Abrams.
And Abrams already lost the governor's race 4 years ago, right?
And that's another interesting point here. She has statewide name recognition. A lot of times in a race like this, you're really just trying to get your name out there. Everyone in Georgia knows who Stacey Abrams is. And on a nationwide scale, they know as well. And some Democrats have been hesitant to support her, hesitant to pour too much money into her race because of the way she reacted to the 2018 race. You might remember she refused to concede defeat. She went on calling herself the rightful governor of Georgia. She went on, denying the election results, which a lot of people have pointed to the way she reacted from 2018 to 2020 there. But there have also been questions about her fundraising, what she's been doing with money that she claimed to be using for voter turnout and a nonprofit that was supposed to be registering voters there in Georgia. So there are some lingering questions there. But Abrams is struggling right now. And this is a race we're going to watch. Obviously, there's room to change, but Republicans are confident in Georgia.
All right, so that's what's happening in Georgia. Let's go out to Oregon, where we've got another very surprising race, kind of like the New York race. No one thought this would be competitive. There's a reason this race is competitive. We've got actually three candidates here: Democrat Tina Kotek, Republican Christine Drazen, and Independent Betsy Johnson. How's this shaking out?
Well, this is one of my favorite races, and it's something really that no one was expecting. If you would have told people recently that there could be a Republican governor in Oregon, a state that has not gone for, they've not had a Republican governor in over 3 decades, not exactly a Republican bastion. Right now, the Republican there, Christine Drazen, she's polling in the mid-30s all the way up to the high 30s, which might not sound like enough to win the race, but there are 3 serious candidates on the ballot, as you mentioned earlier. The Democrat Tina Kotek, she's polling in the low 30s to mid 30s. But the key candidate that's shifting this race is Betsy Johnson, independent candidate. She's been in Oregon politics for 20, 30 years. But the key point here, she was serving in office as a Democrat. And so in a state like Oregon, where the electorate is overwhelmingly Democrat, and you've got 2 candidates polling over 20%.
Sure, she's going to draw that vote.
Exactly. It's going to benefit Republicans. And so she's insistent that she will not be dropping out. She's, she said things that have tried to appeal to the Republican base. She said things like Oregon has gone woke. We need to bring it back. But also on policies, she is a pretty standard Democrat candidate. Now, the thing hurting Democrats in Oregon is the fact that their nominee, Tina Kotek, has been in state house or been in state politics for years now. It's her association with the governor, Kate Brown. Kate Brown, the Democrat incumbent, she's not on the ballot this year, but she is the least popular governor in all of America based on unfavorability ratings. And she's really viewed Tina Kotek as Kate Brown's right-hand person. She's been the Speaker of the House in Oregon for a long time. That association with the unpopular Kate Brown has really played a role in her struggling. And so in this race, really the magic number could be 37, 38%, and you could see a Republican taking office in Oregon. Not something you'd expect to see a few years ago.
Now we turn to our pivot point, where we look at key moments that could alter the political landscape. All right, Cabot, the first of this episode's pivot points involves Governor Ron DeSantis and Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Tell us about this.
So down in Florida, President Biden visited victims of Hurricane Ian. He had some very, very interesting comments to say about Governor DeSantis and his ability to help get aid to those in need. Have a listen.
What the governor's done is pretty remarkable so far. I mean, this is what he's done.
Not the sort of comments you might expect from Joe Biden about Ron DeSantis.
Especially when you keep in mind that Democrats have been trying to paint DeSantis so far, who, remember, is up for re-election in a race that's not a cakewalk. They try to paint him as an extremist and as a fascist. Statewide Democrats there in Florida have tried to say that DeSantis has not done enough to help victims in need of the hurricane. DeSantis' team has said that's ridiculous, that's just politics.
And here's Biden really blowing up that narrative.
Exactly. You've got the leader of the Democrat Party stepping in and saying, actually, this DeSantis guy's done a really good job. That is going to be something that DeSantis' team benefits from, especially in a place like Florida, where disaster responsiveness is a huge issue for campaigns.
You know, and that's the kind of political moment that could have long-term, implications for DeSantis, who's seen as really a front runner for a 2024 presidential bid.
Expect to hear that again if he does run.
Yeah, for sure.
Flipping it back to you now, John, what's your pivot point?
Yeah, so this is the Pennsylvania Senate race. Fetterman hasn't given a sit-down, in-person interview since he had his stroke, and there's been lots of questions if he could even do that. He's been really sort of ducking the debate, finally agreed to a debate last second, October 25th. He finally sat down with an NBC reporter, and it did not go well. Take a look.
Because of his stroke, Fetterman's campaign required closed captioning technology for this interview to essentially read our questions as we ask them. And Lester, in small talk before the interview, without captioning, it wasn't clear he was understanding our conversation.
Yeah, so there you have a sympathetic crew try to really work with him. He really struggled for an in-person interview. He's got a debate coming up. Is he going to be able to handle that? This is the first time, I think, we've seen this much exposure to his mental health issue from a mainstream outlet.
One thing also worth pointing out, that NBC reporter was actually attacked by many on the left for people saying that it was ableist of them to question whether that he was, cognitively fit to serve as a senator. People saying you can't ask questions about that. It's wrong. Some people even saying this is the equivalent of calling out someone for needing a wheelchair. The Oz campaign is saying this is a legitimate question to ask. Are you mentally fit to be a senator? Don't expect this issue to go away, but interesting to see the Democrat response shift from nothing is wrong to now do not ask questions.
And even that blowback just gives it more attention. So that is clearly a potential pivot point in this race. All right, so before we get to some exclusive polling updates, we want to follow up on some of the Senate battleground races we touched on last week. Cabot, if you could bring us up to speed.
We'll start with Georgia. There's the key race there between Republican Herschel Walker and Democrat Raphael Warnock. We're finally starting to get our first look at polling after that bombshell story came out from the Daily Beast alleging that Herschel Walker had paid for an abortion for an ex-girlfriend. Now, a lot of Democrats in the state had hoped that that would be the end of the Walker campaign, but all three polls that we've seen since that story came out show that the race is just as tight as ever. All three polls are within 3 points. One poll from the AJC actually has the race at a statistical tie. So Georgia, just as close as ever. We'll shift next to Ohio. The latest polling there shows J.D. Vance, the Republican, with a 2-point lead over the Democrat Tim Ryan. Now, there was just a key debate that a lot of people were waiting to see. So we're going to wait to see if there's any sort of polling shift that happens after that debate. Both candidates, seem to hold their ground pretty well. A lot of people online in the media saying that Vance appeared to come out with the upper hand. But again, we'll have to see how voters respond to that one. Now to Wisconsin, where the Republican Ron Johnson, the incumbent, is starting to pull away from the Democrat Mandela Barnes. The new poll that everyone's talking about, it comes from Marquette, which is one of the kind of establishment polls in Wisconsin. They had Ron Johnson up 6 points. That same poll last month had him up just 1 point. So the key poll there in Wisconsin showing Ron Johnson with some clear momentum. Now heading out west to Nevada. Stop me if you've heard this before. This race is also neck and neck between Republican Adam Laxalt and Democrat incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto. The latest polling from CNN has Laxalt with a 2-point lead, but it's worth pointing out there have been other polls in the last few weeks that have shown Cortez Masto with the lead. Really, it's the definition of a toss-up. Every poll seems to be showing something different, still incredibly close. And finally, we have the state of Pennsylvania. But for this one, we've got something very special. Joining us in person, in studio, is Mr. Robert Cahaly, founder of the Trafalgar Group.
Hey, Robert. Good to have you here in person this time. So we announced our partnership last week. We're doing a number of polls with you guys, exclusive polls. This is our first one. We're excited about it. It's a big poll. It's Pennsylvania. Let's start right from the top. We've got the biggest race in Pennsylvania. Everyone's watching. Dr. Mehmet Oz versus John Fetterman. What did we learn?
Well, what we've learned, this race continues to tighten. The Real Clear Politics average going into this poll was 3.7, with Emerson coming in just in the last couple of days with a 2% and Insider Advantage with a 3%. And so we're showing a 2.4, which will round to 2%, and with Oz at 44.8 and Fetterman at 47.2. This continues just to stay tight, and we're seeing some separation in the governor's race, but this one continues to be just kind of a dogfight with a lot of issues that are significant, especially crime, as people learn more about Fetterman's record on crime and Fetterman's support for legalization of drugs. It's becoming a bigger problem in the race.
So you have a 2.4% gap between the two. And a month ago, you had something similar. Trafalgar found something similar. But as you mentioned, a lot of the polls said, no, this is an 8 to 10 point gap. And you were arguing, hey, look, this is always close. But here we are. As you mentioned, 2.4 and a couple other polls now showing, yeah, this is a really tight race. One of the things I was interested in is there's a lot of undecideds in this race. Can you talk about that?
Well, we have a good bit of undecideds, over 4%. We also have over 3%, 3.4 for the Libertarian. Now, a lot of the times, those people don't end up staying there. And the undecideds at this point, most of the undecideds have a negative opinion of Biden, so I don't really see them breaking toward Fetterman. So I think that you'll see probably a few, as always do, fall off the Libertarian and end up with the Republican. And then I think there's a good chance that right now, the way things are set, is Oz is going to pick up more of the undecideds than Fetterman.
Now, when we drill down into the specifics of the demographics, do we see anything interesting in this race?
One thing we felt was very interesting is Oz, all of the Republicans this year are doing very well with black voters. But Oz is doing better than most, over 30%. And that is in large part because Oz, unlike everybody else, is doing significantly well with black women. He's over 25% with them. And so, yeah, that is a significant outlier. And it may have something to do with his, talk, being on talk shows all the time. But yeah, a lot of people have gotten to know him outside of politics. And it's hard to demonize somebody that you've seen on TV and you just like.
We're going to get into some more of the issues that are really driving this race on next week's episode. But right now, what are the key issues for voters in Pennsylvania? What have you found in the field?
Absolutely. Some of the big issues are just as anywhere else, crime, the inflation, an overall sense of it's out of control. This Wawa incident really has galvanized folks. It would, Lee Atwater would call that a defining moment. But I think that's really kind of just exactly what's going on, that a bunch of teenagers could just run in there and just act like that and did it because they didn't really fear reprisals. They didn't really fear any punishment. That kind of environment is driving a lot of voters that don't consider themselves Republicans just to vote against who's in charge now.
Well, we're 4 weeks out. Do you see Mehmet Oz pulling this one off?
I think it's completely possible that he can do that.
So the only debate that's taking place between these two, the only that Fetterman has agreed to, will not be happening until October 25th, right before the election. Early voting has already started, and it will have continued before that. How much of an impact do you expect that to have on things?
Late deciders don't tend to be early voters. That those things don't go together. So I think it will have an impact. I think it'll be a sizable impact. So and look to see these polls continue to tighten. I mean, all the nonsense of trying to separate that this race was a huge gap or falling away, and now that they're having to admit the reality to avoid being embarrassed again, I think they'll all start tightening.
Robert, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Polls and pundits get a lot of attention, but it's the voice of the voters that matter the most. Every week, Election Wire will speak to voters from across the country about the issues important to them. Take a look.
Well, I think fentanyl is number one for me, obviously.
The economy and then crime And those would be the most two that I'm very concerned about, yeah.
No doubt, the border.
Inflation, I guess I would say.
The electrical cars, they're pissing me off. And also inflation as well. I mean, I'm not made out of money. I don't think anybody is.
Right now, it's a free fall of stolen cars, and it's 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds. They steal them, they let them go. They never really get prosecuted. They catch people and they're released within an hour.
Securing the border so drugs and anything else that's coming across that's not legal doesn't come across.
Well, there's a lot of fentanyl that's coming over our borders right now, and unfortunately it's killing a lot of people. And now they're making it in all different colors, and it's attractive to children because of that. And it's really a shame. I mean, you can find it in almost every drug nowadays, and I mean, it'll just kill you dead. Let's talk about how that's going to affect the economy. Let's talk about how that's going to affect neighborhoods, people, that kind of thing. There's not enough batteries, technology to cover that many electrical cars. You can't do away with gas cars. You can't. I mean, think about it. You go anywhere and everything is through the roof. I mean, I used to go grocery shopping and, maybe I would spend $150, $200 for the household. It's now double that.
I'm losing money. The government is spending too much money, and they're not securing the border.
Crime, just because when I think of, if I have kids and I have a family and I think we're even seeing worse crime up in the suburbs. So it's not just a major, Philadelphia thing or major city thing. So just based on crime and the economy, we all like making more money. And if you're not making a lot more and inflation is going up, you're doing worse.
Biden, we just need someone younger.
Ever since Joe Biden came to office, Americans have suffered.
I think Joe could be doing a lot more than he's doing.
Well, look where we're at. I can't stand having Joe Biden as a president because I don't feel safe.
There's got to be younger, more vibrant people that are more charismatic, have better ideas, higher energy, just everything.
I miss all of the terrific stuff that Trump was doing. He's not addressing a lot of the issues.
I mean, economy-wise, things aren't good. As Dick said, everything is through the roof. Money-wise, gas is crazy. Everything is expensive.
I just think that people hated Trump because they thought he was so mean and all these different things, and I really don't care if our president's mean because he got things done, and there weren't wars and there weren't things going on while he was president because people were too scared to mess with him. And I would rather have a president that wrote mean things that hurt people's feelings, but ran our country like a business.
Always fascinating to hear from voters across the country. That's a wrap for this episode. Thanks for joining us on Election Wire this week. We'll be back next week to bring you the election news you need to know.
You're not the boss of me, and therefore I shall not do a fake laugh in 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome to Daily Wire Backstage. I'm the lowercase God King, Jeremy Boring, joined as always by the Andrew Klavan, the Matt Walsh, the Michael Knowles, and Ben Shapiro, the beaming in today from the Holy Land of Israel. Today's show is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Do you like your web history being seen and sold to advertisers? I know you don't. None of us do. Get ExpressVPN right now at expressvpn.com/backstage. And guys, the last time we were together, there were throngs of adoring fans. Yeah. They cheered at everything that we said. They laughed at all of our jokes. Candace was there. Dennis Prager was there. Jordan Peterson was there. Now we can't even get Ben Shapiro to actually show up. I'm just saying, it's a little anticlimactic. Yeah, a bit of a letdown. So the big news today, obviously, is that the United States is absolutely not, in no way, shape, or form, entering into a recession. The very people who created the definition of recession have now changed the definition of recession. You know, it's actually a very modern word. In the beginning of the 20th century, even as recently as the early 20th century, there was no such concept as an economic recession. And if you look at the average age of our political class now, it's likely that the actual human beings who came up with the term itself are now saying, no, absolutely nothing to see here. And yet, obviously, if you aren't living in Iraq and if you don't make as much money as I do, you're probably experiencing an increase in prices. You know, milk must be up to like 1,000 and
a little less.
Milk has gone way up. Oil has more than doubled. People are really feeling this, and apparently Joe Biden's reelection, the Democrats' election position is pay no attention to the absolute horrors of your life. Things are going just fine.
You know, the one thing I have to say is we all know about the Great Depression, but the word depression was invented to keep from saying it's a bust or a crash. So they do this all the time. I mean, it's just...
And they did say, they actually used the word, while we're all joking about we're living in an age where we can't say what a woman is, where we can't say what a baby is, where we can't say any of that. They actually said, no, it's not a recession. It's a transition. So they're actually transing our economy, and they think that's going to work.
But, I did suggest to Walsh before the show started that he make his next film should be called What is a Recession? So you just go around talking have economists throw you out of rooms.
If only we could afford to make it. Yeah. We have more dollars than ever, and they're worth less than they've ever been worth
We're in just such an acceleration loop, though. It's worth pointing out that the director of the National Economic Council at the White House, Brian Deese, he was the one who's been all over TV. He has been all over at the White House saying, this is not the economic technical definition of a recession. It is not 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. In 2008, Brian Deese himself said almost verbatim that the technical definition of economists of a recession is 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP.
But this transition thing is kind of scary because what it means is they have this vision that by driving everybody into poverty and the gas prices up, we're going to transition into this clean new energy world that actually doesn't exist. They have no technology to do this. They could be researching it, they could be creating it, but instead they're just telling us it's going to happen.
Well, for sure, one of the great untold stories is just how many people are expected to die this winter from starvation because of the impact of these policies, the impact of the war that's happening in Europe. You hear numbers that range all the way up to almost 1 billion people. Probably it is not the case that 1 billion people will die. It's certainly the case that many millions of people are going to die, all in service of virtue. And that's the thing that's the most interesting to me about our culture today is that the elite are willing to subject almost any level of pain, including death, on people, all in the name of looking good, of having the right ideas, of being perceived
to have fake virtue, right?
Of fake virtue.
No, but it's one of the proofs of original sin, I think, that people, everybody says, the great driver is sex, the great driver is money. Virtue is one of the greatest drivers, pretend virtue is one of the greatest drivers of human motivation.
You will be like God.
Yeah.
That's the great problem, is that the people that are in charge of fixing the problems don't see them as problems. They are opportunities, and that's because, well, as we talked about, now this is an opportunity to switch over to green energy, but also they see just humanity, the existence of humanity, as a problem. And so mass starvation is not really a bug. It's a feature of their policies.
You also see the inherent contradictions in all of their beliefs, right? Because on one hand, they print money at a rate never imagined in all of human history. They shut down the world. They do all the things that they did over the first 2 years of the worst pandemic in human history. Then they're shocked that there's inflation. But then they realize that inflation is actually useful to the government. It's essentially a tax on the people. It's good. The more debt you have, the better inflation is for you, and no one's got debt like the United States government. But then there are other instruments of the government who've now gone full bore to stop the inflation. So on one hand, you've got the federal government probably benefiting from the inflation. On the other hand, you've got the Fed ratcheting up interest rates at a rate at a velocity that we've probably never experienced. Another 0.75 points yesterday, which is the highest it's basically ever gone up, except that they had just done it the previous time that the Fed met. So it winds up creating this should be doing right now. Should the government be in favor of this inflation? Should it be taking radical measures to stop the inflation?
The way you stop inflation is by causing a recession. I mean, Reagan did it. This is one of the things you have to do.
Well, yeah, the Fed is trying to stop the inflation, but at the same time, we're going into an election. I don't want to, spoiler alert, they're going to start talking more and more about giving us all another bailout between now and the election because the Dems have nothing else to run on.
Right.
So yes, the way that you stop, if your goal is to stop the inflation, what the Fed is doing is accurate.
They already,
but what the Dems in Congress and Biden are about to do is the opposite. If you want to cancel student debt, for example, if you want to give out trillions of dollars of new money, that causes the inflation.
Don't forget, though, they've already given us an election bailout, and it's specifically for the election. That was the major release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve that no one is talking about.
Yeah.
But the gas prices would be even higher right now, except Joe Biden is releasing 1 million barrels a day. He announced it back in, what was it, April or May.
Right.
6 months of release takes you right up to the midterm elections. So what's going to happen after the midterms? The prices are going to get even worse.
Yeah, that's right. What's playing out right now at big tech companies and social media sites sets a dangerous precedent. Everyone should have the right to express themselves freely, but big tech monopolies have instead opted for silencing tactics and censorship. To fight back against big tech's control of the internet, I use ExpressVPN. Ever wondered how free-to-access tech giants make all their money? Well, they track your searches. They track your video history. They track everything you click on. They build a profile on you, and they sell all of your sensitive data. When you use ExpressVPN on your computer, on your phone, you anonymize much of your online presence by hiding your IP address. Doing this makes your activity much more difficult to trace and to sell to advertisers. ExpressVPN also encrypts 100% of your network data to protect you from eavesdroppers and cyber criminals. All it takes is just one click to protect all of your devices. So stop allowing big tech to revoke our right to free speech. Revoke their right to your data instead. Secure your internet with a VPN that I trust for online protection. Visit expressvpn.com/backstage. That's expressvpn.com/backstage. You'll get 3 extra months free with our exclusive link. Again, expressvpn.com/backstage. Go there right now to learn more. Yeah, so you're absolutely right. I mean, they're already giving away 1 million barrels a day. 1 million barrels of oil a day. That gets them right through the election. The funny thing is, they're so bad at their jobs. Biden is such a bad spokesperson for the government. People don't even realize they're doing it. Like this huge giveaway, and he's getting no political points for it.
Did you guys see that thing where he didn't blink for 40 seconds? Like, you know, I'd only bothered you guys because you weren't taking cocaine, but you're sniffing up of that stuff. That's what.
I think we have the clip. Let's
good.
Insurrection and pro-cop. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-democracy. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-American. Donald Trump lacked the courage to act. The brave women and men in blue all across this nation should never forget that.
Dr. Feelgood's got to dial it back a little.
Yeah, that's a little.
We have to remember that the Democrat Party tweeted that out. They were so proud of it. Yeah. They thought that that's like the kind of thing that we need to see.
Ben, what do you think?
He's got lifeless eyes, black eyes, the doll's eyes. And, it's like we've got Coraline for president here. He's got the button eyes instead of the human eyes. And I don't know what we're supposed to believe, that this human is in control. I mean, he looks like he put on the Dr. Doom eyes from Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and then just kind of trotted him out there, and he's going to get smushed flat by a cartoon roller. It's so bizarre to watch him. But, you know, going back to the economic discussion for just 1 second there, you know, one of the things that is worth noting, and it's true on the environment, it's true on the economy also, is that when it comes to policy here, they basically just do what they want to do, and then they have to backfill the solution. So there are things they don't want you to do, and then there are things that they don't mind you doing. And if there are things they don't mind you doing, I mean, there are things they kind of want you to do. So during COVID, for example, you couldn't take your kids to playgrounds, you couldn't go to your job, you had to shut down your business, you had to shut down all the schools. These were all things that were verboten, but you were allowed to protest in the streets for George Floyd. During COVID, you couldn't go out in public, and you couldn't breathe anywhere within remote. I mean, Joe Biden is literally today saying that you should still be wearing masks in crowded places. Meanwhile, when it comes to monkeypox, they won't even just say stop the gay orgies, right? Like they won't say these things, because there are certain things that you're allowed to do and that are apparently good to do. And then there are things like, you know, taking your kid to a playground where if the health risk is this big, then you have to make sure that you definitely don't do that. And it's the same thing with the economy. They're telling you, don't drive. You know, it doesn't matter that you have to get to work. Make sure that you don't drive. Make sure that you don't use the air conditioner during heat waves. Make sure that you don't use your heater when it gets really cold. They just have a list of activities that they don't like you doing. That's all this really is. There are a bunch of activities they don't like you doing. And they'll use any excuse to make you not do those activities. And then there's a list of activities that are the approved activities. And these approved activities all happen to be on like the left-wing fun list. It's like twerking in the streets at a protest, or making sure to go to a bar where no one knows one another and then have as much promiscuous sex. But don't call it monkeypox, guys. Because if you call it monkeypox, that might be stigmatizing to people. It's truly amazing. And then when it comes to the actual policy, they have to backfill policies to fix all of this. So they wreck all the businesses, they wreck all the schools, and then later they're like, man, you know what? Probably we should think about what we can do to fill in the gaps there. They wreck the economy with spending, right? Spending is an approved activity. We must spend lots and lots of dollars, but we must make sure that we also shut down your business in case anybody ever gets COVID. And so then they have to backfill with the Federal Reserve. So instead of seeing it as sort of part and parcel of a plan, I think that the best way to see a lot of left-wing policy is approved activities, unapproved activities. Approved activities have bad consequences. Well, we'll figure out a way to use our bureaucratic power to sort of cram down some sort of solution that's not going to work long term. I have no other way of putting this together, because otherwise it doesn't make any sort of logical sense.
I think the one thing, though, to avoid stigmatization, we should call it gay monkeypox, so we don't stigmatize all the monkeys.
Well, yeah, some monkeys are straight. I mean, not many.
No, they have to they have to shut down our churches because they don't like our churches. Yeah. But they can't shut down the bathhouses because those are their churches and those are sacred to them. The other iron,
as are riots in the street.
Yes, that's their liturgy as well. The other irony here is that everyone has had COVID. I think now every single person in America has had COVID at least once, maybe multiple times. Whether they locked down, whether they wore the mask, whether they got 10 injections, everyone gets COVID. It's very, very transmissible. Monkeypox is not transmissible. It's very easy to shut down. You don't need to lock down the entire economy. You don't need to lock down much of anything other than the bathhouses and the fetish parties and the orgies. So you could do that very easily, and yet we're being told that this is now a national.
You just don't like to have fun.
Yeah, that's right. You don't like people.
Old wet blanket, Michael.
What's interesting about this is during the worst of the gay crisis, the AIDS crisis, I lived in New York, so like you'd be talking to a guy and he'd just die. You know, like everybody was dying.
The gay crisis was denim on denim, right?
That's right.
Like, that
Good night, everybody.
But you know, that's right. Just drive safely. But one of the things was everybody was yelling at Reagan. They were screaming at Reagan, close the bathhouses. The gay people were saying this. The gay people were saying, "What's wrong with you? Why don't you?" And I was saying, like, well, why don't you just not go? You know, why is it Ronald Reagan's fault? You know, or whoever they were yelling at. Why was it his fault that the bathhouse?
And this is an important distinction.
But now they're saying you can't even say close the bathhouse.
It is an important distinction because I know homosexuals who are monogamous with one another.
Yes, yeah.
And they're the ones who are most loudly, just like we're talking about in the 80s, saying, no, we actually do need to shut down these orgies because it is the case that pretty much only homosexuals get monkeypox. Anywhere from 95 to 98% of the transmission is among homosexuals and secret homosexuals. But it's not that all homosexuals are getting monkeypox. It is specifically promiscuous homosexuals who are having lots of sex with lots of different guys.
But it's basically only homosexuals who are going to orgies. That's the other thing. So,
all orgies.
Wait. That's very disappointing.
In fairness, the rest of us can't.
But exactly, that's the point.
Go my dreams.
I know the message is, well, it's not just about we're not targeting gay people. It's just don't engage in orgies and that sort of thing. Yeah. But it is true that like predominantly the people that are doing these kinds of activities. I mean, the people who are, if you're having random sex with 15 different people in the course of a week, that's generally not straight people who are doing that in the first.
No, it requires exclusively men.
Yeah, because
to arrive at that.
There's no one to say no.
Because women have a shred of sanity. Women are not idiots. I mean, like as a general rule, women are not willing to engage in random sex with enormous numbers of straight. You know, we tend to be rather aggressive in this area, like just as a general rule. So,
but it's also, you know, you brought up AIDS, and one thing we're hearing from the left is that they are tying this into AIDS and saying, let's not make the same mistake that we made with AIDS by stigmatizing gay people. But actually, it's the reverse is true.
That's right.
The mistake made with the messaging about AIDS is that anyone can get it whatsoever. That's the message.
But also, AIDS actually, in the long run, obviously was it was a plague. It was, I remembered, and it was traumatizing to everybody if you were in an area like New York where there were a lot of gay people. However, after it was over, that was when gay people started to really come out because people, you know, your cousin was dying, or somebody who you didn't know is gay was dying, and people started to say, oh, well, there's more of this than we thought there was. There's people that we actually know, and it's Rock Hudson, it's actual movie stars that we like. It actually helped the gay cause, even though it didn't help gay people.
I think to your point though, Matt, I grew up being a century and a half younger than Drew. I was in school during the AIDS crisis, and they never once used the word homosexuality ever in reference to AIDS. I thought that AIDS was the thing that once Bobby kissed Susie, we were all going to die of AIDS. That is how it was presented to me. It's one of the great, one of the great myths of the second half of the 20th century is heterosexual AIDS. And they did it in the beginning because they didn't think that they could get buy-in. They didn't think the American people were capable of sympathizing with or bringing funding to bear on behalf of gay people. And so instead they had to turn it, as they always do. I mean, obviously we've seen it at a scale we've never seen it before over the last 3 years. They can't say, if you have diabetes, if you're overweight, if you're in your 80s, you probably need to take this COVID thing particularly seriously. They'll never say anything like that. Instead, they have to say, you're all going to die, use disinfectant on your fruits and vegetables after they're dropped off on your doorstep before you eat them. They have to create this sort of mass panic to advance any piece of their agenda.
What's interesting about it, too, is, of course, most people, heart disease is what kills more people than anything else.
Everyone.
And still they're putting out magazine covers where they tell you that being fat is healthy, which that will really kill you. Obesity will really kill you.
Yeah, how dare you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can distinctly remember.
By the way, I mean, if you're talking about monkeypox and the risk factors of monkeypox, I mean, it's worth noting at this point that I believe that in the West, fewer than 10 people have died of monkeypox this entire time.
Yeah.
And they're talking about this as a global pandemic, and it's going to wipe out hundreds of thousands, millions of people. The grand total number of people who have died, last I checked, according to the Associated Press, I believe was 5. It was like 16,000 identified monkeypox infections in Western countries. I think the plurality of them in the United States. 5 people total have died. And this is a word that everyone is supposed to know. So again, the idea here is that the health establishment is going to scare the living hell out of you, but not enough to actually tell you that probably you shouldn't engage in the one activity that is likely to transmit the disease.
Yeah, Matt.
So the message I'm taking from Ben there is that you can still go to the orgies because you're I can remember being in 5th grade and learning about AIDS, and the message was anyone can get it, and we watched some video or something like that, and just like you, they never said anything about gay people. I can remember I was so traumatized by this. I went home and I brought it up to my mom, and I said, I'm afraid I might have AIDS, or I might get AIDS. And she told me, well, you're not gay, and you're not an intravenous drug user, so you're not going to get it. But I think that actually this is kind of a significant moment for the generation that grew up in the 90s, like having this AIDS panic shoved down your throat. It kind of I don't know, maybe it ties into why millennials are so susceptible now to panicking over COVID. It's just we were all raised to be hypochondriacs.
Well, have you noticed a phenomenon now on the right? It used to be that all the crunchy granola people who ate all the weird stuff and didn't trust the doctors, they were pretty much all on the left. And I've noticed recently it's at least an equal number, if not mostly conservatives, who are saying no seed oils, or I'm not going to trust this doctor, or I'm going to go to this kind of, I don't know, a doula or a midwife or something instead of a doctor. And the reason for this, it actually ties back right with our public health issues, is who was the face of the public health response to AIDS? You know who it was, baby. It was old me, Mr. Mistopheles. He was there in the 80s. That was his first big public health campaign, and he blew it, and it was just a disaster, as we discuss in Fauci Unmasked, available on Daily Wire Plus. But the messaging was all ridiculous.
He's the guy who said you could get it from close contact.
Yeah,
he left out the fact that it has to include sodomy.
Real close.
You have to get really close.
Close contact. But it's also, a huge. It's not one news story, but a series of news stories just in the last week. The number one most influential study on Alzheimer's, and it turns out to be fraudulent.
The antidepressant.
The antidepressant studies that have governed how we treat depression since 1970 are fraudulent. There was another big one. I'm not remembering off the top of my head this week. There were.
It seems to happen like every 6 days now at this point. That some major aspect of the public health establishment is fake. And so
it's revealed to be a lie.
In that environment, when someone comes up to me who I used to write off as a hippie and says, hey, don't eat those seed oils, man, or hey, don't trust the doctor on this, or don't take this drug. 20 years ago, I would have said, yeah, whatever, okay. Now, I am frankly more likely to trust an African shaman witch doctor than I am to trust someone in a white lab coat at the NIH.
Yeah. Well, actually, this is a really interesting point, because one of the things that I think happened early over the course of the 20th century is the substitution of science for religion. The idea was that your religious leaders were not trustworthy because they provided you with certain solutions to life, and then they couldn't even uphold their own standards. This is, I think, what led to so much rage at the Catholic Church in the early 2000s after all of the scandals regarding pedophile priests and such. The idea was that these were the people who were supposed to lead us, and suddenly they've let us down. Well, the story of the 20th century is the substitution of scientists for kind of cultic leaders. The idea was these were the people who were going to lead us to a better tomorrow. They were always going to fix all of our problems. And there was some truth to it because, science has advanced enormously the ability of human beings to live longer and more healthfully. But there's no humility to them at all. And so they make claims that are well beyond what they can actually prove. And you see it in virtually every area. They're just not willing to say the truth about what they know and really what they don't. That is most true in the area of psychiatry, where honestly the understanding of the human brain is extraordinarily rudimentary at this point. And yet you're told by the experts that they know like every jot and tittle of how neuroscience works. No, they don't. They really, really don't. And so because of that, people expect magic from folks, and you can't expect magic because there's no such thing as magic. So when the magic dissipates, then you're treating them exactly like you would treat a religious leader who you're disappointed in because he's violated your sense of faith in them.
You should read this book. It's called Desperate Remedies, I believe, which is a history of psychiatry, which is one atrocity after another, completely outside of science. But every single one of them is picked up by the establishment and touted as a great thing, including sticking an awl up people's nose and taking part of their brain out, which was lobotomy. And it makes Freud, who I believe was a brilliant quack, it actually makes him kind of a hero because at least he was only talking to people. He wasn't electroshocking them. He wasn't drugging them. He wasn't doing all these terrible things. But it is one history of failure after another. And, there's one other thing about what Ben is saying. When you look back at the 20th century, and because most of us lived in the second half of the 20th century, you forget what an absolute nightmare the 20th century was. Hitlerian fascism and Soviet communism were both scientific movements in a sense. They were both based in non-God, non-religious-based science. There's got to be some kind of clue here that science is a wonderful thing, but it's not the only thing.
I have two thoughts. One is that it's not, you said it, it's not just science, it's experts generally.
Yeah.
And in the same way that in the Middle Ages, the Catholic priesthood sort of soaked up all the 120 IQs in Europe because there was nowhere else to be.
No.
And so if you had any smarts whatsoever, you went into the Catholic priesthood, and then problems across time that you've completely centralized all of the people probably capable of having critical, any substantial level of critical thinking into one institution that has a very rigid set of parameters on what you're allowed to think. And so you've almost removed critical thought from society. We do the same thing now. We just do it through the institution of higher learning. And in the name of liberalism, it became the least liberal of all institutions. It is a religious institution that has very strict parameters on what you're allowed to think. And we placed everyone with 120 plus IQ in that system. And so the people who should be having not critical theory, but actual criticism, actual critical thought about day-to-day life, critical thought about how we live, critical thought about the things that we thought historically, the things now, the things that we might think in the future. They've all been institutionalized, as it were, into thinking one set of things. And you see this everywhere. So if you had said, if you said during COVID that you doubted, for example, that hankies over your face was going to make a substantial dent in the spread of this, respiratory viral disease, it's not just that, that virologists would come out and tell you were wrong. It's that all experts at all levels would come out and tell you that you were wrong with absolute authority and absolute certainty about things that they knew absolutely nothing. You see it, I think about this in every level of the expert class right now. If you question the narrative on anthropogenic global warming, and they'll say 98% of scientists agree, right? But 98% of scientists have absolutely no knowledge about climatology. You mean that heart surgeons agree, and they do. And you mean that lawyers agree, and they do. And you mean people with gender studies degrees agree, and they do. The institutionalization requires that whatever my degree is in, for it to have any value, I have to accept about your degree as I am about my degree, and it creates this unbelievable echo chamber.
I think that's
and the rest of us have just deferred all of our critical thinking to the institution.
It's a brilliant insight. The greatest example of it is NASA, the moonshot. They sucked all the talent out of the room, and after the moonshot, basically the space program died. And it died because they were all in the government instead of off somewhere saying, you know, I have this other idea.
And it took 40 years to challenge that.
Right. The other part of the story that makes this such a problem is that you have the experts saying, leave everything to us. And then you have the American public, many of which have been conditioned to sort of look for the easiest answer. And so a lot of people are more than happy to just farm that out to the so-called experts and let them deal with it. That's especially the case with psychiatry and the antidepressant study, which, by the way, what's so sinister about that is it's not like this study just came out revealing that all these antidepressants were prescribed on a faulty basis, and we just found this out this week. No, this has been known for decades. Psychiatrists and doctors have known for decades that the chemical imbalance theory of depression is not true. That was basically a guess that someone came up with decades ago, and it's been known that it wasn't true. Right.
Well, here's one evidence that it's not true is the antidepressant use has skyrocketed since they started.
And we're the most mentally ill generation in human history and the most medicated.
Usually when you come up with a cure for things, it goes away.
And they've done studies where they've compared antidepressants against placebos and found that, especially if it's an active placebo that gives you some kind of irrelevant side effect, there's no distinction between the two. But the problem is, even after the study came out, and I was talking about it on my show, and what I heard from a lot of people is, well, maybe this is all false, but it makes me feel better to take it.
No, I know.
Yeah.
So that's it.
My feeling is take the placebo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I will say that on the antidepressant issue, I mean, I think that there's a slightly more complexity to antidepressant use than what the study actually claims. What the study actually claims, correctly, of course, is that there's no relationship between low serotonin and depression, which was the chemical imbalance theory, right? Was that low serotonin was invariably connected with depression. Well, psychiatrists have known for a while, and this again demonstrates that all they do is the platonic lie. And this is the biggest problem. That disconnect between what they know and what they tell you is so great that the vast majority of the American public believes that the chemical imbalance theory is the going theory. I mean, if you poll Americans about that, they think that that's what is going on.
It's about
in the human brain because they watched a bunch of
think that.
Yeah, I mean, they watched a bunch of commercials about Prozac in 1997, and it said this, right, in the commercials. And so everybody still believes that that's how this works. But psychiatrists will tell you that depression, like cancer, is actually a bundle of things, right? There are a bunch of different types of depression, ranging from mild to severe. There are a bunch of different causes of depression that we don't know the chemical causes of depression. Now, what you'll see from some psychiatrists and from some studies is that some antidepressants, depending on circumstance, may have a better effect than other antidepressants, depending on the person. And here's the key, though. They don't know why, right? And they can't just say that. The truth is that a huge amount of medicine is trial and error, right? Antidepressants actually started off, SSRIs, started off as tuberculosis drugs, in the same way that Viagra started off as a drug for heart arrhythmia. So very often, I mean, this is true right now for a huge number of medicines that we use. They're being used for the not original purpose of the medication. Because again, we are not that much farther advanced, except in some of our study techniques, from the days when it was like pick the red berry or pick the blackberry and see who dies and see who lives. And so very often what you're doing, so what you're doing very often with antidepressants, and this is true, is you'll see a person and they'll take 3 or 4 different antidepressants in a row until they get to the one that works for them. Part of the problem, again, with studies of depression is that also the effects are self-reported. There's no objectively verifiable metric to determine whether an antidepressant is working other than I tell a doctor that I feel better. So all this is really vague and really difficult, and it got simplified down into you have a chemical imbalance, take an SSRI, it'll cure you. And that's not true. The black box warnings, by the way, on SSRIs are really, really troubling. I mean, you should really, what I've said on the show is, listen, there may be SSRIs that work for some people, but in the best of all possible circumstances, you should at least go through cognitive behavioral therapy and do your best via not drugs before you even start looking along those lines. Now,
and I say the only way to treat
say that SSRIs are never useful because that's not true.
Erectile dysfunction and COVID-19 is essential oils.
Yeah, great point.
I've just found that just a little peppermint.
I think, I know we had this conversation a few shows ago about mental illness, and not to retread that ground again, but there's this, I just think there's some flawed fundamental premise that we're starting with. And when we talk about, well, do the antidepressants work? What do we mean by that? What do you mean work? How do we know if they work? And what we mean is that it works if you take it and you just feel, I guess, kind of numb. You feel okay. You feel content. I don't know exactly. But is that even how people are supposed to feel every single second? That's the question. How are people supposed to feel? Like, how are people supposed to experience the world? And I think before you even think about prescribing a drug, obviously you got to go down the checklist of lifestyle choices, diet, sleep, all that. They don't do that. They just go right to the drug. Hold on a second. There's another thing on the checklist. Are you a mortal being living in this fallen world that is full of just misery and sorrow? And so my point is that I think depression is actually, it's a rational response to our condition as human beings, which isn't to say that we should always be depressed, but it takes more effort. It's a rarer thing to be happy and content.
No one asks the question. No one asks the question. Is telling people that they are bags of chemicals that can be adjusted depressing in and of itself? Because as we say, from the invention of these things, and I'm not totally against all drugs, all medical, psychotropic drugs. I'm not completely against it, but I'm against the idea. What you just said, I'm against the idea that should be your first guess. It should definitely be your very last guess. That there's no other reason to be depressed, and even the existential pain of life is not what's depressing you. Something's wrong.
I think this is an important topic, and we have spent some time, but I want to spend a little bit more time. But first, I am obliged by economics and by character to suggest that you get a good night's sleep. For me personally, I can't function. Drew does not sleep.
I don't sleep.
I know this to be a fact. Drew,
sometimes during the show.
Yeah, Drew's productivity is at an unbelievable high. Because statistically, he got all this sleep in the first 100 years of his life, and now he's good for the next. But for me, I need Helix. Helix Sleep has a quiz that takes just 2 minutes to complete and matches your body type and sleep preferences to the perfect mattress for you. Why would you buy a mattress made for somebody else? With Helix, you're getting a mattress that you know will be perfect for the way that you sleep. Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattresses that you can choose from. They have a soft, medium, a firm mattress. They have mattresses that are great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, mattresses that heat you up if you sleep cool, mattresses that are great for spinal alignment, for preventing those morning aches and pains. Just go to helixsleep.com/backstage, take their 2-minute sleep quiz, and they'll match you to a customized mattress that will give you the best sleep of your entire life. They have a 10-year warranty, and you get to try it out for just This is an unbelievable deal. You get to try it out for 100 nights risk-free. They'll even pick it up for you if you don't love it. That isn't going to happen because you will. For a limited time, Helix is offering up $350 off of all mattress orders and 2 free pillows for our listeners. This is the best offer they've offered yet, so hurry over to helixsleep.com/backstage. That's helixsleep.com/backstage. This is a really important topic. How is a person to feel? How are we supposed to feel? What's our reaction to our lives supposed to be? I say it all the time. We live in the most diagnosed and most drugged generation in all of human history, but not the happiest.
Well, I will tell you something. I feel, when I'm walking around, I'm just talking about my feelings, I feel as though I am taking heart arrhythmia drugs almost all the time. No, I feel really excited and invigorated, tumescent. And so part of the reason for this is, and this really gets to Matt's point on there being a spiritual or metaphysical basis here. I was an atheist for about 10 years, and then I was not an atheist anymore. And it happened in kind of a whirlwind of a few years in there. And I will tell you, I'm way less depressed.
It's amazing.
I'm not taking any drugs, and I'm not. And it really is just a way of viewing the world. And I'm not saying I don't get sad. I'm not saying I don't feel grief or pain or stress or anxiety or any. I feel all of those things. But it is a huge change. I've taken a handful of chemicals in my life, especially in my college years, and that shift, that spiritual and metaphysical shift, is far more powerful.
And you know what's interesting too, to go back to what you were saying about just the existential state of the world, is religion is joy. I mean, and it's increasing joy all the time, but it makes you more realistic.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, the brief against the attack on religion was always, it was a fantasy. It was always, you have the sky daddy, whatever they say, but it's actually the opposite. You see the world so much more clearly. You know more what people are going to do, you know why they're going to do it, and you understand that it is what you say, it's a veil of tears.
By the way,
and I think...
Well, there's something else here too, and that is that one of the things that we found in Western societies have extraordinarily high rates of mental illness, suicidal ideation, depression. One of the reasons for that is something called choice theory. The idea is that when you provide people with too many choices, they freeze up in the faces of those choices and they freak out and they don't know what to do about that, because it turns out that people really do need structures, right? They really do need the roles that religion tends to provide. Religion is inherited wisdom of the past. And what they found, and again, this is all scientifically based, what they found is that cultures that actually have fairly strict roles in which you're expected to do things and you have duties and we kind of know what you're going to do on a day-to-day basis, right? Those cultures have far lower rates of mental illness and suicidal ideation and depression because, again, you know what you are. You know where you lie in society. What we really have sort of discovered about human identity is that it's a combination of your biology combined with your sociological kind of inheritance, your cultural inheritance, combined with what choices you make for yourself. But we in the West, we've basically done away with the first two things, right? We've done away with biology and the biological constraints placed upon you. And we've done away with your cultural inheritance. And all you are is just sort of a wandering bag of feelings in which you get to choose all of your own adventures. Well, the problem with that is that that's actually quite depressing. People are not built for precisely that. Now, again, I think that there are people who are severely depressed to the point where, you know, they're losing weight, they can't sleep ever. And it's not just sort of a malaise, it's something much deeper. But I think that just like with any other mental illness in the West, we have now expanded the boundaries of that description to include a bunch of behavior that really is either transitory or borderline normal. I mean, this has happened in nearly every major mental illness in the West, and the most obvious example being gender dysphoria, right? There are people who actually do have gender dysphoria, and then there is 21% of the population of people under the age of 18 identifying as LGBTQ, right? Not the same thing.
Let me even push on that, though, Ben. I'm not sure that 25% of people don't have gender dysphoria. I'm not sure that 50% of people don't have gender dysphoria. I mean, I think that most children have some amount of gender confusion during their childhood. Some of it's fantasy, and some of it's much deeper than that, and much more prevalent than that. But one of the things that I think is that diagnoses themselves, amplify the phenomenon. So I know many people who, for some brief period of their childhood, like to wear their mom's shoes, or little girls who like to play in the dirt outside and said would literally say things like, "I want to be a boy when I grow up," and they didn't have anything that needed to be diagnosed. They didn't have anything that needed to be identified and therefore substantified, like in the very act. I think this with other kinds of mental illness too. I think with depression, I know many people who, and I think, Matt, this goes to your point. I don't want to be too broad with this and suggest that there is no mental illness, because of course there is. I don't want to suggest that I'm opposed to all medical intervention, because I'm not. But I do think in the vast majority of cases, the person who has the problem is in some ways the least credible voice on the nature of the problem, right? And so many people who I think are good, thoughtful, I have respect for them, I have affection for them, will say, well, you don't understand what I'm going through. And I always want to say back to them, well, you don't understand what I'm going through. Like, it's the nature of being a human being that we don't understand other people. You're expecting me to accept that your plight is completely distinct from my plight, which I doubt. I find that somewhat unscriptural, and nothing in my observation of life really holds that up. And worse, which I, with some very specific physical, maybe you're physically being abused or something. I think what's really happening for many people is that they're dealing with the confusion that comes from being a human on the earth. And then as soon as you draw a box around it and give a label to it and provide even the hope of a way out by way of these medical interventions, in many ways, you've now subjected them to the horror of this thing forever. I've said it I want to kick it to Matt, so I'll end with this, but I hate Alcoholics Anonymous. I know many people who've been helped by Alcoholics Anonymous, and thank God for it. When I say I hate it, I mean it kind of on a philosophical level. I hate the idea of someone who has not had a drink in 25 years saying, I am an alcoholic. Because what they're doing is that they're taking their problem and making their problem central to their identity, even decades after having, in a practical sense, overcome the problem itself. I don't think you could ever have healing from alcoholism if you are an alcoholic. I grew up around Catholics and Baptists. I came from a very German-influenced town, and it's all German Catholics and German Baptists in my little hometown. And the Baptists always say, and listen, I go to a Baptist church today. I love Many Baptists, I guess myself included, Seth. But the Baptists will commonly say, I'm a sinner saved by grace. And there's a kind of humility to that statement that I really like, except for the emphasis. I think that if one identifies themselves primarily as a sinner, then the natural expectation from them is sin. If one identifies themselves as depressed, the natural thing that you might expect from them is depression. If one identifies themselves as an alcoholic, the natural state of being for them is to imbibe large amounts of alcohol, unhealthy amounts of alcohol. When we make someone's identity their problem, we cannot possibly expect them ever to have relief from that problem.
And I think to the point about, and I hear this all the time too, that, well, you shouldn't be talking about depression or anxiety because you're not going through it. And there's such an arrogance to that, because I always say, do you really think that I've never experienced depression or anxiety? Do you think there's any human on earth who hasn't? And then the response is, well, it's not like I experience it. First of all, how the hell do you know that?
Yeah.
And second, if you have any understanding of human nature, you should know that everyone struggles with all of these things all the time. Now, I think we talk about, well, how should a human feel? And that is the question that we have farmed out to the psychiatry industry. We farmed it out to the pharmaceutical companies. And we've decided that, they have an answer to that. Even though it's a deeply philosophical, abstract question, there's no reason why they would be experts on how people are supposed to feel or think. My answer is, I think people are supposed to be happy. We're supposed to be joyful even. We're supposed to be content. But that is not a natural, automatic response to just raw human existence.
Yeah.
The natural human response to
one of the things...
Yeah, the natural human response to existence itself, especially if you take out any sense of meaning, you take religion, you take all that out of it, the natural response is despair and anxiety and dread. Norm Macdonald has a bit that I saw was making the rounds recently, where he was saying, when someone commits suicide, everyone always says, well, I don't understand why they did it. But really, you don't understand? And it sounds kind of morbid, but there's actually, first of all, it's actually very empathetic, and it's true. His point is that, well, of course, at some level, you can understand why somebody would despair of existence. If you're a human being and you've lived this life.
To be or not to be actually is the question.
That is the question. Ben?
But there's something else here too, and that is that when it comes to mental illness, and I've unfortunately had to deal with mental illness in my family, extended family. When you deal with mental illness, one of the ways that I can speak sort of personally here. One of the ways that I think you can tell when somebody really does need help, and we're not talking about somebody who is just feeling some sort of angst and goes to the doctor for a pill, is that outsiders can tell. There are verifiable signs from the outside. You can tell by behavioral characteristics that this person needs help. And one of the main characteristics that I've seen, at least when in dealing with people who are friends and family who are mentally ill, is that they themselves can't tell. This happens a lot, where people are they're extraordinarily deeply anxious, and they can't even tell how anxious they are because they're so inside their own head, or they're so deeply depressed that they can't tell they haven't been eating for days on end. Or they're so obsessive about things that they can't tell that this is coming from outside. They think it's a true desire to just, for example, organize. And these are all things that have some verifiable component. One of the things that we've done with mental illness is something that we've done generally, which is we've looked to the emotional self-definition of people and said, you get to be your own best resource. Well, one thing we know from every social science study ever done is that the worst form of social science is self-reports, right? Whenever you're self-reporting about your own status, people are really bad at this. When we say, I know myself the best, that's actually not true. Probably the people who are closest to you know you better than you do, because you have a bizarrely subjective view of yourself, right? You tend to inflate certain parts of yourself and deflate certain parts of yourself. And so when it comes to, the sort of mental condition you're in, one of the dangers that we have very often is people who are self-diagnosing, and then they go to the doctor, and the doctor actually isn't diagnosing them. They're coming in and they're saying, I feel depressed, I need a pill. And the doctor, because the doctor doesn't have the sort of humility to say, I'm not sure that that's the case, right? We actually have to check into this. They just say, okay, well, you say that, you're your own best advocate, right? You're taught that patients are supposed to be their own best advocate. If a patient comes in complaining of knee pain, you don't go, well, let's assess whether you really do have the knee pain. You assume the knee pain is real. But knee pain is not quite the same thing as psychic or emotional pain. Those are not the same thing at all. And very often the people who are the ones who require the most help are the people who actually can't even recognize that they have the problem in the first place. That's particularly true. I saw it in my grandfather of schizophrenia. People who are schizophrenic cannot tell they have a problem. They think they're acting perfectly normally and perfectly naturally, and they're not. They're delusional. And that's why they won't take their meds. very often the people who most need the meds are the people who won't take the meds, for example.
Between what Matt is saying and what Ben is saying, there's this vast territory that I think is really the problem we have, because there's going to be mentally ill people and there's going to be people in despair. But yesterday I was talking at YAF and I cited Ben's fantastic creation, the rap song WAP. He did write that, right?
He did write it.
And I was saying that what a despairing view of human life that is, what a terrible, ugly view of life that is. And it's one thing for some rapper to come out with that, but it's another thing when the New York Times and the LA Times says, this is a wonderful song, this is the song of the year, this is a great expression of women's sexuality. And you think, well, now you've got people who are facing the existential pain of life with no support from the authorities, with no support from the establishment. They're being told that this is what you are, this is what you are, you're a WAP, and that's the central thing. You end up then in a state of mental illness that is actually verifiable. That's right. It's caused by the
I actually, by the way, have a lot more respect for Megan Thee Stallion than I do for the New York Times, because she knows that the song is tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. You and I can say that we still think it's vulgar, we don't like it, we don't approve. That's all fine. But she's obviously being cheeky. Only the New York Times elevates it to being an absolute serious work of art.
My whole point is I do not mind there being an obscene little ditty on the radio. It doesn't bother me in the least. It bothers me that there's no old men around to say, that's a terrible thing to say. That's not what you are at all.
You know what? The WAP of it actually ties into something Ben said, and it ties into your movie, Matt, which is, it's probably the most interesting part of the movie, and no one has talked about it, which is when you asked the African tribe, you said, what is a woman? Yeah. They gave a different answer than the libs did, and a different answer than the conservatives give, right? The libs say, blah, 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 woman's whatever a woman is, whatever a woman is, whatever. And then the conservatives say, well, if you have 2 X chromosomes and breasts and womb, you're a woman. And the Africans didn't say that. They defined it in the way Ben was just talking about. They said, well, a woman is someone who does the role of a woman. A man is someone who does the role of a man, that it's being defined outside of you by other people and by the functions that you have in a political community, which is a deeply, obviously you expect it of the African tribesmen, that's a deeply, deeply conservative point of view that even many American conservatives shy away from.
This is why I think it's hilarious when the trans lefty wackos will say things like, gender is a social construct, and there are 72 of them, and one of them is gender queer. So I'm supposed to believe that this society, which has men's and women's rooms exclusively for going all the way back to the invention of the restroom, also constructed genderqueer. Like the thing itself is so...
If it's a construction, then those are out.
Yeah, there are only 2 genders, especially if it's a social construct, right? And that's all the social is created, constructed.
I think the answer that they gave me, because they did go right to the duties and responsibilities, and it took a little bit of talking before they got to, well, yeah, obviously a woman has breasts and body parts. But what the answer, they didn't even think to answer on that level because they figured, well, why would anyone ask that question? The answer that they were actually answering the question of what ought a woman be? Like what should a woman be?
Like they're acknowledging gender expression, and it's actually maybe conservatives should grant that premise. Say yes, obviously there's such a thing as gender expression, and I guess that's a distinct concept from sex. It's just there's a relationship here. Yeah, they should be pretty close.
But because they have an idea of what a woman should be, what she should do. And same for a man, and that's one of the reasons why they don't have, like Ben pointed out, in these societies where they have a strict idea of roles and responsibilities, they don't have the mental illness and depression. That's a question I actually asked the woman. I can't remember if I made it into the film or not. Do you guys have depression here? And she said, no, we don't have that. And that I think she was being quite sincere. They don't have it because if you're not, in our society where people are wandering around in this haze all the time. They have no idea what they're supposed to be doing or saying or anything, and that's going to create anxiety. I mean, anxiety it comes from the unknown. It comes from ambiguity, and so of course we're a society totally besought by anxiety.
If you're wondering what your duty is to get life insurance. In particular, if someone depends on you, having insurance through your job may not be enough. Most people need up to 10 times more coverage to properly provide for their families in the event of their death. In an unpredictable economy, life insurance can offer peace of mind that anyone who relies on you financially, a child, a parent, a business partner, your spouse, will have financial cushion if something should happen to you. Policy Genius is an insurance comparison website that makes it easy to compare quotes from top companies all in one place to find your lowest price. You can save up to 50% or even more on life insurance by comparing quotes with Policy Genius. Just head to policygenius.com to get personalized quotes in minutes and find the right policy for your needs. The licensed agents over at Policy Genius work for you, not the insurance companies. They're on hand through the entire process to help you understand your options so you can make better decisions with confidence. Policy Genius doesn't sell your details to third parties. Plus, they don't add on extra fees. Policy Genius has options that offer coverage in as little as a week and avoid unnecessary medical exams. Head over to policygenius.com, get your free life insurance quotes, and see how much you could save. That's policygenius.com. Get your free life insurance quotes. See how much you could save at policygenius.com. I think that we have to move on to other topics. But one thing I want to say here is that anytime we have these conversations as conservatives, we can be fairly absolutist as conservatives, and it's because we're reactionary, but definitionally, and we're reacting to overreaching positions taken by the left. One thing that I think is important is that we not let our ideology actually create a framework and suggest that God has to operate in it. There are obviously people who have experiences that we can't relate to, that we can't observe. There are people, we do live in a society. We don't live on the plains of Africa. I'm fairly grateful for that because they have all kinds of problems that we don't have, and I'm glad that we don't have. In our society, whatever the root cause of things like mental illness is, we can't deny that we're a mentally ill society and that there are a lot of people who need our empathy. And so I know that a lot of people watching us have this conversation feel that in some ways we're saying that they are wrong. And perhaps in some ways we are suggesting that they...
In what sense?
That they may be, well, because...
That they shouldn't take all these drugs.
They shouldn't take these drugs, or they just need to get over it, or they just need to go to church more, they need to pray. Whatever it is, people often think that we're trying to reduce their experience out of existence.
Right. That's not right.
And that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is, in a funny way, we're saying there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our current philosophy, and that a lot of the things that people are experiencing are not caused by the things that they've been told that they have been caused by, and the answers may not lie in the direction that they've been told.
And on that very point, Jeremy, Marx famously said that religion is the opium of the people, and in a way, I guess that's true. It's at least a good medicine that is fixing something. But when you take religion out of the picture, when you take God out of the picture, do you know what the opium of the people is?
Opium.
It's opium. Yeah. It's literally opioids in our culture.
We're also, to borrow a phrase from the left, I think what we're talking about validates. It's actually very validating to someone. If you're struggling with depression, you hear this conversation. Now, oftentimes people will respond by saying, well, you're saying I don't really have this, or you're minimizing. I think it's quite the opposite. It's the people that medicalize it automatically that I think are minimizing it. I mean, what they're saying is, well, you feel this way. You shouldn't feel that way. That's crazy. Here's a drug to make it go away. What I'm saying is exactly the opposite. It's like you're not crazy for feeling this way. It's a very deep and serious problem, but I think we need to explore solutions to it that are different from just.
But it's important too to say that what Ben says is absolutely true. There are people that the drugs help. There are people who have a chronic condition that is not related to life. That's not related to their situation. However, I will say, as somebody who in my youth suffered from a true mental illness, I mean, I believe that I'm the subject of a miracle. I mean, I was actually cured of mental illness. I'm so glad the drugs hadn't been invented then, because they would have given to me. I was sleeping like 12. You talk about the fact that I got all my sleep. It's true. I was sleeping like 12, 13, 15 hours a day. I was incredibly depressed. And just talking to somebody who knew what he was doing and who inspired me and who gave me a father figure that I'd never had, that actually healed me. That actually miraculously healed me.
I'm so glad that they weren't drugging us. I'm so glad that they weren't diagnosing us with transgenderism. I'm so grateful that they didn't say that we were all gay. Every time that we had a outside of Orthodox thought, I grew up in a time where you had the opportunity to go through the human experience without suddenly having it become your identity.
Right.
And I think the great tragedy of our time.
That's really such a.
Sorry, Ben, go ahead.
That really is such a key. Is the idea that it's very funny. Well, we're a society that focuses in a lot on choice. But then it's kind of a one-size-fits-all approach to all of these problems, is to pathologize and medicalize all of the problems. I think what we're all saying, I hope, is sort of the same thing, which is, why not investigate all the options before you get to this last one? And I think that these sort of fundamental move of the medical establishment for a long time here has been to make this first priority. Now, there are going to be a lot of people who are going to go through a bunch of different options, and so those people may need medicine, those people may need drugs in order to help. But I think that
this is where and after. Why not explore a range of different potential solutions to your problem before being medicated? And after being medicated, it may very well be the case that a person needs something to help them reset.
Yeah, well, that was always the argument when they started. Yeah,
that's right.
But it does. I keep going back to the culture because I think it's not so much about the individual with mental illness as we're all saying. I think there could be a variety. I think the culture is mentally ill. I think we are living in a culture, and it's not just the freedom. It's not just the idea that we can do more things than people could do before. It's that our system of elders passing down traditions, our systems of loving our traditions, of paying tribute to the fact that we're human beings and that we can love and that we do have these spiritual experiences. All of that has been brutally, I think, destroyed just in the last 20 to 30 years.
Even the conservatives have done this. I mean, this is
yes, I agree.
When we make fun of Hillary Clinton because she says it takes a village, and what she means by that is give me your kids, I'm going to do whatever I want to. But it obviously takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to trans a child too, and that's what the village is doing right now. And that's why 1 in 5 kids are saying that they're queer or transgender. And so it is beyond just a personal or even a family issue. It is a political problem as well, and it's a cultural problem. To your point, we need to reset those kinds of roles and that just basic normality if we want to improve.
So,
there's a joy in being rooted. This is something that every kid inherently knows, which is why divorce really is so devastating for children. Emil Durkheim, who is one of the founders of sort of psychological societal study, Durkheim suggested that societies could suffer from anomie, which was this condition of sort of malaise that led to very high levels of suicidal ideation. And one of the things that he said led to this was a society that had rejected traditions and had made people feel not embedded in any sort of culture or system that gave them that feeling of rootedness. And we used to get that feeling of rootedness from 1,000 different places. You got it from your grandparents who lived probably with you. You got it from your parents who were bringing you up. You got it from your neighbors who all knew your name and followed you when you were a child over the course of your childhood. You got it from your church and from your synagogue where you used to go every day and where everybody knew each other. You got it from your school where the same teachers taught there for 20 years and you knew the teacher and you'd see them in the supermarket 10 years after you graduated and still say hello. You got it from your job because the truth is that you'd go into an office, you'd know most of the people you'd work with, and then you would go to a bowling league after that. Well, how many of the threads of that fabric have now been cut by a society that has decided that in the name of freedom we have to, because all of those things fixed you into place? Well, it's true. All those things fix you into place. But you know what? People need fixedness. I know that we like to think of ourselves as sort of atoms that are freely floating out there. This is what choice is about. That even we on the right, we use the notions of rights and liberty. And this is what is supposed to make us most fully human, is the rights and the liberty. But the truth is rights and liberty have to exist within the fixed confines of an embedded existence. Human beings are meant to be embedded in bodies politic. They're meant to be embedded in families, in communities, in churches, in synagogues. We all get a feeling of fulfillment from that. And when we don't have those feelings of fulfillment, we look for them in really, really bad and ugly places. And if we don't find it anywhere, then we just end up kind of wandering around aimlessly, and that has some really serious psychological consequences.
And bouncing around in the physical world is, to Matt's point, uncomfortable. One of the major problems with this new world where we find all of our community not in community, we find all of our community digitally, meaning we never really have to interact in real physical space with our community. And one of the results of that is that we never develop the sort of social, the robust social skills, right? The ability to deal with discomfort, to deal with insecurity, to deal with anxiety.
And roles.
To deal with roles.
Who are you in your friend group? Who are you? Every friend group, this guy is that guy, and this guy is the one you make this joke about, and he's the one who goes and whatever. But online, in the virtual world, you just don't have that.
And it's even worse than that, because it doesn't just deprive you of social skills and community bonds, but it also deprives you of a real interior life. We're being deprived of our inner life. Now you farm not only your social connections, but your inner life and existence out to the internet. And the internet even does all the thinking for you, which is one of the reasons why kids these days who grow up just with their heads into the phone all the time aren't even able to think on a certain level, because they do all their thinking through the internet.
To what Jeremy was saying before, I think one of the problems with the internet, and I love the internet, I think it's a wonderful tool if you use it right, but it also deprives you of one of the hardest things to develop in life, and I think it is developed by the kinds of structures that Ben is talking about, is the idea that other people have an inner life that like yours. And it's not that different. You don't have a lived experience that is so different from mine. I mean, everything, including the golden rule, do unto others, is based on the idea that, I have some sense of what's going on in there. You have unique experiences, but they're unique human experiences, and my experiences are also human. And I think the internet has stripped us of that, which is why you get this stuff on Twitter, where I just think to myself, the things you're saying, even to me, who you don't know, are degrading to you. They're not going to change me, because I have people who love me, and I have a structure in my life, and I have people around me, and I have a very deep sense of other people's lives. But when you say to somebody, I mean, I've heard things that they've said to all you guys at speeches where they stand up and they say these horrible things to you, and I think, that's not going to change Matt. That's not going to change Ben. It degrades you. It makes you less of a person, because what you have done is erase that other person and thereby erased yourself.
Actually, it does hurt my feelings.
Well, you're a sensitive guy.
Yeah.
So,
well, here I'm gonna say one thing here, because I'm in the Holy Land, and I never proselytize on behalf of my religion, because I'm literally prohibited by my religion from proselytizing on behalf of my religion. But here's the good news: I don't actually have to proselytize on behalf of my religion. I can now proselytize on behalf of your religion. So and mine as well. Everybody needs Sabbath. Okay, I know Sabbath has gone out of style.
Yeah.
Everybody needs Sabbath. Yeah. Seriously, if everybody in the United States and in the Western world started taking Sabbath seriously, I don't mean like Sabbath as in it's a Sunday, I'm going to go to church for an hour and then I'm going to leave. I mean, like, you make it the day where you are just with your family and just with your community. Like, I will say, in my community, this is the thing we do right. Friday night to Saturday night, all the phones go off, all the TVs go off, and I'm spending every waking moment with my family, with members of my community, finding friendships, finding that rooted structure. We need that. And I think you need it more forcibly now than ever. So,
yeah. In your situation,
I mean, literally none. I mean, like, we don't turn on and off lights, right? I mean, like, nothing. But you don't have to be even that extreme, right? I mean, in order to experience the joys of Sabbath, there's a reason that God rested on the seventh day. And once you've spent the rest of the week working, there comes a time when Sabbath in some ways is the hardest work, because you have to disconnect from all of those things that you found meaning in, and you have to find the real meaning. And that is, again, in God and community. If we all, I firmly believe this, if Western civilization did about 1 month of actual Sabbath time, it would make a transformative difference in the lives of hundreds of millions of people.
Yeah, and as a employer, God also commanded that you have to work 6 days.
You make a great point. The NLRB will be here.
The actual text says 6 days you will toil, and on the seventh day you will rest. So, yeah.
Even to Ben's point on the Sabbath, I think it's so important. And it reminded me, there was a discussion that cropped up recently about Sabbath laws, and a lot of them are going away, even in the Deep South, which used to take them pretty seriously. And a lot of people think Sabbath laws are just about wagging your finger and no buying beer on Sundays or something. That's not what Sabbath laws are not about. How beer is bad because people are buying beer every other day of the week. Sabbath laws are not about wagging your finger and pretending to be a good person on Sunday when you're not a good person the rest of the week. Sabbath laws are about exactly what you're talking about, Ben. They're about, don't go to the bar all day. Don't go just like hang out and do your job and do commerce all day. It's actually about forcing you, or at least strongly encouraging you, to be with your family, be with your community.
I actually got to witness this when I lived in England, because when I got there, I was there 7 years, and when I got there, Sunday, everything shut down. Every Sunday, it was London, it was empty, and you couldn't get into a store, you couldn't find anything, you couldn't buy anything. And slowly, over the course of those 7 years, they retracted those laws, and the society got worse. There was no question about it.
Yeah. And that was
1622, yes.
1622.
This is Bill and I used to sit around. I like that. Good play, Bill.
So Congress voted this week to protect gay marriage.
Really urgent. Urgent vote.
Yeah, if there's one thing that's definitely happening in our...
Clarence Thomas was going to take over the Supreme Court.
Just at any moment. They're also threatening to take away Clarence Thomas's actual seat on the court and pass term limits, because the left's answer to anything not going their way is to
destroy the country.
Is end it all. And before the show started, we were talking a little bit about this sort of move towards social conservatism that's happening in the country, the pushback even from within the GOP. It's like we've been told my entire time in the conservative movement, my entire adult life, I've been told that we should avoid social issues, that social issues are losing issues. We now see that almost the only winning issues in the West at all, the thing that unites the West from Israel to Eastern Europe to Los Angeles itself, actually are these social issues. And yet a lot of Republican politicians are still very afraid to go near them. What do we make of this moment? And how should we think about it in terms of the upcoming election, the presidential that'll follow 2 years later? How do we navigate these social issues, not as authoritarians, not as tyrants, but as conservatives?
The Republicans, especially the ones in Congress, can never be counted on to have any courage or moral clarity. So get that out of your fantasies. However, they can be counted on to do what is in their political interest. And I am firmly convinced, after Virginia, after Youngkin, after what's going on with Ron DeSantis, after what we're seeing around the country, I am firmly convinced the social issues are overwhelmingly winners for conservatives. They will be rewarded. Obviously, there's some nuance to this, and you got to pick some of your battles. I think conservatives and Republicans will be rewarded for standing for them, and voters like integrity. If you say for the last, I don't know, ever, from the dawn of time until a week ago, conservatives said marriage is between a man and a woman, and then 47 Republicans in the House, overnight, they say, no, never mind, that's terrible, that's a horrible, bigoted view. I think even the people who agree with gay marriage are going to look at those people and say, wow, you don't stand for anything. You don't believe a damn thing, and you blow in the wind.
This is, to me, the great message of Donald Trump. This is what Donald Trump's gift to the Republican Party is that he did show you that these could be winners, and just having courage to come out and say these things makes you a more attractive political personality. I watch this. I know we have this overblown rhetoric. Donald Trump talks too loud, so he's Hitler, and George W. Bush is Hitler, and all this stuff. But I've been sitting watching some of this gender stuff, and I think, like, if Joseph Mengele had gone to Adolf Hitler with gender-affirming surgery, Hitler would go like, that's a little far. I don't want, I don't want to get cruel.
The social issues are political winners. I believe that. So we should make the argument for that reason, but we also have to make the argument. They're also you can't abandon these issues, even if they weren't political winners. You cannot abandon them without giving up on civilization, and that includes marriage. And I think what we've learned with the social issues is that the only way we lose them is if we're too afraid to make the argument and to explain them. But when we do explain them, people find that the explanations they make a lot of sense. And so, for example, it's not that hard to say, there's a lot more that could be said about the marriage issue, but, we're told that there's marriage equality and that the, so-called marriage between a man and a man is equal to the marriage between a man and a woman. Well, that's obviously not true because equal means the same. And so is the union between a man and a man, is it the same as in substance and function as the union between a man and a woman? Obviously not, because the union between a man and a woman has within itself, in principle, the capacity to create people. And so clearly, like, even if human society was erased and we're building everything up from the ground up and we didn't have any memory of anything else, and we looked around and we saw people kind of coupling off, and some of these couplings created people and then others didn't, and we were trying to think of names to give these things, we'd probably give them different names because they're very clearly different things. And that's I think it's just kind of a logical argument before you even get into the morality of it. But conservatives so often are afraid to even go there.
Did you see what Rubio said? This was
I think that there's something to the notion that there's something to the notion, obviously, that the deep fear is what drives the Republican Party, which is why they've run headlong from these issues for years, despite the fact that, by the way, when it comes to the social conservative issues like marriage being a huge one, obviously, if you want to win minority votes, actually minorities tend to be significantly more socially conservative on these issues than white people. So, for all the talk about a progressive party, the reality is that Republicans are being anti-progressive in a lot of ways when they are being progressive in a lot of ways when they embrace gay marriage, but they're actually not working with the people that are the diverse parts of the coalition. But there's something else here that actually gives Republicans a second bite at the apple, and that is that all the arguments that were made by the left were predicated on the idea that the slippery slope was a lie, and that if we get X, we certainly won't go for Y and Z. Yep. If we get civil unions, we definitely won't go for gay marriage. If we get marriage, it's not going to affect your marriage. If we get gay marriage, it's not going to affect how we teach our kids in school. And here's the problem: all of that now rings hollow because it's not true, right? We've seen the other side of the slippery slope, and so when Republicans now fight back and they say, "Listen, we were perfectly willing to allow you to do whatever you wanted in the privacy of your own bedroom because we don't believe government should have the kind of power that allows them to just break down your door and find out what you're doing in there. But by the same token, it is totally insane that you want to indoctrinate our kids with the idea that all forms of human sexual experience are morally equivalent on every level or societally equivalent in terms of utility. You know, that is a very strong argument that has become only stronger because the left has pushed so far on this sort of stuff.
Did you see what Rubio said on this issue? I have 2 cheers for Marco Rubio over the past week because this ridiculous House bill about defining marriage, which obviously there is no threat whatsoever from the Supreme Court. Clarence Thomas is not the emperor of America, unfortunately, and so it's not going to happen. The House votes for this, goes to the Senate. They ask Rubio, are you going to vote to codify same-sex marriage? And he said, I'm not going to because it's a waste of time. And I thought, you're right on the first part, but it's not because it's sure, it's a waste of time, but Marco, that's not why you oppose same-sex marriage, if you do oppose it. And Pete Buttigieg, because he's a fairly clever politician, called him out for it. And he said, that's BS. All you politicians, all you do is waste time. You're lousy with time. You are not voting for this because either you don't think that that's what marriage is, and you're afraid to say it, or you do think that's what marriage is, but you don't want to upset your conservative base. And he called him out, and he said, Rubio, you're not going to make the substantive argument. And to your point, Ben, yeah, of course, and to your point, Matt, you have to make that substantive argument. I don't think there's anything hateful or bigoted in saying men and women are different. If men and women are different, then that institution is different, essentially different from the same-sex institution. And the reason that we oppose same-sex marriage is because we believe it's ontologically impossible. So we're saying, be nice to gay people, don't go out of your way to be mean to gay people, but there are differences in reality that we are going to respect and we're not going to lie. It's a political winner. It requires like 2 ounces of courage. The New York Times is going to hate you. By the way, that's a political winner too.
But you know, this argument has been, just like the abortion argument was distorted by Roe, this argument has been so distorted by Obergefell. Scalia, in his brilliant dissent, which may be my favorite piece of legal writing in all of history, says, you know, the state can make any arrangements about marriage it wants, and there are going to be bad reactions to it and good reactions to it, and the state can make all kinds of dumb laws. And he said the Supreme Court should have a stamp that says stupid but not unconstitutional. And the thing is, we can't even have that argument. We're arguing about a decree from these justices that says that they had no right to make, and their argument is totally absurd. And so the Democrats are cleverly putting Republicans in a position where they either have to say, I'm for this or against this, instead of getting up as we're supposed to do and make our arguments in our states, you know, and win or lose. And also
put them in an uncomfortable position too, because even before we make our argument for what marriage is, our response should be, well, what are you saying marriage is? Because humans.
Here's this next movie.
Right, exactly. What is marriage? Human society basically agreed for thousands of years what marriage is, and you came along and said, well, it's not that. Okay, what is it then? What exactly is it? And they never provide an answer to that. Because they're never required to. No one ever asks them, like, what exactly, even if I'm willing to go with you for a second and say, well, maybe we were wrong about this whole marriage thing for thousands of years. Well, what's the new definition? They never provided.
Yeah, well, and on a legal level, it's also just the complete erosion of contract law, right? Part of what they're after in the redefinition of marriage is this idea that only the government gets to decide what your contractual relationship to another person is. It doesn't even matter what the two of you have agreed. There are all these places now where the government will not allow you to enter into an agreement that they don't like, or the government will forfeit an agreement that you did make that they now don't like. And this kind of comes full circle to something Ben was saying earlier, which is essentially that the and we've said this before, but the essential premise of the left is anything that isn't illegal is mandatory. That they can't abide you existing in any sort of free state. They can't handle, and this is a very human thing. People hate tension. They can't live in tension. They can't say, you know, this is, I actually don't want to make that political point because people get hung up on it, but people hate tension. They reject it. And so you go from no-fault divorce, which is essentially a way of saying the contractual relationship that you made with your spouse is now rendered, doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's meaningless.
Yeah.
And now that can't be enough. It has to be, and also any variety of other people have to be able to enter into the same meaningless contractual relationship. It's all just a way of the state, to Ben's point, moving you from the behaviors that they like and away from the behaviors that they do not like. That's all any of this
all
is
the
really
behaviors
about.
they like, all the behaviors they like
there's something else here too.
Slaves,
That's right.
All the behaviors they like make you a slave. Every single thing that they do guides you into addiction and to self-destruction and to pain where you become dependent. And I don't even know if they consciously do that, but certainly there must be some concept of humanity that they understand that we can't live like this and be free.
Ben?
You know, there's something else here, too, when it comes to the arguments about marriage. One of the things that you'll hear from the left always is, well, what's the argument for marriage? What's the argument for marriage? And there are plenty of fantastic natural law arguments for marriage. It is, in fact, one of the easiest things to explain in all of human behavior, as Matt explained in about 3 sentences. I mean, this is not very difficult. Men, women create babies. Babies should be raised by biological parents as an ideal. There, we just did marriage. Okay, this is not tough at all. However, what the left likes to do, and they play this game, is they never have to have a rationale for why they're doing what they do. They demand a rationale for why you're doing what you do. And what they're attempting to do by doing that is really undermine one of the fundamental bases of conservatism and of life in general, which is inherited wisdom. We use heuristics all the time in life. We don't re-explain everything that we do on a daily basis because there's just not enough time to do that. We say, well, yeah, my dad did it that way. Right? If you ask people agricultural techniques in the third world, and they might not know why they've been doing crop rotations, right? They can't explain to you the replenishment of the materials in the soil. They just know that their dad did it and it worked, right? This goes back to some of the stuff we were saying about science. One of the ways that we actually determine what works and what doesn't is we try stuff until we find something that works, and then we just keep doing the stuff that works. And hopefully over time, you build up this giant bulwark of things that work, and life gets better progressively over time. That's the basic idea of inherited wisdom. What the left does is they come along and they say, inherited wisdom is moot. You cannot use that. You can't say, we've had this thing, and it's worked for thousands of years, and it's been a fundamental basis of our society for thousands of years, and that's enough of an argument. Instead, the burden of proof is on you to prove that a thing that has worked for thousands of years, why has it worked? You have to explain how it's worked. Well, what if I just say, it's working, so you're going to have to explain to me why it should be destroyed.
Yes.
Right?
Well,
You're going to have to explain to me how it's fundamentally not working.
I think that's really important because it is important to be critical of inherited wisdom. It isn't wisdom if it can't withstand criticism. The idea that we should do what our parents did because our parents did it is a beginning, perhaps, of wisdom, but it's certainly not the end of wisdom.
You shouldn't just ditch it because your parents did it, but you can think about it.
You can think about it, and some of the things that our parents did are wrong. It's good to challenge historic notions, but the second part of what you said, I think, is the really important piece, which is it is a satisfactory answer to say that something works. And so it isn't that every person has to be an expert and an apologist for every single piece of inherited wisdom. I think that it is important that people like us sit around and critique traditional inherited wisdom as much as we would critique a new idea, that we test it, that we see if it stands the test of time. Not everything does. Some things do get better with time because we do challenge those historic notions.
Dentistry.
But
something working is a pretty good recommendation of it.
But also you should challenge it within the context of Ben's point, I think, of the traditions and the ideals of your country and your culture. The idea of the Martin Luther King line, you should live into the meaning of your creed, is much, much different than saying this is an inherent, there's racism in our DNA. You know, that's a very two different...
There's also, there's an argument that conservatives made for a while, I think tactically, because they thought it was going to work, but it doesn't work because it doesn't stand up to historical scrutiny, which is they thought the way to beat the marriage issue was to say, well, let's just get government out of marriage altogether. And I think what we've seen, certainly in recent years, but for all of human history, is that government at some level, to some degree, is always involved in marriage because the marriage is the fundamental political institution. That's the basic unit of political society. And so sometimes you'll hear people say, well, George Washington didn't need to get a marriage contract, which is, I guess, sort of true, except there was an established church in Virginia when George Washington got married. So the church was very closely associated with the state. And this has been true throughout history. So obviously the political community has to have something to say about marriage. If it's going to have something to say about anything, it's going to have something to say about marriage. And so I would just encourage I don't mean to pick on Marco Rubio, but I would encourage the Republicans who want to get out of this issue. You can't avoid it. You might not be interested in the culture and the politics, but the politics and the culture is interested in you.
That compromise of, well, let's just get government out of marriage, it reminds me of the compromise the conservatives tried for a while in the bathroom issue by saying, well, let's make a separate bathroom for trans people, right? It's a compromise. And it goes to Ben's point about, well, why are we even talking about compromise? You're coming along and challenging this historical notion. I agree with Ben. The burden of proof, before I even explain anything, the burden of proof is on you. You have to, why are you challenging? Why should we change the bathrooms at all? It's up to you to explain why. And if you want to tear down the definition of marriage that has stood for thousands of years, before I explain why I believe in that definition, why should we do it? The ball's in your court. We're giving you the microphone. You explain yourself. I shouldn't have to explain it. Same thing with pronouns. You know, someone comes along and says, oh, my new pronoun is this. You have to use this pronoun. Why should I have to do that? You know, I don't. Well, if you're not going to use the pronoun, you need to explain to me why you're not going to use it. No, I don't have to explain anything. You are the one coming with this absurd new notion. It's up to you to explain it.
And feelings are not an explanation.
No, neither's lived experience. You know, this is one of the things that gets me. Every bigot I know, when you challenge him on his bigotry, cites lived experience. Yeah. I was mugged by a black guy, right. You know, so I don't like black people, or I was cheated by a Jewish guy, so I don't like Jewish, you know, whatever it is. And you think, like, that's not really a good reason. But
feelings can be an explanation. It's just that they lead to another question. Because if the person says, use this pronoun, I say, why should I do that? They say, well, it'll make me feel better. My next question is, well, why do I care about that? Why do I care how you feel?
And what are the actual ramifications of the policy that you're advancing? The one thing that you see on the left, I used to think that it was unintended consequences. Now I'm actually not even sure that they're unintended by the people who actually create the policy, but they're certainly unintended by most of the people who support the policies, is that people they only think about their policy preferences in a vacuum. They never think. So in a vacuum, create a bathroom for the people who aren't comfortable in either of the other two restrooms. If that's the only question, then it's a fine compromise. It makes perfect sense. But it doesn't just exist in that vacuum. There are implications of what you've just done. There are political implications. There are moral implications. There are very practical implications. When they talked about doing away with don't ask, don't tell in the military, one of the thoughts that I had about it was, eventually, everyone in the military will have to have a private restroom.
Yeah, right.
Because it is the right of a human being to take a shower without being actively concerned that they are being sexually assessed. Yeah. That's why we don't let men and women take showers in the military together.
That's
even
why
in the military.
I don't listen to the bathroom in the morning. Is that right? Get out. I don't want to feel like I'm being... Yeah.
Even in the military, where we make people do all kinds of things they don't want to do, we don't make men and women take showers together. Well, making men and men take showers together stops being different than that if you know that the person next to you is potentially sexually attracted to you. That is a fundamental change, and so I still believe we will see over time. The only two alternatives now are that women can't actually have a safe place to shower in the military, or everyone must have an individually safe place in the military. So it's not that you don't get to all these outcomes in a day. But just give it a minute. You're going to get to one of those two outcomes.
Right. You know, there's a game that the left has been playing really since the 1960s, where they would always say that the personal is political, right? How you live your life is actually a statement about the political world. But there's something that the left has also done, and they've done it in reverse. What they've basically said is that the political is the personal. And what they mean by this, and they don't say it in these words, but this is really what they're doing. Pick their particular case, and then they suggest that we ought to change the societal rule, and then we pretend that has no ramifications at all. That's so right. When it comes to same-sex marriage, for example, they'll say something like, well, why do you care about, me and my boyfriend getting married? After all, what does our gay marriage have to do with your marriage? And the answer is, well, it doesn't have anything to do with my marriage, but I'll tell you what does have to do with my marriage is the entire societal rule for what marriage is. That like you've generalized to a level that of course it has an impact on marriage. And what the left likes, they do this on pretty much every score, right? They'll do it on gender as well. They'll say, what does it matter to you if you just call this man by a woman's pronoun? Why does
thank you guys for joining us. You can see more of each one of these guys and all of our wonderful content at dailywireplus.com. Head over to Daily Wire Plus. You can get Jordan Peterson. You can get the entire library of Prager University. You can get the movies that are being made by the Daily Wire. Coming soon, you'll be able to get our excellent kids content. We can't wait for you to see more about it. That's dailywireplus.com. Use promo code PLUS. You'll get 35% off your new membership. That's dailywireplus.com. And we'll look forward to seeing you guys again the next time we're together for Backstage. Daily Wire Backstage is produced by Mathis Glover. Executive producer is me, Jeremy Boring. Our production manager is Pavel Wadowski. Studio and equipment management is by Patrick Kennedy, and broadcast engineering is by Mark Herman. Editing is by Jim Nickel. Audio is mixed by Mike Coromina, and our audio assistant is Israel McFarland. Playback is operated by McKenna Waters. Daily Wire Backstage is a Daily Wire production. Well, hey there. Now's the time when you hit that like button for me so we can keep smoking cigars and drinking whiskey for your amusement. Or, in Ben's case, eating popcorn directly off the floor. He's weird. Ho, 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 ho. Welcome to the Daily Wire Backstage, sponsored tonight by Jeremy's Razors. Stop giving your money to woke corporations that hate you. Give your money to me instead. We've got a big Jeremy's Razors announcement actually coming up a little bit later in the show. But first, we're going to talk about some politics. Joining me to do just that, the gateway to the extreme right himself, Ben Shapiro. 5 days a week, Candace Owens. Now with even more Candace Owens. The extreme right, Matt Walsh. Andrew Klavan's biggest fan, Michael Knowles, and the ghost of Andrew Klavan, Andrew Klavan. And I, of course, am your lowercase God King, Jeremy Boring. Not only do we have this great announcement coming up about Jeremy's Razors after the show, but we also have all kinds of fun things to tell you about that are going on at the Daily Wire. And one of the biggest things that's going on at the Daily Wire right now is that Matt Walsh is literally destroying Vanderbilt Hospital right here in our very own Nashville, Tennessee.
Not literally.
He is very much figuratively destroying.
Literally.
I want to make sure. I want to make absolutely sure that the police and all the enforcers on Twitter know that Matt is not literally destroying this hospital. Matt, tell us what's going on.
Well, we have Vanderbilt Hospital, which is right next door to us.
Yeah.
And so we became curious about their transgender program. They have a transgender clinic. And so we started digging into it. We spent a good week looking into it. And the interesting thing is that all of these gender clinics across the country have been just posting videos with abandon, admitting to all kinds of horrific things. But then over the last...
Nothing.
Right, exactly. And over the last couple of months, as the terrorists like myself have been calling attention to it, now they're going through and deleting things. So it's a little more difficult than you might think to find some of this stuff. But we went through and you kind of see the story, and you see it all through the videos they've posted. The clinic opened up in 2018, and there's actually a video that we posted on Twitter of a doctor there explaining how she convinced Vanderbilt to start a transgender clinic, and she said that
it's mercy, compassion for children who are living with gender dysphoria.
Right. Well, she said we told them it's the right thing to do, but also there's a lot of money. It's a big money maker, and she goes through all the money they have to make with these gender surgeries. And the interesting thing about that is that she acknowledges that the reason why these surgeries are so profitable is because of all the follow-ups. So it basically, when you do the surgery to someone, it means that they're now condemned to a life of returning to the hospital over and over again. She said that she boasted that bottom surgeries for women, for example, making a fake penis is worth $100,000 a pop to the hospital.
How large is the fake penis? Because I'm a wealthy man.
It's, I don't know. I didn't get that deep into the research, but
get back to me.
And then you get, so they start the transgender clinic, and then now they're concerned that there might be staff members at the hospital that aren't on board with doing these kinds of things. We have another video of a woman at a lecture talking to staff members at the hospital, telling them that if you conscientiously object to performing these surgeries, that is problematic. There will be consequences, and you shouldn't work at Vanderbilt. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I'm pretty sure telling someone explicitly that if you use your religious freedom, there's going to be consequences for it doesn't seem legal to me. And then they also, they still were not sure that staff members were fully on board. So they started a first in its nation program called the Trans Buddy Program, where they have these volunteer activists, trans activists in the community that will come in and attend appointments with trans patients they say watch the doctors to make sure monitor the doctors to make sure that they're not unsafe, which means that they're not misgendering. And they say that this is available to children too. And then we get to the children piece of this. And if you dig deep enough, you can find that they give chemical castration drugs to children. They sterilize children. They give irreversible hormones to children as young as 13. They admit all this on video. They do double mastectomies for girls as young as 16. Some of this they've deleted from the sites where they put it, but it's all there. So kind of to review, they started doing this in 2018 because of the money. They admit it. They threatened doctors to make them go along with it. And now they're chemically castrating and sterilizing children. And it's all there right now.
Candace, you had Perez Hilton on your show just this week to talk about his position is that this is all fully reversible, right?
Yeah, I mean, his position to me really reflects the left's position. It's very emblematic of it. He just views this as an opinion. And he kept saying this word over and over again. Well, it's just my opinion. It's just my opinion. It's like, you are entitled to your own opinions, but we need to have a fact-based discussion when we're talking about the mutilation of children, because that's what it is. And I think the thing that was sad in having that discussion is I was very open. I did not want to press him at all. I wanted him to actually hear from Scott Nugent, who had already been through all of this, but he was unwilling to edit his quote-unquote opinion after being presented with the facts, because it is a religion, right? The left it's a cult, it's a religion. So it's just, we'll sacrifice children on the altar of wokeism.
I will say good on him for coming on the show. Not very many people with whom we disagree will actually come on our shows and defend their positions. It's an amazing piece of content. It's available at Daily Wire Plus for our subscribers as part of this broad initiative that we have really between now and the year to really enhance the value of our offering behind our paywall. So you can see that interview with Perez Hilton and Candace and Scott Nugent. You can also see our new member block, which we're adding to every show, including the new 5-day-a-week Candace Owens, where we get to hear from you and take questions and give you a little bit more content that's only available to members. And that includes this show. So immediately following this show, we'll have 20 minutes devoted just to interacting with our Daily Wire Plus members. As a sign of our appreciation, they're truly who keep us in business. And so, again, we're trying to really enhance that. And I think one of our great pieces of content so far is this terrific interview that Candace did with Perez Hilton. Matt, you're obviously on kind of a one-man crusade here, trying to expose exactly what's happening in these hospitals and happening to kids around the country. What is the reaction? What are you actually hearing out there in response to the work that you're doing? To this thing about Vanderbilt, the reaction has been, it's been pretty extraordinary just in the last couple of hours. I wasn't totally sure how people would react, because we've heard a lot about these hospitals recently. I don't know if it just all kind of becomes background noise, but I think that the one thing that is very clear to me from making the film What Is a Woman to everything else we've been doing, that people really just don't know. They don't realize that this stuff is happening. I think the average American, if you go up to them on the street, even now, and you bring up, that children are being castrated, they would say, well, that's not happening. And it's like, of course, that's illegal. Yeah. But it is happening. It's happening in every state, and it's not actually illegal in any state. It is not currently illegal to chemically castrate children in any state. And the reason why it's not illegal, even though they're in many of these states like this one, you could easily pass a law and almost everyone would support it. But the reason why it's not illegal is just because people don't realize that it's happening, which again goes back to, that's why it's so extraordinary. Well, it never needed to be illegal.
Right, it never needed to be legal until the last 8 or 9 years. And for the last 8 or 9 years, the gender ideologues, the gender ideology brigade, they've been out in the open talking about how they're doing this. They've been very open about it.
This is, in many ways, this is like abortion in that people just actually don't know. I was just at the Live Action Gala, great pro-life organization over the weekend, and they had an amazing statistic that they've figured out through their own internal research, which is that when people who are pro-choice are presented with their information, 19% of those people change their views in the pro-life direction just by seeing the pictures and the stories and the facts.
The reality.
So you're saying it's almost 1 in 5, and it's because people just don't really know what an abortion looks like, what it really means. And I think when it comes to transgenderism, people don't realize that gender-affirming surgery means you hack off little girls' forearms and you hack off parts of their calves and you construct a fake, meaty, disgusting pseudo-genital. And it's so ghastly, it's out of the most dystopian novel. If you just show people what that is, it's not going to be 1 in 5 who change their opinion. It's going to be 4 in 5. It might be even more.
And I can't agree that this is a religion in the sense, unless you mean like some Mayan, apocalyptic, child sacrifice. But religion, is kind of a reasonable thing garnered from faith and from reasoning about the world. This is mental illness, an upsurge of mental illness in this country that I've never seen before. But you read about it in history, the kind of thing people go mad. And I think this is a mass upsurge of mental illness followed by the atrocities that mentally ill people would commit if you agreed with their delusions.
Well, what's really amazing about it is to watch as the scientific community mirrors the woke preferences of political class.
Yeah.
And that's been the theme, obviously, over the last several years, is how science, which was supposed to be the one thing that the Enlightenment gave us that was actually useful, because it actually, increased living standards and increased our technological ability to do things and increased life expectancy. And how quickly science made itself subject to the woke diktat is really astonishing on everything from COVID to, obviously, this is the most obvious example. When Matt, you talk about what they're actually doing to children, it is impossible realistically to separate that from stories like the one that we saw over in Canada, which I'm sure we all covered. This insane story of this high school teacher in Canada who was a man who walked into a high school wearing what effectively looked like beach balls in his shirt.
Size Z is what I called it on my show.
With
size Z.
It's prosthetic breasts that are like beach balls with like fake nipples on the end. And the students, rightly...
You're talking like a George Clooney level Batman fake nipple.
Not quite that. Not that intense.
Okay.
And the students took pictures of this and everything. And the school district came to the defense of this man and said, well, he's a woman. I mean, he's a transgender woman, and this person has the right to gender identity. And the thing is that when you recognize that this is all part of the same playbook, that the same people who are saying that this man who is who's acting out a sexual fetish in front of children, I mean, that's what that is. That isn't even somebody who's saying, I'm a man who believes I'm a woman. That's saying, I wish to act out a bizarre sexual fetish that nobody's ever heard of in front of minors. And when this is now seen as an aspect of gender identity, and you're supposed to mirror that in Canada, because if you don't, then you might be in violation of anti-discrimination laws in places like Canada. You could have your livelihood taken away from you. You could be sued. I mean, there are real consequences to this sort of stuff in an anti-free speech nation now like Canada. That is part and parcel of the scientific community in the United States and Canada and other places that buy into the idea that boys can become girls, girls can become boys. And the way that all of this works is that you just hack some body parts off of people and you sterilize the children.
But what about in America now? So obviously America's hat up in Canada always does crazy stuff, avant-garde. But what about in America? After Bostock, after a conservative Supreme Court justice sided with the libs and enshrined SOGI, sexual orientation and gender identity, into civil rights law, what if this happened at a school in America? Would you see the same kind of arguments?
I mean, you definitely could. You definitely could. I mean, it's a serious. In fact, there was a case that just came up in Montana in which a judge ordered the state legislature to pass a bill. The state legislature said you're not allowed to change your birth certificate to your new assumed gender. If you're born male, your birth certificate stays male because you were born a male. The judge overruled that law, struck it down, and said that he would hold in contempt anybody who continued to maintain that you could not change the sex on your birth certificate, which is the ultimate retconning of science. Because
that's right.
No matter what you are or say you are now, when you were born, we knew exactly what you were. I mean, you could just look at you and we knew what you were. And so, 100%. This is a serious issue. And what the Supreme Court seems to be doing, and it's really quite frightening, is they are doing what they call the Utah Compromise. The idea being that they are going to expand anti-discrimination law to include sexual orientation, gender identity, but then they'll have religious clawback. So if you say you're a religious person, then there'll be a carve-out for you. But here's the thing. You shouldn't have to be a religious person to say true things about gender identity and sexual orientation. You should not.
As we saw at Vanderbilt, if you supposedly when you want to use your religious exemption, there could still be consequences.
Right, because what they always say about religion is that religion is just cover for your bigotry, right? This is the line you always get, is that it's not really that you have a really religious belief that, for example, men are men and women are women, and that there are hierarchies in terms of the morality of sexual activity. None of that's really a religious belief, they say. What they say is that that's just your bigotry speaking, and so you use the Bible as a cover for your actual bigotry.
And it's also not...
You don't need the Bible or any of the rest of this. You could just use, science and logic to come up with some basic natural law explanations of how human people are supposed to act in sexual context. But we're not allowed to do that either. That has now been relegated by the Supreme Court to only crazy religious people believe that, but they say it's for their crazy religion, then maybe we'll let them do it sometimes.
Yeah. Well, this very issue, of course, did the most damaging thing possible. I mean, yes, there's the mutilation of children. Yes, there's the advancing of mental illness and the elevation of mental illness in our society, but it also cost me some money. what happened is Michael, Knowles, and Candace had a conversation, not on the Daily Wire at all, about gender dysphoria. And our friends over at Harry's Razors, for whom we had been advertising for some time, sharing the goodwill of our audience and exposing them to their products, decided that they not only weren't going to put up with you guys talking about that on some other platform, but they were also going to condemn our audience as being, having values misalignment, being retrograde and all this stuff. I don't remember their exact irreconcilable differences, essentially. Anyway, that pissed me off real good. And if you remember, at that time, I thought that a funny thing to do would be to launch a multi-million-dollar business. Because that's always, to me, the funniest joke is the joke that you take to the absolute
most expensive extreme.
Exactly. The more expensive, the better. And so we launched Jeremy's Razors, and it's done very well over these last 5 months. We've sold 85,000 razor subscriptions. People are loving the product because it's fantastic. I have our founder's kit right here. And they wanted me to use it as a prop and unzip it and show you all the things that are in it. But I'm just going to, spoiler alert, it's a razor. It's razor blades. It's a wonderful razor. You're going to love it. But what's happening next with Jeremy's Razors? This is the question I always get. And it occurred to me that there's a real problem. Obviously, if you want to stop giving your money to woke corporations that hate you, you're giving your money to Jeremy's Razors. Obviously, you're not buying, if you're watching this program, you're not buying your razors from Harry's or Gillette anymore. And literally propping up their socialist leftist fantasy agenda with your money. But what about your friends? Right? You've still got... If your friend thinks Taco Tuesday is a form of cultural appropriation, they need a Jeremy's Razors.
They do.
If your friend... They wrote these are not my lines.
Preach, Jeremy.
If your friend insists that fantasy football draft should start with a land acknowledgement, so we're launching this amazing competition, the contest for a car over at jeremysrazors.com/play. And here's the thing. You can send out a unique referral link. You can start sharing that around to your friends, and someone is going to win the God King's McLaren. So I know if you're watching this show, you're probably watching it backstage live when I said it's not actually my McLaren. But here's how far I'm willing to take a joke. I bought the damn McLaren. I bought the McLaren so that I could give it away to whoever actually wins the contest for the car and refers the largest number of people, rescues the largest number of their friends from the tyranny of woke razor companies. It should be you. I'm just going to tell you, I bought the car. I have not driven it. I drove the car once in the commercial, so it's used. God Kings don't drive used McLarens. So it's in a very lovely air-conditioned facility here in Nashville, and it's just waiting to become yours. Head over to jeremysrazors.com/play. Get your unique referral code. Send it around to your friends. Rescue them from the tyranny of woke razors. They'll get $12 off of their Founders Series shave kit. You'll get credit for that you can put against all the sort of upcoming Jeremy's products. By Black Friday, we're going to have, well, I won't spoil it here. That's another announcement. Lots of amazing new products are coming. And most importantly, you'll get points in the race to win the God King's McLaren. You'll also get points by referring Daily Wire Plus memberships to your friends. So get out there. We've got 6 weeks. On November 1st, we're going to declare the winner. They're going to get those keys to that beautiful McLaren 600. It's one of, there fewer than 600 of these were even made. It truly is an unbelievable vehicle, and I truly can't be seen in a used sports car. So head over again, jeremysrazors.com/play. We're kicking this off right now. In fact, Michael, you were a part of the actual release video.
I was in the video. I was in the McLaren. I may have been in the McLaren more than you have been in the McLaren.
Certainly.
I think I know the answer to this because, as I just mentioned, to you, the funniness of the joke depends upon how expensive it is.
Yes.
Are you actually giving away the McLaren?
Oh, yeah, I'm actually giving away the McLaren. As I said, the McLaren, Michael, is used. I cannot stress it.
As a partner in this business, I do wish that some things had been run by me before Jeremy went and purchased an extraordinarily expensive vehicle to give it away.
You know what he was thinking?
I actually bought the car personally. The business did not buy the car. Because it had to be
it around.
It had to be the God King's McLaren, right? It couldn't be the Daily Wire's McLaren. That's not cool.
I know what was going through your head. You said this company, which was really, it just started as kind of a vindictive joke against Harry's, it was too shockingly profitable. So you said that we cannot have that. We've got to put that money back into a car.
I just feel like I should get credit. I just feel like I should get credit for this. I'm the one that posed that question to you on an entirely different platform in which you answered.
By the way,
behind every great male idea is a woman that is being ignored.
And for some reason they came after me when truly all I did was agree with the point you made. And they said, Knowles, that horrible bigot, he agreed with Candace.
You're welcome.
Yep.
I just want to say this is tough for me to see that someone's going to get this really nice car, because I just went literally today and bought a used 12-passenger van for my 1 million kids. The
Trad wagon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
I went to a car dealership that operates out of a motel, which is true, and I bought a 12-passenger van. So I will never drive a car like that. I got too many kids.
So my original idea was to have you guys compete against each other to win the car.
Oh my gosh.
And then legal said that absolutely could not happen under any circumstances. I don't know.
Even if we just did it as like a gladiator fight where we just beat the crap out of each other?
No, that's exactly what I had in mind.
Who did you think was going to win? That's a very important question.
Candace, you're the only one who could possibly drive the car.
Obviously.
The rest of us would be pulled over just for being in the car.
There was a DigiDay story this week about media companies launching consumer goods businesses and how they all failed. And I thought, it's so interesting that the left can't grant any of our successes.
Yeah.
That the Daily Wire is one of the biggest media companies, and we've launched a successful consumer goods business. So they just ignore our existence altogether. It doesn't fit their
Or they
narrative.
try to deplatform.
That's right.
So the CBC this week put out a story suggesting, once again, that I'm mainlining people directly into extremism. And it was pretty great. I mean, the story itself was a lot of fun. It said, well, he is not associated with any known hate group. He does hold extremist views. And then the extremist view was that I had said that gender dysphoria is a mental illness. So me and the DSM-5.
Yeah, I was going to say that used to be known.
The two of us, gender identity disorder. Me and every psychologist in America.
Until 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, I mean, gender dysphoria and the DSM-5 is a mental disorder. I mean, that is what it is.
I like when they make fun of us for being moral. Like, I barely tweet anymore, but I went onto Twitter and they were talking about me and Ben having this discussion about how pornography is bad for relationships. And they were like mocking us. And I just went to myself, okay, I guess because we're being moral and we're discussing the corrosion of American values.
That is what it is. So I was trying to.
They mock morality.
I was racking my brain for like, what was the thing that was my extreme moral view? Because they were like, well, you know, he has extreme views on objectification of women. I was like, have you met me? I'm an Orthodox Jew. Objectification of women like ain't in the arsenal.
So your extreme view is you're against it.
Right, exactly. And then they said something about masculinity. I'm like, my extreme view on masculinity is that men should get a job, get married, support their kids, and raise them. Like, I know, very extreme stuff. And then I realized that the actual extreme view is, of course, all of those things, plus the idea that, as I said before, certain types of sexual activity are more moral than other types of sexual activity.